The meeting scheduled for Thursday, December 12th, 2024, for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has been called to order. I would like to say greetings to the committee members. I'd like to say good morning to the legislative staff, to my staff, and the people of the Virgin Islands who are listening and viewing this meeting today. Before I begin the formalities, I would be remiss if I did not offer my most sincere condolences to the legislative staff and the family of the late Derek Jabat Bastion. As we gathered to send him home, our colleague and friend, longtime friend for some of us, I recall my time knowing him. Our friendship began in the 1980s when we met through a mutual friend. He was genuine, passionate, and always well-groomed. Qualities he took in pride, always very respectful, and I was not alarmed to know that Jabat had easily formed friendship with my staff. Bastion was a great asset to the first branch of government, very helpful and politically astute. I realize there is not one unaffectionate person here at the legislature. This loss deeply saddens us, and his presence will be missed. As we mourn, be reminded that we all share the same grief. You are not alone in this journey. My staff and I are here to support you however we can. Again, my sincere condolences to the legislative family, relatives, and friends of the late Derek Jabat Bastion. May his soul rest in eternal peace that he has undoubtedly found in the arms of the Most High. Our thoughts and prayers are with you during this difficult time. As you know, this is the last committee meeting of Rules and Judiciary meeting for the 35th legislature. And by the way, this is the 23rd Rules and Judiciary meeting. So, colleagues, we've worked hard, and this is our 23rd meeting. I was not re-elected to serve in the 36th legislature, thus this is the very last time I will serve as the chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Public service does not end here for me. I intend to continue working on the behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands in a different capacity, of course. Today, we have a heavy agenda as we prepare for Senadai. So colleagues, let's be mindful of each other's time. And Madam Clerk, may I have the roll call?
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr. present. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Present.
Senator Capehart present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
I'm here.
Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Madam Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence from any committee members to be read into the record?
No correspondence for any committee members.
Okay. Today's meeting has 7 blocks. Can you please read the summarized agenda into the record?
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, December 12th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room to consider the following nominations and bills. Block 1, Governor's nomination of Tahmin O. Clarke, Board Nominee, to the U.S. Virgin Islands GERS Board of Trustees, St. Thomas District. Block 2, Governor's nomination of Aubrey L. Ruan Jr., Board Nominee, Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission. Block 3, Governor's nomination of Mario Brooks, Commissioner Nominee, Virgin Islands Police Department. Block 4, Bill number 35-0224, an act amending Title 19, Part 5, Chapter 45, Subchapter 6, to increase access to behavioral health services with a focus on a psychiatric emergency response team to provide mobile crisis intervention services and the 988 telecommunication system, sponsored by Senators Diane T. Capehart and Ray Fonseca. Invited testifiers, Usta Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Department of Health, Hazel Philbert, Interim Chief Executive Officer, Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center, Tina Comosiong, Chief Executive Officer, Snyder Regional Medical Center, Sandra Sitori, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Public Service Commission. Bill number 35-0254, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 21A, establishing the Audiology and Speech Language Pathology Interstate Compact, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart. Block 5, Bill number 35-0336, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, by establishing the Office of Conflict Counsel, granting personal immunity to individuals providing legal representation or services to indigent defendants, and making an appropriation to establish the Office of Conflict Counsel, sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Invited testifiers, Paul Jimenez, General Counsel, Judiciary of the Virgin Islands, Alicia Udwani, Esquire, Chair of the Supreme Court Standing Committee on Indigent Appointments, Attorney Gordon Ray, Attorney General, Department of Justice, Marjorie Whalen, President of the Virgin Islands Bar, Shelby Gaddy, Esquire, Executive Director, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands, and Julie Smith Tahmin, Esquire, Chief Territorial Public Defender, Office of the Territorial Public Defender. Bill number 35-0399, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Borges, Jr. Invited testifier, Attorney Gordon Ray, Attorney General, Department of Justice. Block 6, Bill number 35-0410, an act honoring and commending Mr. Salvador Sal Sanpiri for his dedication and contribution to St. Croix by naming the Christiansted Boardwalk in his honor, sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. Invited testifiers, Willard John, resident, Nancy Torres, resident, John Harper, resident. Bill number 35-0411, an act honoring and commending Georgia Francis for her community service and for her contributions to the youth of the Virgin Islands in the area of music, and renaming a portion of Rummer Drive beginning at Mandela Circle and continuing to the bottom of the Dorothy Dotsey Lockhart Elsco Drive, the Georgia Francis Drive, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Invited testifiers, Dion Parsons, resident, Leslie Comosiong, resident, and Dion R. Donadell, resident. Block 7, Bill number 35-0179, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 61, relating to gambling violations, and Title 32 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, relating to the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission to strengthen the enforcement tools against illegal gambling and lottery, sponsored by Senators Diane T. Capehart and Angel L. Borges. Bill number 35-0295, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code Part 3, Chapter 29, requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Health to establish and administer the Virgin Islands Prescription Drug Monitoring Program to provide prescription drug monitoring and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Dana Fred Gregory. Bill number 35-0408, an act requiring the Department of Health and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to develop and administer a territorial regulated medical waste management plan, including the requisite regulations, sponsored by Senator Dana A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 35-0409, an act to amend Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 32, Subchapter 1, to amend the definition of salvage vehicle purchaser or junk vehicle purchaser to include businesses that include junk and salvage vehicle businesses and insurance companies, and to require salvage vehicle purchasers to file a report with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles that documents the salvage vehicles obtained and sold during a given time period, and to require a penalty for failure to file a report, sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. Bill number 35-0419, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1A, by establishing the Virgin Islands Board of Speech, Language, Pathology, and Audiology, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart. Bill number 35-420, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, by enacting the Virgin Islands Firearm Serial Number Regulation Act, sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Bill number 35-0425, an act to amend various sections of Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart. Madam Chair, that is the end of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading our very long, extensive agenda today. And at this time, I would like to recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins. Madam Clerk, can you please mark Senator Gittins as present? Do I see Senator Carla Joseph? She's there, so can you please mark her as present? Senator Joseph, if we can see you. I know Senator Johnson said present. Okay. At this time, I see that we have our governor's nomination of Tahmin O. Clarke board nominations for the U.S. Virgin Islands GERS Board of Trustees in the well on the island of St. Thomas. Thank you. Forgive us for being a little late today, but I will ask you to stand, raise your right hand to take the oath. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Clarke, I don't see any testifiers with you today, so if you can just please state your name for the record, make sure that our stenographer could hear you clear, and then you can proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Tahmin Clarke.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good morning to all distinguished guests in attendance, both in person and virtually, including members of the Rules and Judiciary Committee and other members of the 35th Legislature. A special thank you to the Chair, the Honorable Senator Diane Capehart, who is leading this session and has been an invaluable resource in helping me prepare for this hearing. It is an honor to be nominated for this critical role, and I would like to thank both my sponsor and the current administration for bestowing this great privilege upon me. As way of background, I was born and raised in the Virgin Islands, and I spent all of my formative years growing up in St. Thomas. To evidence that notion, I frequently frolicked on Cookie Point and Megan's Bay, annually attended the Summer Police Athletic League, better known as PAL, camp in Pearson Garden, and I spent my Fridays listening to Jamban in the parking lot. I say all of this to not only highlight that I'm an old man now, but also to emphasize that I'm a product of this community and I'm thoroughly invested in the success of the Virgin Islands. Both my mother and my maternal grandmother were governmental employees, and as retirees, they benefit from the GERS pension system. They are two of the most influential people in my life, and their emotional and financial support pushed me to receive an education which enabled me to be successful in life. I previously mentioned my age to set up the notion that hopefully with age comes maturity and wisdom, and as I reflect on my life, I decided to take stock of my contributions to society. As a part of that introspection process, I realized that I could do more, and specifically do more to continue to drive progress in the community that has helped raise me. As I thought about specific ways that I could help, especially in an era of unprecedented nepotism and cronyism, I believe the most effective way to have a material impact is by leveraging the learnings, skills, and experiences that I have honed over my lifetime. This is why the reason the nomination to this specific board is very exciting to me. The mission of the GERS intersects both my desire to give back as well as my broad expertise in finance, but also explicit accomplishments in the area of portfolio management. I've spent the better part of 25 years working in the investment community, aka Wall Street, in various capacities, including equity research, investment banking, and investor relations. Equally important, I've run corporate communications and public relations teams. Navigating governmental departments with competing missions requires collaborative communications to ensure that everyone understands that we are all rowing in the same direction. And I believe that impactful strategic communications can be as significant as generating 30% returns on an equity portfolio, which, by the way, the GERS was able to accomplish last year, which is pretty significant. How would broader Virgin Islands community even appreciate the outperformance of the organization if there wasn't an effective plan to communicate these outstanding results? If confirmed, I would bring all of these skills to the GERS board in partnership with the chairman of the board, Mr. Dane Qualwood, and the CEO and administrator of GERS, Mr. Angel Dawson. In my first 90 days, my goal is to dig deep and understand the operations of GERS, develop and foster relationships internally and externally, and observe the processes and controls that are currently in place. Only then, and subsequent to that period, will I become more active in making recommendations and sharing ideas with a focus on the following areas. Number one, ensuring rigorous internal processes with oversight. I think, for example, this could help limit unpaid contributions by any governmental agencies and ensure government employees are making contributions to the pension system immediately upon starting work. Two, incorporating a continuous improvement mindset. For example, going forward, I would recommend putting in place rigorous ROI or return on investment requirements for alternative investment projects outside of traditional securities like owning real estate. Higher risk profile require higher returns to receive investment, and real estate is an illiquid portfolio that limits our flexibility. 3, balance the needs of the organization versus the needs of the individual retiree. For example, there's a question around loans. Should GERS manage or limit the process around loans for retirees? Because there is an opportunity cost of investment being missed when we do make these loans. Second, along that same similar line of thinking, is affordable home ownership a mandate of GERS as they desire to own specific properties to allow for affordable affordable living for their retirees? Is that a mandate for GERS? Fourth, incessant focus on communications both internally and externally. For example, consistent communications to the governor's office and the legislature about the law that enables GERS to raise the government contribution percentage and GERS's intent to do so with a stated rationale would reduce any surprise around that mandate. Fifth, and lastly, uncompromising ethics and values, including sharing hard truths. For example, even given the heralded success of saving the GERS from insolvency, which both the GVI and the legislator have undertaken heroic efforts to do, there's still a funding shortfall that will need to be addressed in the coming years. And both sides, both the GERS and the GVI and legislature, need to find ways to compromise to fill this gap. I am ready to get involved, and with humility, I offer my candidacy to fill this seat on the GERS board because while I don't have all of the answers, I endeavor to be a major part of the solution. I thank you for your time and consideration and appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clarke. When I see individuals like yourself and an extensive resume, I like to say thank you for your willingness to serve on this very, very important board. As you know, we've had problems in the past of threats of insolvency of the GERS, and that really scares a lot of Virgin Islanders who have actually worked, ready to retire, and that may not be the case if there's problems with GERS. So we need strong individuals that can look out for us and to make sure that you're doing the right thing for the people, from investments to our loans that was not for the residents or for the retirees. No, for the individuals who work, the active employees, where they wasn't able to get a loan for years, now they are able to do so. First, I would like to, since we started late, I'll just go straight into our line of questioning, and I will say the order is Senator Bolkes, you are number 1. Senator Maurice James, you're 2. Senator Potter, the Vice Chair of Rules. Senator Franklin Johnson. Then Senator Gittins, 5. And Senator Carla Joseph, number 6. So, Senator Bolkes, you may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And good morning to our nominee, Mr. Tahmin. I hope I got that right. Clarke, good morning to you. I'd like to ask a few questions based on your testimony provided, of course. We've reviewed your resume and qualifications, but I wanted to ask a few questions based on your testimony. And
Sure.
You mentioned spending about 25 years in the investment community. And I wanted to know if you could provide some specific examples of how your experience in equity research, investment banking, or investor relations could equate or benefit the GERS board.
No, absolutely. So I have the requisite expertise in financial. My accreditations include being a chartered financial analyst, and which is one of the highest designations for people in portfolio management. And while I might not be active in, there's an analyst role in that, but I could help oversee our investments, make sure that we're properly, allocated in the right asset classes, making sure we're generating the right returns on investment, make sure our advisors are doing the right thing on behalf of the Virgin Islands people. That's on the financial side. But, additionally, I've worked, I kind of understand the interplay between, effective financial management, and there's also communication of that. I think that, for a lot of years, the people in the Virgin Islands community weren't aware necessarily of all the things that were going on with the GERS. And my focal point would be, making sure there's a mandate to have internal communications across governmental agencies, external communications with the Virgin Islands people, such that they understand what's going on specifically with the pension. And then we can address specific issues that they are concerned about, including, as Senator Capehart mentioned, the loan process and why we are being so dogmatic in our approach to whether or not we issue loans, both to existing employees as well as retirees. I think understanding that there's an opportunity cost associated with that loan is important, because while they pay in 8%, we could potentially earn 20 or 25%. And given the shortfall, we need to figure out ways to bridge that gap. And one of the ways that I think that we can ultimately bridge that gap is earning a higher return on the asset base that's within the portfolio. And for me, just having a broad awareness of investments, I will take a close look at the real estate side of things, because real estate is a illiquid investment that's uneasy to move. It's inflexible. And, I know that we're talking about different projects to revitalize areas under GERS's, under GERS's purview. We need to understand what that looks like in terms of impacting the overall portfolio fund. Is that the right move? Given the current climate of the economy. So all these things have a significant interplay. Having a broad economic and financial background like I do, I think I can bring all of that into advisory roles to help make sure we're making the best decisions for the people of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, well, thank you for your very thorough response. But there's no doubt that the qualifications are there. But let's get to
1 minute.
If not some or one of the issues at hand. And one of the issues at hand is the unpaid contributions by departments and agencies. It's an issue that continues to provide issues for the GERS system. As a board member, you would be responsible for trying to figure out what can be done to try to assure that these agencies and departments, contribute as they should. We've heard in the past different entities not submitting their payments on time, if not at all. What are some of the things that you believe as a board member that you would be able to propose or suggest, or any, because of your broad financial background, what are some of the things that you believe would actually work in trying to fix that issue?
I think it's definitely rigorous processes and oversight. And I even think systems are an important part of it. So I know for a fact that they're looking at upgrading the systems that we utilize at GERS. I'm hoping that part of the systems upgrade process could include access to the retirees and the governmental employees, such that we understand that these specific agencies are contributing on a timely basis. And if not, there are flags being raised to the GERS organization as well as the board to remediate those issues immediately, and really upgrading the communications internally from GERS with the governmental agencies.
Okay, but thank you for your responses. My time has been called. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkus, for your line of questioning. Now we'll go to Senator Maurice James. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Clarke. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Virgin Islanders. Good morning, all the nominees that are here today, those inside and outside. I want to begin, first of all, by saying to you, Mr. Clarke, that your resume is, in fact, impressive. I want to target on an issue that as has been arising over the last, I think, 10 years, where it's a trend now actually in the Virgin Islands government where young employees will work up to the 9th year and then flee from the government so that they can pull out their contributions to the system. How is that familiar to you, first of all, that has been happening, and how do we address that issue?
That wasn't a specific issue that was raised with me, but, particularly, I think that as long as they're paying in and making their contributions in a timely manner, and that's being reflected, and we're able to generate a return on their assets and investments during that time, I don't know what the specific rules and penalties are for that, but, that could be a potential change in how we look at our mandates with, the current governmental employees, making a mandatory window for how long they need to stay invested in the system before they can pull out their funds. It's something that I wasn't aware of, but that could be a potential solution such that it discourages people from, taking their funds and running. One thing, specifically, and why I talked about the loan issue earlier, is that the great thing about only issuing loans to current employees is that money is being deducted from their paychecks, so every month, so that they will be ultimately responsible for that. And if they do pick up and leave, that loan will have to be repaid before the full disbursement is made to them to get their funds. So we will still be made whole for that. But it's something that I would be willing to dig into to understand why that trend is occurring and how we could particularly address it.
Yeah, that's something that we need to stem from happening. I believe we need to do a little more research into why it's happening. I'm not going to speculate, but I do know that over the last few years, I have heard young employees who say, okay, fine, I'm pulling out. And then they may actually come back after a few years because they do not trust the system or the solvency of the system, so that when they're ready to retire, it's there for them to retire. So that's an issue that we need to resolve. One of the things you said in your testimony also was that we need to look at alternative investment projects rather than the traditional securities. What were you thinking of? Or
No, to be clear, I wanted to monitor closely some of the alternative investments that we have. I think as a portfolio, with specific pension, if you look at other how pension funds are run up in the States and other countries, they generally don't own hard real estate like we do with respect to the Haven site or land in particular countries. They are particularly focused on very specific asset classes, which include equity, which include bonds, and even some alternative investments in terms of, commodities like currency, gold, et cetera. But they don't actually physically own real estate. And given the real estate market and the illiquidity of that market,
1 minute.
It makes it hard for us to be dynamic and flexible in changing our investment strategy when we have assets tied up in an illiquid investment like real estate. So if we are going to invest in real estate going forward from a GERS perspective, we need to have a higher rate of return for those projects than we would traditionally get from equity investment, which last year the equity portfolio returned 30%, and in general the S&P market returned 24%. Real estate is a very hard market to judge, and before we endeavor to participate in further illiquid investments, we would have to justify that hurdle rate for me.
yeah, I see and I understand what your perspective, but I think part of it here is that our community sees real estate as safe,
Sure.
in their mind and they're risk averse, right? So
Time.
that that's why I'm happy to hear your perspective. My time has run out, but you do have
Sure.
my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator James, did you have an additional question?
Yes, I
I
did.
can
I
answer
have
your
one more.
question with respect to. No, I understand that real estate investments are safe. Absolutely. I think that there's two issues. One, when you're talking about having a shortfall of $1 billion over the over the next beyond 8 years, we need to figure out ways to kind of remediate that, such that we have solvency for a longer period of time. And the traditional equity investments, while they do carry a higher level of risk, they also carry a higher level of return. And if we're thinking about the long-term benefits for all of the plan participants and want to make sure that we're solvent beyond that, we have to make sure that we're taking calculated risks to fill that gap, or else we're going to be in an insolvency period anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just had one more.
Sure.
One jumped out at me, one statement you made, and that's where you, in number 4, where you talk about consistent communications about the law that enables GERS to raise the government contribution percentage.
Yep.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because of what's, our economy now, our fiscal status, let's put it that way right now. Can you expound on that a little more?
Yeah, no, understood. So basically, GRS has the ability, and I don't think they would do so frivolously. It's with the intent to address some of the liquidity issues that are currently being faced. We have outflows of $22 million monthly, but we're only getting receipts that are short of that. And given that expected continued shortfall, we have to do something to kind of fill that gap. And within the mandate, there's a rule that allows GRS to raise the percentage given by the government. It's not the ideal method. And I've heard that GRS has come and had discussions to try to incorporate some of these shortfalls during the budgetary process, so we wouldn't have to enact that mandate. But it gets to a point where ultimately, to provide solvency for the overall fund, increasing that percentage of contribution from the government might be necessary to maintain solvency.
Thank you, Mr. Clarke. And as I said before, you have my support. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the extra time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your line of questioning. Mr. Clarke, one thing I wanted to ask is, can you tell us what would be some of the controls or mechanisms in place to ensure that when first-time employees come into the Virgin Islands government, that they immediately start paying into GRS? And I think Senator Bulk has kind of touched it, that when I've put 30 plus years into the government and I'm ready to retire, and then I understand that the Virgin Islands government or the department did not pay in their share, so that creates a challenge for me now to retire. How can you make sure that there are controls in place, mechanisms in place to secure these employees that when you start working first day, that you start putting into GRS, that you don't come back 3 years later to tell me that, oh, you owe $8,000, or your government, the government department that you worked in did not pay in, so there's a challenge. Can you tell us some of your ideas?
No, absolutely. I think to not put a burden on the system initially, some of the stuff has to be manual, but there needs to be a manual tracking of incoming government employees into various departments, at least on a monthly basis. And once we have that manual reporting process, the GRS employees of the GRS can ensure that those employees are added to the contribution payroll, and make sure that they're contributing funds right away. ultimately, I think that the best evolution of that, or even revolution, given it probably have significant costs, will be a systems upgrade where it's not manual, but automatically from a systems perspective, once that person is entered onto payroll, that there's a flag that is set such that they're ultimately paying in right away. And then there's a check from the side of the GRS to ensure that that is occurring. So, and it's a similar concept from the governmental agencies paying their portion with respect to the employee. There needs to be, a manual reporting process to understand what's going on, how much they're paying in. Is it representative of the actual number of employees under their staff? And then in a manual way, people checking on both sides to make sure with each new hire that occurs. And then from a secondary and a more evolutionary perspective, investing in systems that can automatically check and send flags to the appropriate audit authorities to let them know that this is not happening. And if that's in place, it won't be years before that gets caught. It will be a month or two at most. And I think that those issues, so it is an investment, in systems, but I think that the ROI, the return on that investment will be significant because we won't have these shortfalls. We won't have to have these situations where, there's significant back pay that's required or lawsuits to, get funding from the governmental agencies.
Thank you for that. I just like that you have an idea already, a suggestion, so that's great. Now we'll go to Senator Milton Potter on the island of St. Thomas. You may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. A special good morning to our testifier before us today, Mr. Clarke. I am definitely very impressed with your resume, with your background, with your experience, and just how you're handling the questions that have been posed to you this morning. I'm very grateful that you accepted the challenge of agreeing to serve on this board. What would you see, just from your experience and from what you've been able to see so far in the short time that you've interacted with the GERS, what would you say is the most pressing challenges facing GERS, and how would you propose addressing them?
Yeah, no, I think clearly, if you look on a broader scale, the biggest challenge obviously is around the insolvency that is projected to occur in 2032. So I think it will have to be a collaborative effort between both the GERS and the legislature, specifically in combination with the governor's office, as to how to resolve that. I know from the GER side, our goal is to, continue to accelerate portfolio returns. I think as you look at the insolvency metric and what that looks like quantitatively out several years, they're basing it on an annual return of 8%. If we're able to successfully generate, 10+% returns for multiple years, we'll be able to fill some of that gap. I do think that, having understanding of, making sure that the governmental bodies are, when we ask for a rate increase in terms of support, that they're able to find that money and in budgetary processes. But I do feel like there should be at least a quarterly meeting where we bring in people from the legislature and people from the government office to specifically focus on the gap funding and how we're going to do that. And going forward, there needs to be substantive discussions and hard truths talked about in terms of how we get there. I think that there's always an angle where you're trying to appease everyone, but there are some difficult decisions that need to be made. And I always talk about balancing the benefits of the most for the benefits of the individual. And it's system-wide, the things that we need to do. I'll tell you specifically as an anecdote, my mother-in-law, before I came to testify, said, retirees need to have loans. And before I said, oh, that's a good idea. And then I found out more about the inner workings. Yes, you're paying me 8% on that loan, but I could be earning 25% on that money. Is what is that? That's good for the individual. That's not good for the system, right? So we need to balance the individual versus the system and have a collaborative effort between the GERS, and communications is my background. Strategic communications is my background. I think we need to incorporate that so that everybody feels they're on the same page together and moving in the same direction.
Can we invest our way out of this $1 billion gap? Is that something that we can invest?
No, I don't think that that's possible. I think that we can get a substantive part of the way there, absolutely. I do think that it will require additional funding from the government. I think that, quite frankly, modeling, when we got the RUM bond, modeling, 13.5 or 13.25% when we know that we're guaranteed 10.5% was a mistake. And now we're having to depend on getting that money retroactively from the government. So we're going to have to invest in lobby efforts to make sure that we do try to get, recoup a part of that retroactive money to work on solvency. But there needs to be incremental budget, because even when the bond was given, there was still a $1.2 billion gap in insolvency. And what we can do and have done is, made the newer retirees pay more into the system with the lower annuity, but we need to manage the process over the next decade or so to ensure that we can incrementally continue to move the needle forward.
I know you said that corporate communication is a strength of yours, and I'm excited about that. I know here in the territory, I believe that is one of our greatest deficiencies, not just a GRS per se, but just in general, that is a weakness that we have. What do you see? Is there anything glaring that you see that you would immediately improve in terms of, from a communication standpoint, internally, to stakeholders? Is this something that just immediately and glaring?
No, nothing immediately, but what I do want to make effective use of the GERS newsletter. I think that that's an important tool, making sure everyone is getting the communications and understanding the issues that the GERS is facing. It's funny, I was riding in with my mom today. She dropped me off, and she told me that on the radio there's this talk show where people from the administration's office get on and talk about the issues that are impacting the community and what they're doing to resolve it. I think GRS should take a role like that in a much more public forum and broadcast the message that they want to deliver to the broader community. I think that would be much more impactful. People will have a greater, a greater feel that they're aligned with the mission of what GERS is trying to accomplish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clarke. I wish we had some more time to delve into some more information, but I'm very impressed with your answers, your presentation, and what you bring to the table. At the appropriate time, I will definitely vote in the affirmative for your confirmation. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Senator Potter, did you have an additional question?
I do.
You may proceed.
In the spirit of the holidays, are you granting me an additional question or two?
This is holidays.
What changes, and you may have spoken about it generally, but I'm going to ask you just specifically, what changes or improvements do you believe are necessary for the GRS policies, and how would you implement those changes? Or maybe I should backtrack and ask you something different.
Sure.
Is there any thoughts to us shifting or changing the structure of the system? Right now we have a defined benefit pension strategy, a program, versus a defined contribution approach. I don't know if you have any thoughts about exploring any sort of shift from the system that we have now versus something else that might be more suitable.
I think given some of the changes that were already implemented, we are on the right track. Requiring new governmental employees to pay a higher percentage and with a slightly lower payout on the back end is one change that was innovative and I think puts us in the right position. I think the ratio of current government employees to retirees is almost 1-to-1, which works out from a beneficial perspective. I don't think there needs to be a systemic change. I think that there are things at the margin. There are portfolio allocation requirements that are set in stone that we cannot deviate from. With, the dynamic global nature of economy, things change very quickly. Geopolitical conflicts, wars, everything that happens on a global scale impacts the economy everywhere. If we have a little bit more individual freedom to move around those asset allocations that are kind of set in stone, we could do even more from an investment mandate perspective to kind of try to generate outsized returns to help with the insolvency situation. And I think that flexibility of, having more decision-making authority closer to the hub would be something that I would potentially look at. But of course, it's a law, so we'd have to work with the legislature to make it happen. But structurally, I think we're going in the right direction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clarke. Thank you very much for your generosity, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome. Mr. Clarke, I just wanted to ask, the Virgin Islands retirement system in the past has created some element of risk, let me call it that, where we have had some investments where it was not a wise decision. Tell us how you would proceed as a board member in any potential investment, looking at the investment returns, how it would be a higher rate of return, the percentages. Just tell us how you would proceed with this.
Yeah, let's look at a top-down approach to that. Specifically, I would look at the historical return for the investment advisor that we secure, that we choose to go with, and evaluate their sustained success in generating returns for the overall broader portfolio. So that's the first thing I would do. Then I would start to look at individual investments. I understand that they're starting to look into a haven site revitalization project. Again, my concern with real estate from a liquidity perspective is it limits our flexibility and our dynamic nature to allocate resources in a meaningful way to, positions or portfolios that will outperform. And if we make that kind of investment, what that type of return would look like. And so I always look at risk-adjusted return because to one of your earlier points, Virgin Islands are afraid of risk. And so if we are going to engage in a higher risk investment, there needs to be an associated higher return. So I typically look at portfolio performance over a 1, 3, 5 year period on a relative basis, because if we're generating 20%, that's great, but the S&P is generating 25%, then we're underperforming our benchmarks. So I would look on it on a relative basis. Then I start to look at the individual assets that we're contemplating investing in. And from that perspective, it gives me an idea of what that hurdle rate would look like, and making sure that, the people completing the analysis in GRS are factoring in the appropriate risk-reward profile for those individual investments. And that would be something that I would look very closely at if I was on the board.
Thank you for that. See, he got answer for everything, a solution. I just love it. Senator Franklin Johnson, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. And good morning to you, Mr. Clarke.
Good morning, sir.
I don't need 5 minutes with you. I don't. I'm very sincere about that. First of all, I would like to say thank you. Thank you for your willingness to serve and coming back to give back to the people of this territory. But just your resume and sitting here listening to the questioning from my colleagues and listening to your answer, the government surely did find a needle in a haystack.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
And I'm so glad to hear Virgin Islanders that have been abroad coming back willing to help to fix the Virgin Islands, especially in this, turmoil that we're in with GRS. And in the line of question one, my colleagues asked you a question of something. I think that was the only question that you didn't know, which was in regards to young Virgin Islands coming in and working for a few years and running before they mature investment. And if I'm right, I like your guidance in this. Most, if not all, 401k. If you take your money out before it matures, you pay a penalty. Am I correct to say that?
You're absolutely correct. Sometimes up to 40% of your investment.
And I sometimes it might sound harsh, but I think this is the way we definitely need to go to have them to be committed. And what's sad about that situation too, they'll take the money and run just to get money in their pocket, but then come back a couple of years to work in the government.
Yes.
So I think that's something I definitely would like for us to look into and see how we can try to work with that. I see you talk about your mom, and I don't think you're telling us the truth. I think today your mom is going to be honored here in the legislature with her name coming up, Miss Georgia Francis. Am I correct?
That's correct. In my prepared remarks, I talked about nepotism, and I didn't want to be associated with her in any way, so I try to distance myself.
This is far from nepotism.
Yes.
Your mother do her work.
Yes.
You are proving that you have done your work in going to school and preparing yourself. Far from nepotism, nothing close.
Agreed.
And you should be proud of your mom, and I'm quite sure your mom is proud of you in your accomplishment and what you have done throughout your career. So I'm not going to waste a lot of time here, but what I want to ask you is maybe a few questions. What is your current financial assessment of GRS? Because you seem like you have pretty much done your homework. So what's your current assessment of the GRS as we speak here?
Yeah, so from a financial perspective, I think that, in combination with the legislature and the governor's office, they have done a tremendous job of bridging what was an insurmountable gap and potentially insolvency in 2025 in facilitating the rum bond arrangement. I think that was significant. And if you look at any traditional system in like a social security system, et cetera, when you have issues of insolvency, the best approach is to continue to find short-term fixes to maintain the level of payout such that the current people in the system are continuing being rewarded for their payout while you search for long-term solutions to fix the structural issues of the system. And I think that the rum bond payout was, I don't want to call it a short-term solution because it added 7 years to the overall solvency of the system. I think that that's a great solution, but it still didn't completely fix the problem. But what I feel very strong about is that the changes that have been made recognize the problem, and they are making short-term fixes to continue to pay out benefits for the current people while working on a long-term solution. So ideally, I'd love it better if it were completely funded, but that's not the situation we're in. And I think that there will be some combination of outperformance plus some combination of work with collaboration with the government and the legislature to figure out opportunities to generate additional revenue that we can put into the system to ensure that we're solvent over the long term. But I do think we're on a good path.
Well, a follow-up question based on what you just said there with the rum cover. If Congress was supposed to give us that $13.50, about how many years more you think that would put onto the system?
Yeah, so I think right now, in terms of, even, underpayment from that, we're probably short of $100 million as it currently stands, just based on that amount. I do think that could add several $100 million over the life of the loan. So that will get us that much closer. If we add, portfolio outperformance plus ultimately getting that higher tax rate, on that at 13.25, I think we can get very close to solving the overall financial gap that we're seeing. So it's critical for us to continue to lobby on that effort to get that money retroactively, to continue to get payments from that. But I think once we get past a decade, the new tiered system will put us in a place where we have a much better trajectory out in the future. But that rum tax at the 13.25 is a critical part of it.
I want to say thank you very much for your willingness to serve. At the appropriate time, you definitely have my support. And don't be afraid to be proud of your mother, Miss Lan. No ever, don't ever.
We're very, very proud of her. It was a surprise to both of us, actually, that we are in the same rules committee block over the course of the day.
Yeah.
Ironically, she thought I came to testify on her behalf. I didn't even recognize that this was happening. It was just a wonderful coincidence, and I'm ultimately proud of her. She's been a pillar of this community for as long as I could remember, and so I'm very grateful.
God is good.
Yes.
Thank you again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson. Senator Carla Joseph.
A pleasant good day, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to, of course, our esteemed testifier here for the membership on the Government Employees Retirement Board. Also, a pleasant good day to my colleagues and the viewing and listening audience. I was listening intently to the conversation before and the questionings from my colleagues and your responses, Mr. Clarke. And I must admit, you are adamantly qualified for this position. And so I really want to commend, one, you for saying yes to the governor for this position on the board, as well as for the governor for seeking you out and whoever suggested your name for a position on the government employee retirement system. I just want to ask a couple of questions, and it's primarily surround your testimony where you mentioned the balance, the needs of the organization versus the needs of individual retirees.
Yes.
And you were talking about specifically real estate, and I heard that you mentioned extensively the inflexibility of real estate as an investment.
Yes.
One of the things that the GRS system has not done as far as loans is they have not begun to offer mortgage loans to its members, not retirees. Those are active members. What is your position on that?
Yeah, so that's the critical question, right? And I even asked about when they invested in land to try to create affordable homeownership for some of the retirees. Is that a mandate of the GRS? Because what we're trying to balance here is...
and just to interrupt you, I'm not looking at the retirees. I'm looking at active members, because affordable home ownership for teachers like your mother is critical, and for all of us. So talk about those who are active, because those who are retired, they may already have homes.
I'll say something slightly controversial here.
Okay.
I don't believe it's within the GRS mandate to provide home opportunities for even the current participants. And here's why I say that. There's an issue of balancing the individual need versus the need of the system. And the need of the system benefits the most people. And to create the solvency that the system needs, we need to have access to that capital to invest it in a way such that we can generate outsized returns to close the gap. And probably mortgage loans are some of the lowest returning rate potential loans that you can offer. If I'm going to offer affordable loan mortgages to my retirees, I don't want to charge significantly above what the market is charging. And that rate is about 7%. What I can return on an equity portfolio. Right now, the S&P returned 24% last year, and is scheduled to return 30% this year. Let's say I took $100 million of my portfolio and I allocated that to loans for existing government employees. That's $100 million that I could have earned 30% on, which is $30 million. And that could have contributed, that $30 million could have contributed to the shortfall that we have that will benefit the greater amount of good for the entire system versus that set of individuals that we
1
would.
minute.
So
Well, let me
controversial. You're balancing morality versus the benefit for the system.
Right, but let me ask you the same question. Isn't it the same? Can the same analogy that you brought forward relative to the finances be applied to the personal loans as well? Because
absolutely. It's the same concept, but personal loans play at a slightly higher rate. If I get a credit card loan, the interest rates for that range from 16 to 20 something percent. A personal loan be from 10 to 16. A mortgage is only paying out 6%. So personal loans are still below the threshold of what I could return on the market. And so I would love from a personal perspective, because I believe that teachers are truly deserving of an opportunity. I believe that everyone should have an affordable place to live. What I don't believe is that's the mandate of the GERS system. I think the government as a whole should be providing those solutions.
Madam Chair, if I may.
You may conclude.
I have another question I wanted to ask besides this one. I have two questions, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, you may.
I can hear your response, Madam Chair.
Yes, you may proceed.
Hello? Yes, Madam Chair, I didn't hear. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I have the personal loans that the GRS, just for your edification, is at 8%.
Yes.
I'm not sure how much the mortgage loans are now, or because they haven't been issuing those at any time. So I won't debate that any further, but it is, important for us to develop and look at it. But one of the pertinent questions I wanted to ask, because this has been asked by many of our constituency in the Virgin Islands who are not members of the GRS system and are in the private sector. What are your thoughts on expanding, or have you had any thoughts of expanding membership into the retirement system to those private sector business? We already have persons who are members of our health insurance group who are part of the private sector. What is your thoughts about expanding that to include the GRS system, to include persons who are in the private sector?
So I'm not sure I understand exactly the question, but I think you're related to if we would use private sector money to help fund, mortgage loans. No.
Let me just clarify it.
Sure.
All of the persons who are members within the GRS system, members, active or retirees, had to have been government employees.
Yes.
Whether they are from an instrumentality, etc. That's why it's called the government employees retirement system. However, there have been an increasing need, or some persons have indicated in the private sector now, not the federal, the private sector, that they would like to be able to join the GRS system. I was at a conference in 2018 when that was discussed by the former chair as well as the former administrator and CEO. What are your thoughts about looking at that? And would that help also with expanding the membership in the GRS, help with our insolvency, knowing that we're bringing in additional persons to be members within the system? Have you had any opportunity to look at that?
No, but it's a great question. And I can't talk about it from the legality perspective, but I can talk about it from the financial perspective. And that would absolutely be a potentially way to help extend the liquidity of the GER system. I think that that could be a solution that would work. It also depends upon the age of the average age of the potential person coming into the system. Because if they're closer to retirement and we're going to be withdrawing the funds in a short order, then that would negatively impact it. But if you're getting younger people from the private sector to invest, that absolutely would extend the liquidity and potentially be a help to the overall system from a financial perspective. I never considered that, but now that I'm processing it, I think that would potentially be a good idea. But I can't speak to the legality of if we can afford that opportunity to allow people in.
Okay, so that would be for us to delve into, but we would definitely need to see the analysis and look at those organizations who would be interested, because as you stated, if they're closer to retirement, that is not a win for us. Okay, yeah. So that is something we could always look at. Thank you so kindly for your candid responses. I appreciate you deeply, and I will be voting in your favor at the appropriate time.
I appreciate your questions. Very, very rigorous. Good. I appreciate them.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Bolkes, I would allow you to have your final question. Since I've allowed everyone leniency, I will also grant that to you. You may proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And Mr. Clarke, I wanted to ask you this last question. With your understanding of the current environment or the state of the government employee retirement system, what would you consider to be your top 3 priorities or even specific steps within the first 90 days per se in order to assist or of course be a functioning member of the board to find some sort of solutions to some of the things that you believe are ailing the system at this time? So what are your top 3 priorities?
No, understood. So let me first say that I completely believe in listening first. I'm new to this entity, and I'm still taking in a significant amount of information. So, my first, real goal is to delve deeply into the operational and organizational, details, such that I understand what is going on. I need to observe processes and controls that are currently in place. I think after that, I can, start to look at ideas and goals. But as I listed in my testimony, I think trying to avoid some of the pitfalls that we have in the past is, really surrounded around internal processes and oversight. And so I spoke to this a little bit earlier, making sure there's a manual process that, each government employee is accounted for in the system, is paying into the system, and their governmental agency, their respective governmental agency is matching. So I think we need to take a look at manual processes that could support that right away, and then evolve and have actual system implementation that will support that, because as we all know, systems will be more accurate than humans over time. Really incorporating a continuous improvement mindset. Like I said, I would evaluate all of the projects that are ongoing in terms of ROI decision-making, because we do have a gap. I want to make sure we're allocating our resources and investments in the right way to support outsized returns, to do everything in our power from our side to fill that gap. And since you just said 3, incessant communication, both internally and externally, both across GERS, across the legislature, across the GVI, and across the community, to ensure that they are aware of the GERS agenda and the things that we're doing to benefit all of Virgin Islanders. I think those would be my biggest things that I would work on and where I could contribute the most on day one.
Well, thank you so much for your very thorough responses. And as you know, the government employee retirement system is about almost 25% of the gross domestic profit of this entire territory. So it's a very important endeavor that you've set yourself upon, and I believe that you're more than capable to do the job. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome, Senator Bolkes. Colleagues, as you know, we have a long agenda, so I am ready to entertain a motion For Mr. Tahmin O. Clarke, do I hear a motion? I didn't discuss.
Madam Chair.
Senator Maurice C. James, you may proceed with your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the governor's nominee for the GERS Board of Trustees for the island of St. Thomas, Mr. Tahmin O. Clarke, sorry about that, be favorably approved by this committee. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Bolkes. Senator Potter? Did I hear?
I'll forward it to the full body.
And Senator Joseph? May I have roll call on the nomination?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr., Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James,
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nomination of Tahmin O. Clarke, board nominee for the U.S. Virgin Islands GERS Board of Trustees, St. Thomas District, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Clarke, I would allow you to say a few words. You have been voted upon favorably by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. You may say a few words before we dismiss you.
First off, I want to say thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for the great questions. It's been an honor to be here. This is my first time actually sitting in this seat and being in this office. It's a little bit overwhelming, but I appreciate the support of everyone here, and I look forward to getting to work for the people of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, thank you so much for your willingness to serve. I think you would be a great asset to the GRS board. I think the people of the Virgin Islands should be very happy to know that we have a qualified Virgin Islander willing to serve on this board, and we wish you the best. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Colleagues, we are now in Block 2. We have the Governor's nomination of Mr. Aubrey L. Ruan, Jr., Board nominee for the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission. Thank you for being here. At this time, I would ask for you to please stand and take the oath and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Ruan, thank you for your willingness to serve. The governor has been actually sending some good nominations down to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and I am pleased to have had the opportunity to have a discussion before today's meeting. And as I told you, I don't think you have a problem today, because based on your credentials and your experience, I think you would be a great asset to the Coastal Zone Management Commission, as I've been a former employee at the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, understanding the function of this commission. So I will ask at this time if you can please identify yourself. We just want to do a mic check and make sure the stenographer has your name on the record. She knows that she can hear you well. That's my clerk. You can't see the stenographer. They're probably on St. Thomas or behind the scenes. So if you can please state your name on the record, and then you may proceed with reading of your testimony.
My name is Aubrey Lionel Ruan, Jr. And good morning, Senator Diane Capehart, Chair of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, other members of the legislature present and listening, and the viewing audience. As I stated earlier, I am Aubrey Lionel Ruan, Jr., and I am grateful for the opportunity to be considered for this position, as well as the opportunity to serve the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands. I would first like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for being such an awesome God to me. Second, I would like to thank Governor Albert Bryan for his endorsement and nomination. Next, I would like to thank my family and friends who have supported me my entire life. Lastly, I would like to thank the men and women of the Virgin Islands National Guard who have challenged, supported, and shaped me into the leader I am today. In particularly, I take this opportunity to recognize my very good friend and comrade, Lieutenant Colonel David Canagator III, who lost his life in Iraq. But his memory still motivates me today to give back to the territory of the Virgin Islands and community of St. Croix. I still believe that the Virgin Islands National Guard, Army and Air, are the best agencies and organizations in the territory, and they provide the best return on the local funds invested in them. I also believe that the Virgin Islands National Guard gives the young people of the territory a solid opportunity to get an education, learn skills, and earn a career for a lifetime. This is the second time in my life to appear before this body. The first time was in 2003 when Governor Charles Turnbull nominated me to the Virgin Islands Museum and Veteran Memorial Board of Directors. It saddens me to report that nothing was achieved from this appointment. I have attempted for some time to use my expertise as a former commissioned officer, military engineer, and licensed draftsman, as well as my current expertise as a licensed construction contractor to assist the government of the Virgin Islands in any way possible. When I learned that the St. Croix Coastal Zone Management Committee was short on members, I saw an opportunity to give back to the territory. I will not attempt to impress you with what I know about the Coastal Zone Management Commission program or what it does. other than the fact that it ensures compliance with the various sections of the VI Code. I will, however, tell you that if selected, I will make myself fully familiar with what is required of me as a committee member and do my very best not only to contribute, but to recommend ways to improve the program. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the 31st Legislature for considering my nomination, and I look forward, if selected, to work with other existing members of the committee and attempt to make a difference for the people of the territory and for the island of St. Croix. Many of you senators who presently serve in this legislature know me personally, and some of you know me from my time serving with the Virgin Islands National Guard. Those of you that know me are aware that I am an independent thinker that is very mission-driven and motivated towards working with others. However, I don't totally agree with the idea of going along to get along. When issues go against what is illegal, immoral, or unethical, I stand on standards and what is right. I also want you to know that I will not work on Friday evenings or on Saturday due to my commitment to keep God's commandment and honor His holy Sabbath. I provide this information about myself so that you know where I stand and what I represent before you give me your vote of endorsement. Again, I say thanks for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you for your willingness to serve on this board. Colleagues, we would start with the line of questioning now. And Senator Bolquez, we would start with 3 minutes. If you need additional time, please let me know. Senator Bolquez, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to each and everyone again. And of course, good morning to our nominee, Mr. Ruan, Jr. Listen to your testimony, review your documents, and you definitely have the qualifications for the position. But I would like to follow up with a few questions. Specifically, what do you see as the most pressing issues for the coastal zone management right now, today? And how would you address them as a member of the body?
Well, like the previous representative and from my military experience, I don't ever go in expecting to make changes or implement goals. I go in expecting to learn the process, learn what the problems are, understand the processes and the procedures, and then evaluate them for a time. And then identify where the bottlenecks and the shortfalls are happening, and then after that, recommend changes to make it happen. So off the top of my head, I won't say that I know of any pressing issue other than the fact that you are short on members right now. I understand you're short on members on St. Croix. And that's one of the reasons I took the opportunity to volunteer to help.
Okay, very well, very well. I cannot say myself that I am aware of any specific issues, but obviously, you know, being that you're putting yourself up for the position, you may have been aware of some specific issue. And of course, they do, through the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, provide somewhat of information and testimony to us in some cases. So for most part, I'm hoping as a member that, you know, being transparent, of course, providing that information to this body is only going to benefit the coastal zone management. So can you also elaborate on any understanding of the VI code? Are you familiar with the VI code in the cases of coastal zone management and what the board is responsible for?
Let me tell you this, Senator. I've been trying to get on this board for almost 2 years. From the time I heard that there were shortfalls, I put my name up, I volunteered to come and help, and then I was given the information at the last minute of exactly what codes we're going to have to govern it, which is VI Code 12. But for me to tell you that I have done an elaborate evaluation like the previous guy that did GERS, he was in depth, he knew his stuff. I won't lie to tell you that I know everything, but I know the various codes that I have to be familiar with. In speaking to Senator Capehart earlier this week, we tried to identify what the bylaws of the committee are. I haven't been able to chase those down as yet and to understand the rules and so forth of the committee. Nevertheless, I promise you that I will chase them down and I will learn them, and I will definitely do my part to improve the program.
Okay, thank you, and I can appreciate that positive outlook. And you mentioned in your testimony that you would recommend ways to improve the program. Can you just share with us some of those, if a few, if at all, idea or two of how you would recommend to make the program better?
During my time with the military, especially with the National Guard, there is a process we used to call the Army of Excellence program, where you evaluate every process in your organization to see how well it's working. And when you find problems or bottlenecks in that evaluation process or procedure, then you come up with ideas on how to open that bottleneck, how to improve that process or procedure so that you make the entire organization move forward in a positive way. But before I can tell you specifically what I would recommend, I have to still go through that evaluation process.
Okay, that sounds like a SWOT application.
I'm a strategic planner as well.
Yeah, I can see that. I already got the update from my policy advisor. I know exactly what's going on.
Okay.
But my time has been called, and I want to thank you for putting yourself up for this very important position, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Maurice James. Senator Bolkes, you did get 4 minutes, by the way. And Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Ruan, Colonel Ruan.
Yes.
Tired. First of all, as I said to both you and the nominee for the Commissioner of Police, the Ving is in the house today.
That's correct.
Virgin Islands National Guard. And so, of course, I'm very familiar with both of you, and I have served with both of you. So I know very, very well how, who you are, I should say. One of the things that I am concerned about, and this is just a discussion really in terms of the fact that we're an island and we have coastal areas. How do we, and climate change. And of course, I know you're also a fisherman.
That's correct.
So you understand all the resources that we have here as people who live on islands. What do you see as some of the threats to our coastal areas?
Well, I have a lot of fishermen friends as well. And as you know, or you should know, we have a lot of threats as it relates to drug trafficking in the Virgin Islands, human trafficking in the Virgin Islands. I have some ideas on how we could solve some of the issues with the fishermen. For instance, I'll just give you a quick one. They usually used to put fads out there where the fishermen can go and fish from around the island. There are no fads right there right now. So a lot of the local fishermen are putting their own buoys out there, and then they're into, I don't want to say a fisherman war as to who should go on their buoy and fish and so forth and so on. But if we were supposed to put back those fads, government fads, that they can go and fish, we wouldn't have that confrontation between fishermen, number one. And then we can also further control how the fishing production is going in the Virgin Islands. As it relates to drug trafficking, that is something that we're going to have to work with the law enforcement agencies, Coast Guard, and other agencies to try to figure out a way how we can ensure that we control. Remember,
Well, I'll stop you there because that's a question for the next nominee.
Correct.
I want to focus you more on building within the coastal
All right.
zone.
Okay.
And the effect on the coastal areas because you would be granting permits
Correct.
to developers. And I think on St. Croix, perhaps maybe.
1 minute.
And not on St. John because of the territorial, because of the national park.
Correct.
Do you see any areas on St. Croix, specifically since you're going to be on a committee on St. Croix, that you feel we need to be careful about in terms of environmental, social impacts on those areas? And what would you, as a member of that committee, focus on in terms of development of in the areas, in the coastal areas?
One area in particular that I'm very concerned with is Grey Pond area. In the Grey Pond area, I understand that the pond inside now is secluded from the water outside. And I see that we should have kept the water, the access to the ocean coming in so that we can have
Time.
the environment in there thriving. And right now it's suffering. So areas like that where we need to improve, and I see that we fixed the one up here by Gallows Bay. You actually fixed the bridge where the water can get in and out. But they still need to dredge inside, because right now it's so shallow that the current can't get in and out like it used to before. So we probably need to go back and dredge that area so that the pond inside can get access in and out to the ocean. And that's one of the things that I see that we need to fix so that our ponds don't dry up, and then the life, that the sea life and the other life that actually thrive from those ponds are suffering because they don't have access to the sea. So that's one thing I think that we need to look at.
So are you going to be a committee member that's heavily focused on the environment?
Correct. Very much
Okay.
so. If we don't save the environment, our kids won't have anything in the future. So we need to definitely look at the environment and how to preserve the environment and keep it for generations to come.
How do you balance then economic development and environment?
That's a very good question.
Because the CZM committee is going to be the committee charged with issuing permits,
Correct.
right?
The thing that I see, remember, and I look at these things, and I see that there's always a challenge on St. Croix to accept new things. Remember the Beale deal when they
Right,
wanted to
I
build a
remember.
thing over there by Great Pond and how they had a big uproar about it? We have to look and evaluate what is, as the previous presenter said, what is best for the masses and not the individual. We know that investors want to come in here, they want to build stuff and they want to make money, but is that going to help us as a territory, as a people? And we have to weigh the difference, and we have to look at the way they're constructing whatever they want to build and see the impact it's going to have on our environment. So definitely we have to do some serious evaluation, and I'm sure that the other committee members are going to work with me to try to find out the balance that we need to make that happen correctly.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator James. When I think about CZM Commission, you would be responsible for looking at major permits. I can't remember if you do minor permits also. So the major and the minor applications that would come through the commission. I think with your construction expertise, with your experience as a fisherman, I think you would be a great asset. But one of the things that I've been seeing in our territory, particularly on the island of St. Croix, where the Open Shore Act, which speaks as the do's and the don'ts, and there's been a lot of building on our shorelines, preventing our residents to access to our beaches, which has created some very controversial issues in the past. And these are some of the things, as you go on the board, that I hope that you can look into it, even having communication with a senator if there needs to be an amendment from the commission, a suggestion saying, hey, I reviewed this act and there needs to be improvements on ABC. So I'm depending on you to do that, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Here's what I'll tell you that I've learned already. Because I tell you, I have a lot of local fishermen friends, and it's getting to a point now where some of the landowners not only don't want you to come to the beach, but if you come by boat to the beach to catch fry or sprat or bait, they're shouting at you from the land, telling you, you can't come here to fish, you can't get bait, and so forth and so on. So it's escalating. It's not just that you can't get access to the beach anymore. You can't even come from the seawater to get access to the beach. So before we have an issue or an event where some kind of violence happened, because it's getting to the point where some of them are telling them, well, if you want to stop me, come on down and stop me, and so forth and so on. So it's going to have a confrontation sooner or later. So these are things that we need to look at on the commission to see how we can find a solution to having access to the beach, as well as allowing the fishermen to come in and get bait so that they don't have a confrontation with landowners and then it escalates into some type of violence. So definitely, I will be looking at that, and I would be trying to figure out the solution with all in mind so that everybody is a win-win for everybody.
Great. At this time, I think Senator Potter, you may proceed with 4 minutes on the island of St. Thomas. Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to say good morning to you, Mr. Ruan, and thank you for your willingness to serve on this very important board. I wanted to ask you what your understanding is as to what will be expected of you as a member of the CZM board.
I expect that they need members to come on board that have a good understanding of the issues and problems that's impacting the program. They expect you to come on board to learn the codes that we have to enforce, to learn the do's and don'ts of what you should and should not do as you implement this program. And as I said earlier, I was recently just appointed, and I'm not very familiar with all the codes, but I'll take my time and I'll review them, and I'll look at the situations that I just expressed to Senator Capehart as it relates to the shoreline and having access to the shoreline and how far people are billing out. Because I drive around in a boat and I see people billing right up to the seawater. I mean, they can just basically step off of their step and just jump in the water. I've never actually agreed with that. I don't think that should be done. But for some reason, these people were able to get some kind of permit to be able to bill right up to the shoreline. I don't think it's very smart either, because you know we have a lot of hurricanes that come through here. And for you to build your home right up to the seawater and then every couple of years have to repair it because the seawater and the hurricane destroy your home, it's not smart to me. It's like throwing water into the ocean, if you ask me. But I expect to be a team player. I expect to go on there, learn what it is we do, I'm supposed to do, work with others, and then find solutions for not only for the territory, but specifically for the island of St. Croix.
Yeah, I appreciate that. What do you say, based on the vast years of experience and pretty much have a very versatile background, what would you say is the single greatest attribute that you possess, that you would bring to the table, that make you an asset to the board?
That's a good question. Other than military experience, other than the awareness of being a fisherman and a farmer and the environment, I think being an independent thinker gives a lot to the board, because I find that I know this is politics, and you have your Democrat and your Republican parties, and you have various parties and cliques and everything. I try to stay away from cliques and parties, and I try to be an independent thinker and see, the old cliche, think outside the box and find ways that we all can have a solution that we can agree to and that everybody can live with. And that's what I found. The other thing is, I realized that you'll never please everybody. In my 30-some years in the military as the facility management officer, I realized that if you can get 50 to 60% of the people satisfied, you're doing a good job. But you'll never satisfy everyone. So my goal is to at least get 60, 65% of the masses satisfied in what needs to be done.
You're a wise man. Definitely cannot please everybody, that's for sure.
Time.
How do you plan, Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up my last question.
You may proceed.
How do you plan to, sorry.
Go
How do you
ahead,
plan
Senator.
to engage, just in terms of communication with the stakeholders, with community stakeholders? I know communication is really something that I mentioned to the previous nominee. It's something that is a weakness of ours as a community, as a government. And how do you plan to engage local communities and stakeholders in just this whole decision-making process regarding coastal management issues? How can we get the community engaged and involved?
I see that as a challenging problem, Senator, and I'll tell you why. The stakeholders and the residents of the territory have different levels of education and levels of understanding. So you have to reach out to each level to be able to bring them up to understanding what the challenges are. And let me tell you, we have, and I don't mean to belittle anyone, but there's some fishermen that haven't gone far in school, but they know how to fish. Their education level is not high. So you have to find a way to break it down to them and bring them in a meeting where you can sit down, if they're willing to come, and discuss with them at their level what the challenges are. There's other people that you can send out in the media, you can put it out on whether Facebook or whatever media platform that you have, and they can read it and understand. But some people you're going to have to sit down with them, find them where they are, and try to educate them on the challenges that we have in the coastal zone management program.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ruan. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for your line of questioning. At this time, Senator Franklin Johnson, you may proceed with 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Ruan. How are you doing today?
How are you doing all right, Senator Johnson? I'm doing okay.
Long time I didn't see you, so it's always a pleasure to see you, and I also say thank you for your willingness to serve.
That's true.
I want to ask you a few questions here. Are you familiar with or did you participate in the recent land and water use plan activities on the island of St. Croix?
Negative, I did not.
Did you know about it? Were you aware about it?
I don't want to say that I'm not aware of it. I believe I saw an email that came across of the opportunity to do so, but the truth is, Senator Johnson, I'm very occupied right now, and sometimes when they plan these meetings that you're supposed to come to, I have other obligations, so I wasn't able to attend.
Now, with saying that to me, are you going to have time to, be here when these board meetings are called? Because now, I know you're a retiree, but you're coming out because you said this is something that you want to do and give back.
That's correct.
Would you be finding the time to take part in these meetings?
Yes, I will find the time. If I volunteer, I'm a military person. If I make an oath, I keep it.
And now in the line of questioning, you were talking about these buoys. I think you're not emphasizing what needs to be emphasized about them. With individuals just putting on buoy on their own, it risks damaging the reefs. I think that's the line that you were trying to explain when versus the government finding these locations to put the buoys.
Both. The fact that they're putting them down, yes, they can be damaging the coral under the sea, but they're doing that to be able to attract fish so that they can fish, so that they can catch fish. As you know, anything floating in the water attracts small fish, and they go up underneath it, and then the bigger fish come, and then the bigger fish come, so it attracts a lot of fish. But not only are they damaging the thing under the water, it's a responsibility, as far as I understand, for DPNR and other agencies in our territory to put FADs out there to assist the fishermen. When these fishermen go out there and they put their own FADs, and they get in conflict one with each other because now I put one down, I spend the money, and I put one down, and I got it out there, and I'm catching fish, and then you find out that I have it over there, and then you start to fish, and then we get into a conflict because you didn't put anything into the money that was used to establish that buoy. So now we get into a conflict, and this is what's happening right now, Senator. So I'm saying we need to fix it so that it doesn't get violent or it doesn't get into some kind of conflict between fishermen. So by putting it down officially as a government agency, you put the FAD out there, it's down officially by the government, there's no issue with it being installed. When you go and allow other people to do it on their own, we run into all kind of conflict that we don't need.
I appreciate your kindness, and you said that you didn't really actually go and research like how Mr. Clarke did, and it's important that when you come to these hearing that you do that, because people want to know all that the information and knowledge you have in regards to the position that we are nominating you for, and you have a well-in-depth experience and knowledge in the construction phase, and being that knowledge of a fisherman, we're talking about our coastal zone and the erosion. Are you aware of the erosion of the, especially on the south shore of the island?
I'm aware of the erosion around the island, yes. I'm aware of damage being done every time we have a hurricane or every time we have high winds. I see the damage that's happening. And I also see the fact that we're not doing enough to secure our shorelines and to protect our shorelines. So as a member, that's one of my priorities. I think we would have to look at how we can preserve our shorelines. As I mentioned earlier, Grey Pond is completely closed off right now from the sea. And we need to look at some way to open up that channel where the water can go back into Grey Pond and have it refurbish itself. We are neglecting our shoreline, we are neglecting our environment, and we need to find ways to fix that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much again, Mr. Ruan, for your willingness to serve. All right?
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Mr. Ruan, you mentioned something that really is interesting to me, which I didn't know that existed at the Great Pond area, and where fresh water meets the salt water. It's called saltwater intrusion, and this is something that happens naturally. And here it is, our habitat is being impacted if there's no water. So I think, further discussion needs to be had with all the different entities that may play a role into that. I don't know if the Army Corps of Engineers would have to be a part of that, because you're talking about dredging. So that's pretty interesting that that's occurring. But something that we cannot do, but we can help with best management practices, as you would be reviewing these, as I said, major and minor applications that come into CZM, this is where you would be reviewing in Tier 1 all the activities that's happening, because in Tier 1, they're more stringent best management practices than what happens in Tier 2.
That's correct.
So, certain things that we can't even control because it's just global warming is in full effect. And you, as a commission, you just now have to put on your construction hat and look at, suggestions maybe for better best management practices to preserve our natural resources on the shoreline. I'm confident that you would do a good job, even though you may not know the VI code on the back of your hand. You may not know, we have not been able to put our hands on the bylaws or whatever rules that govern this commission, but I know that you would be capable of doing this job. At this time, I think Senator Carla Joseph, you now can proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to you, Mr. Ruan.
Good
How
day
are
to
you
you,
doing
Senator.
today?
I'm doing well.
Good to see you. I read your questionnaire with some interest. I see that you have been very much involved in the community in St. Croix. Also, I see that, and I noted in your introduction that you also are an active member of the St. Croix Seventh-day Adventist Church and the school building committee, and you're vice president. Are you still vice president of the Virgin Islands National Guard Association?
That's correct. The truth of the matter is, Mr. Beresford Edwards, who's the president, has been there for 12 years, and he kind of twisted my arm to come and help him out. So sometime probably next year, we're going to probably make me the president. And he's going to step down.
So you're going to have a lot more going on, and you're a member of the American Legion Post 85?
That's correct.
Okay, so my question, so we could say that you have had capacity to lead. So what I'm going to do is try to extrapolate from you your capacity to actually be a member of this board, given that you have already exposed that you don't know too much about the CZM rules and regulations, and you have not participated or attended any of the town hall meetings on the crafting and giving input to the comprehensive land and water use plan that is being currently worked on and is still out for further comment. I will urge you to definitely try to bring yourself up to speed. Are you familiar with Miss May Adams Cornwall?
Yes, I know her.
Okay, good. She is a very good teacher. She is also a member of the board of the commission, the CZM commission, if you weren't aware. She's very good at teaching. She taught me. So I really would encourage you to get with her and also to have a discussion. Now on to that part, what I mentioned to extrapolate. You have been in the construction business for how many years, Mr. Ruan?
I've had my construction license for sometimes even when I was in the National Guard, but I put it on hold until I got into retirement, and then I went and I reactivated it. It's been I would say close to like 20 years between when I started and when I reactivated.
That's sufficient. Have you, because that is what is going to be needed on this board. We're going to have to be able to bring the construction contractor's perspective on this board. And if you have been in business for 20 years as a construction contractor, as one of my colleagues mentioned, there is that balance between economic development and conservation and preservation that you're going to have to work with. And to bring the construction contractor perspective in it is what is required. Have you had opportunities to work in areas where you have coastal zone during your time? where you had to go through that permitting process, Mr. Ruan?
I never had to in-depth go through the process because I never actually did construction down on the seawater. I don't think it's wise to actually build so close to the water, number one. And usually, most of my experience is with construction and facility management with the National Guard. All the facilities that you see, St. Croix, St. Thomas, for the National Guard, I was the individual who actually worked on getting the contracts, getting the facilities built and awarded through the government of the Virgin Islands, and then built for the National Guard. And then once built, I had to maintain them.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I heard my time call. Madam Chair, I do want to ask about 2 follow-up questions, if I may.
Please be mindful, we have another nomination, and you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your leniency. So in those developments that you did for the National Guard, were you able to put in mitigation mechanisms that would limit the impact of the construction or the development on the environment, limit the adverse impact?
That's correct. Not only adverse impact to the environment, we also had to meet a requirement for energy, our energy requirements, so that we keep our footprint down on using too much energy. So the federal government who governs... Go ahead with the environment.
Just talk about the environmental impact, because that's where you're going to be working.
That's correct. The federal government definitely have stricter rules for environment and energy than the local government, and we had to meet all those requirements.
Okay, and this is my final question. So you're familiar with putting in the sediment fences and the like, so that the runoff from the construction doesn't go into our bays and the like, correct?
That's correct.
And the sediment control. Okay, that's fine with me. I will be supporting you, your nomination, because although you may not have all of the theoretical understanding, you are more of the practical, and sometimes that is what is needed. But you definitely need to read up on the law so that you are very familiar with some of what is written in law. Okay?
Yes,
Thank
Senator.
you so much, Madam Chair, for your leniency.
Guidance.
You are welcome, Senator Joseph. Colleagues, this concludes our line of questioning in our first round. Does anyone have any other burning questions they would like to ask at this time? I would say you can have this opportunity, or I am ready to entertain a motion. And motion, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Mr. Aubrey L. Ruan Jr., the governor's nominee for the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission as a member for the island of St. Croix, be approved by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Potter, and Senator Bolkes. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call on the nomination?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nomination of Mr. Aubrey L. Ruan Jr. board nominee for the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Well, Mr. Ruan, you have passed the big hurdle of, or one of the hurdles of the Rules and Judiciary, where you've been voted upon favorably, and on session next week, the full body would vote on your nomination. I would like to give you this opportunity to say a few closing words, and then we will go into recess.
I would like to thank you for your vote of confidence, and I will not disappoint you. I will do due diligence in learning what I need to learn and evaluating what I need to evaluate and make strong recommendations on how to improve the entire program. Thank you so much again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and
thank
again,
you
thank you for your, you're welcome.
Me.
Again, thank you for your willingness to serve, and this commission is important to me as I look at myself as a steward of this environment. I am confident that you would do the work and do it diligently for the people of the Virgin Islands. The committee, before I conclude and go into recess, Madam Clerk, do you have any correspondence that we would need to read into the record?
Yes, we received one from Senator Gittins.
Please proceed with the reading.
Honorable Diane T. Capehart, Chairwoman, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Golden Rock, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Senator Capehart, please excuse me from the remainder of today's Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing as I must leave to address an urgent medical issue. I note the importance of the agenda items and I ask that any new information be forwarded to my office. I thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We shall excuse Senator Gittins from the rest of today's rules meetings. At this time, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Colleagues, we are now in block number 3. We have the governor's nomination of Mr. Mario Brooks, Commissioner Nominee for the Virgin Islands Police Department. Welcome. And at this time, Acting Commissioner, I would ask you to please stand and raise your right hand so you can take the oath. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Mario M. Brooks, you've been acting in this position for a while. I know Virgin Islands Police Department, you eat, sleep, and drink. And thank you for accepting this nomination. And before we start our line of questioning, first I will ask you to say your name on the record, make sure that we can hear you clearly on the mic. You state your name, and then you can proceed into the reading of your testimony.
Good morning, Senator. My name is Mario M. Brooks.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Chairwoman Diane T. Capehart, Chair of the 35th Legislature, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, honorable members of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, non-committee members present, the amazing, resilient staff and members of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and to the listening and viewing audience. Yes.
If you can probably move a little more in front, right? Let's see if we can hear you a little better.
Thank you. Better?
Proceed.
Awesome. It is both a profound honor and a humbling privilege to appear before you today as the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr.'s nominee for the position of Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department. My name is Mario M. Brooks, and I appear before you with deep gratitude for the trust and confidence placed in me to lead this vital institution that serves as a cornerstone of public safety in our community. I assure you that if confirmed, I will work cooperatively with all 3 branches of government and the public on issues that impact our community. My ultimate goal is to create a safer Virgin Islands for all. First and foremost, I want to express my profound gratitude to God Almighty for granting me the grace, strength, and perseverance to reach this pivotal moment in my life. I'm deeply appreciative of Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Honorable Lieutenant Governor Trijanja Roach for placing their trust and confidence in me to lead the Virgin Islands Police Department. Their faith in my ability to serve in this capacity is humbling and inspiring. As a proud 30-year veteran of this department, my journey has been profoundly shaped by the unwavering love and encouragement of my family and close friends. I owe a special debt of gratitude to my late grandmother Beatrice, my dearly departed mother Joyce, and my aunt Edith, 3 extraordinary women who have instilled in me the enduring values of hard work, discipline, and steadfast focus. Their wisdom and guidance have laid the foundation for my professional success and personal growth. I'm also eternally grateful to my princesses, Diana and Denny, who inspire me to strive for excellence and motivate me to work tirelessly to make the United States Virgin Islands a place we can all be proud to call home. It is my incredible circle of family and loved ones. Thank you for always believing in me. Your love, sacrifices, and guidance have poured into my life and have shaped my path. I am blessed to be part of a family that values commitment, dedication, and respect. Your support means the world to me, and I am forever grateful for your role in my journey. My family, you are my rock and my reason to serve. A native of the United States Virgin Islands, I was born on the island of St. Thomas. My early education occurred at the Corinth Terrace Elementary School and the Lockhart Elementary School. After the untimely passing of my late uncle, Roland Brooks, with whom I resided, I transitioned from St. Thomas to the island of Anguilla, where I resided with my grandparents, Jacob and Beatrice Brooks. Eventually, I moved to Miami, Florida, where I resided with extended family and completed my high school. My value, pursuit of higher education, and a love for home guided me back to St. Thomas, where I enrolled and attended the University of the Virgin Islands. There I completed an associate's degree in police science and administration and a bachelor's degree in psychology, followed by a master's degree in business and organizational security management from the George H. Croix School of Business and Technology. During the time I attended the University of the Virgin Islands, I also enlisted in the Virgin Islands Army National Guard at the command of my Aunt Edith. Upon completing basic combat training, I returned home where I remained an active member of that service today. As an enlisted soldier, I was deployed in 2003 to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. The training I received in the Army was continuous, focused, and preparing the soldier to lead at every level within the Army. Shortly after returning home after my initial deployment, I made a decision to continue my military career as a commissioned officer. It was during those numerous officer leadership courses that I realized the leadership schools the military mandated for leaders as a requirement to advance at all levels could also provide me with the skills I needed to be an effective commander in our police department. 2008 was quite a busy year as I was promoted to sergeant in the Virgin Islands Police Department and second lieutenant in the Virgin Islands Army National Guard. I attributed much of my leadership style to some of those courses, both military and civilian, that I've received over the years. In 2008, after completing officer candidate school and the subsequent basic officer courses, I again deployed overseas to Kosovo. This time, my position as the unit's executive officer exposed me to executive level leadership. I was responsible for planning and overseeing the daily operations of the unit. I subsequently took command of the unit while on deployment and was responsible for the successful redeployment back to the Virgin Islands. Upon successful completion of that mission, we redeployed back to the Virgin Islands in 2010. I returned to the VIPD where I was appointed commander of the Special Response Team. Then under Commissioner Delroy Richards, I was reassigned from the Special Operations Bureau to the Criminal Intelligence Unit as a commander. By this time, I was now the commander of the Special Response Team, the Marine Unit, and the Criminal Intelligence Unit simultaneously. I was also assigned the additional duty of the department's Interpol liaison and one of 3 Department of Defense Law Enforcement Support Office coordinators. During my time in command of those units, we acquired a marine vessel for the St. Thomas-St. John district, the first vessel for that district in over 10 years. The Special Response Team added 11 nationally certified tactical operators territorially upon graduation from the GTI, or Government Training Institute. And the Criminal Intelligence Unit detectives received training and were FLETC certified in mobile device investigations. As commander of these units, I prioritized ensuring our personnel received the necessary training and equipment needed to meet national standards. With the support of former Commissioner Richards, I was able to implement several joint operations, both land and marine-based. In the aftermath of the devastating 2017 hurricanes, Commissioner Richards assigned me then to work with then Territorial Police Chief of Police Winsbott McFarlane as a liaison to the Virgin Islands National Guard. My responsibilities included planning and coordinating joint missions and transportation for the VIPD and equipment between the islands to include the British Virgin Islands. While we focused on securing the territory, we also supported our colleagues in the BVI. This, of course, led to long hours for all territorial law enforcement personnel directly assigned to the VIPD. With the arrival of multiple support law enforcement agencies and state active duty and Title 32 personnel into the territory as a result of the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, or EMAC, we could finally conduct personal assessments of our homes, property, and extended family and friends. This required careful coordination, and given the limited communication capabilities at the time, nonetheless, my objectives were clearly outlined by the Commissioner, and that task was completed. In 2020, I was promoted to Assistant Commissioner, and just as I had done in my previous positions, I hit the ground running. In this new role, I immediately began working to support the Commissioner's long-term strategic plan, which focused on addressing community concerns and enhancing the professional skills of our officers. This remains our core mission today. Over the past 4 years, I've seen the department grow into a much more resilient, battle-tested, and competent force. Despite hurricanes, a pandemic, and persistent staffing shortages, we continue to serve our community. I encourage our sworn and civilian personnel, particularly the younger personnel, to continue pursuing higher education. I am a major supporter of our personnel pursuing degrees using programs such as the Career Incentive Program, of which I am a proud recipient. Our personnel prioritizing self-improvement only enhances the capabilities of our department. For example, I am an active member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, an active member of the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, and an active member of the Association of Caribbean Commissioners of Police, as well as I currently serve on several oversight boards. My early experiences in both military and civilian law enforcement, along with my current endeavors, have aided greatly in the building of the foundation of my deep understanding of the Virgin Islands Police Department. These experiences have profoundly shaped my leadership style and informed my vision for the department's future. Before I share my vision, I would like to ensure that everyone listening today clearly understands the department's responsibilities and jurisdiction. The Virgin Islands Police Department began as a Department of Public Safety many years ago. Today, it is a regulatory agency with several revenue-generating divisions establishing under the Virgin Islands Code, Title 23, Chapter 1. The VIPD derives most of its operational authority from the Virgin Islands Code, with key sections coming from Title 5, which governs public health and safety, Title 14, which covers criminal offenses and the associated penalties, and Title 19, which outlines criminal offenses and penalties. Finally, Title 23 defines public safety responsibilities, which include public police duties, emergency management, and disaster response. VIPD collaborates with neighboring Caribbean jurisdictions and federal entities under mutual aid agreements, particularly in addressing cross-border crimes like human trafficking and drug smuggling. There are two main divisions within the department, and they are the Office of the Police Commissioner. Of course, the Office of the Police Commissioner is responsible for the overall leadership, management, planning, and supervision of the department so that it may effectively carry out its mission. The organization of the police force of the Virgin Islands within the U.S. Virgin Islands Police Department shall be in accordance with rules and regulations promulgated by the Police Commissioner and approved by the Governor. The Office of the Police Commissioner retains a legal division. This division is responsible for providing in-house legal advice to the Commissioner and the Department, including contracts, policies, procedures, implementing rules and regulations, and representing the Department with legal matters. The Fiscal Office, Planning and Research, Communications, Internal Affairs, the Training Academy, and Information Technology all also fall under the Office of the Police Commissioner. The Office of the Chief of Police is responsible for all enforcement operations of the department, which includes divisions such as the Patrol Division, Traffic, Criminal Investigations, Marine, and Intelligence. The police chief directly commands and oversees these divisions and provides all resources for the senior leaders at the operational level to perform their duties efficiently and professionally. Since assuming the role of acting commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, I have engaged with senior staff on ways to streamline our practices, reviewed policies, and executed an overtime reduction initiative. The department is constantly evaluated by way of the consent decree. However, I do stress that as managers, we must evaluate our policies and procedures regularly and make adjustments when and where needed. Recently, we achieved substantial compliance in training and citizen complaints, and we remain with 3 outstanding paragraphs: 1 use of force, 1 timeliness, and 1 patterns and trends. It is our goal to achieve compliance with the remaining paragraph, thereby clearing the department from the consent decree. The Virgin Islands Police Department is home to a dedicated and knowledgeable staff, and many of whom have devoted their careers to serving this community. Regarding our online presence, our official website, we decided to take the website down due to poor management and lack of timely updates. Since then, we have partnered with a new vendor and are on track to launch a new and improved VIPD website within the next 60 days. Our ultimate goal is to provide the community with convenient online services, such as requesting and purchasing reports directly through the website. We have made significant progress in this area through a recent collaboration with Carfax. Thanks to this partnership, you can now access and download a copy of a traffic accident report via the Carfax app or their website. We are also focused on reducing the time it takes for those reports to be available, as this has been a major concern for many. This is just the beginning of our commitment to enhancing accessibility and convenience for the community. Another notable area where we have seen improvement is the Spillman system. The Spillman system is a comprehensive case management system that, when properly utilized, can support seamless integration across multiple agencies. It is our goal to have all local law enforcement agencies trained and connected to this system. This integration will provide a seamless collection of all reports, providing the community with the swift service they deserve. Our territory is no stranger to trauma and trauma-related experiences. From hurricanes of 2017 to the pandemic, to gang and gun-related violence, to the ongoing challenges of living, including family and job-related stress. The mental health of the Virgin Islands Police Department is of the utmost importance to me. In my role as Commissioner, I will ensure that the department receives training and support identification of mental health presentation, counseling to include post-violent counseling intervention and other therapeutic interventions to support the well-being of our sworn and non-sworn personnel, as well as our staff. I believe that a mentally stable department will correlate into a mentally stable community where we are able to provide not only the physical security to the residents of the Virgin Islands, but also ensure to lead with empathy. As such, it is my determination to champion the cause by announcing the importance of good and stable mental health for the department and the community at large. Our patrol officers are the pulse of this department. Their presence throughout the community results in enhanced relationships and crime deterrent. At the top of the list of short-term goals is the intent to reduce our overtime expenditures by 30% by adjusting staffing levels through peak periods, implementing efficient scheduling practices, for example, utilizing federal programs and initiatives, and adjusting to flexible work arrangements, addressing specific reasons for overtime, and monitor progress and adjust strategies as needed. While this is an aggressive goal, I'm confident that we will reduce our overtime expenditures while having the ability to deploy more uniformed personnel into the community where they are most needed. Accountability is the key, and we must utilize effective management to ensure that we are holding all within our authority accountable to the duties we have all sworn to serve and protect for the people of this territory. We conducted a thorough evaluation of the current structure of the patrol operations across the commands. As a result, we are moving forward with plans to establish a centralized command center to oversee dispatch, resource allocation, and incident response. This center will also standardize communication protocols and procedures for all patrol units, ensuring that there's a more cohesive and effective approach. Additionally, we will implement data-driven strategies to guide patrol operations, enhancing the efficiency and impact. While I'm confident that this strategy will be successful, I do see the need to increase our presence, which requires having more officers on the police force, which will result in greater visibility and connectivity to the community. Please note that I fully support the feasibility of having other departments' law enforcement officers assigned to VIPD to augment our patrol resources. It is not a secret that police departments nationwide are critically understaffed, and it poses a serious challenge to the safety of officers and the community. The VIPD is no exception. To combat this, I will use a two-pronged approach. I intend to lead the VIPD in continuing to invest in technology, integrated dispatch software to enhance real-time information sharing among officers. Our investment in technology, which is the integrated dispatch software, drone as a first responder program, and others, will be utilized to enhance real-time information sharing among officers, and this will take shape shortly by launching of our 2 real-time information centers. Both locations have been identified and the final build-out plans are underway. As we prioritize the remaining components of the real-time information center project, we'll allocate necessary resources, financial, personnel, and equipment to expedite their implementation. We will collaborate with relevant agencies to integrate these systems seamlessly and regularly assess the effectiveness of the RTIC and make adjustments as needed based on the feedback and performance metrics. I will also work with Human Resources Department to engage in a more robust recruitment initiative, which will include community engagement, partnering with UVI, the high schools, the Department of Sports, Park and Recreations to promote careers within the department and utilize innovative advertising that improves our reputation and enhances the organization brand, and find ways to further simplify the hiring process. Every branch and agency that constitute the governing bodies of the Virgin Islands plays a vital role in building a Virgin Islands that we all can be proud of, one that not only endures but thrives for generations to come. As Commissioner, I pledge to lead by example with empathy and demonstrate fairness in both word and deed. I will hold myself and my team accountable, prioritizing transparency to drive improvement. I will confront challenges head-on, approaching them with a creative and solution-oriented mindset. I will foster an environment of open communication, empowering the VIPD team. Again, I am grateful to the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Lieutenant Governor Tridenda Roach for this nomination as Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department. I also thank Senator Diane Capehart, Chairwoman of the Committee of the Rules and Judiciary, and this body for allowing me to share my background, assessment, and vision for the Virgin Islands Police Department. I approach this nomination with a deep sense of responsibility and a reliance on God's guidance to consistently give my best. To my extensive network of family members, former colleagues, thank you for your love and support. To my family at the Virgin Islands Police Department, I sincerely thank you, and I look forward to us doing great things together in the years ahead. To my friends, colleagues, and the entire community who have shown tremendous support through calls, emails, texts, and messages, I appreciate you. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I look forward to discussing my love for the Virgin Islands Police Department with you further and answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you, nominee Mario Brooks, for the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department. Colleagues, as I said, we have a long agenda, but this is a department that requires extensive questioning. So I will allow colleagues 6 minutes for the first round. But I would like to first start with asking one question. Mr. Brooks, the Virgin Islands Police Department, who I've had the opportunity to work at as an administrator, how would you say the morale, on a scale from 1 to 10, would you say the morale is in that department?
I would say the morale is at a 5, Senator. And I say that because I have spoken to some officers that are encouraged. They are hopeful for the future. But I also like to be a realist when it comes to these types of things. We do not have the conditions that is conducive to help raise morale. And it's one of the things that we're working on is actually homes for the officers. So the working conditions in and of itself plays into the morale of the officers. It's very, very heart-wrenching when I have to go to some of the police stations and see some of the issues that they're going through. I myself in my office have an issue with air conditioning, and just as an example. So that at the top of my list is finding homes, homes that are amenable to the work that the officers are doing. The officers need some place to work that will aid them in raising it and I mean, actually being able to do the work that they are expected to do. And I think coming to work, you need to come to work in an area that is conducive to what is expected of you. It's quite heart-wrenching for them in some of these work environments, and that is at the top of my list for them. So I think that will raise the morale even more.
I'm glad to hear that you talked about that because, as I said, you know I've worked there, so I could talk about where Golden Cow used to be. That's not conducive for the men and women to work there. I would like to see that they get a new home. I can go to St. Thomas by the Tutu Mall. What's that area again?
Anna's Retreat.
Anna's Retreat.
Yes.
I could go to St. John. There are a lot of facilities that these men and women and your civilian employees work at that is not conducive for working.
Yes.
So the motor pool
Yes.
on St. Thomas, we've had discussions about this. So I hope that these things are high priority on your list,
Top of the list.
of addressing to make sure that the men and women have a clean and safe, comfortable working environment for them. I could ask a whole heap of questions, but in the grace of time, I would ask Senator Bolkes that you may proceed with 6 minutes for your line of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to our nominee, Commissioner Nominee Brooks. Thank you for being here with us today, and looking forward to having a good discussion with you here with a few questions that I have. In your testimony, Commissioner Nominee, you mentioned that you have plans to reduce overtime by 30%. We know that the overtime stems from what is considered to be the understaffing of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and of course, the retention to recruit and retain officers has been challenging, as we all know, because we've been able to speak to the VIPD throughout, this last few years to understand the dynamics when it comes to that. But how specifically, with those challenges on the table, how do you plan, or how are you going to strategize to try to bring that down to 30% with those challenges still on the table?
So, and thank you for that question, Senator. Very important, as a matter of fact. So when you look at how overtime was being conducted over the last few years, you heard me utilize the word accountability. There was very little accountability in some areas. So in evaluation, myself, fiscal, payroll, we looked at some of the issues that we were having, and thanks to OMB as well for doing their part. We identified that there were some issues that needed to be addressed. As a result, there was I initiated a overtime general order, and it basically has a breakdown of how overtime is supposed to be done based on ranks. Because when we have individuals that are the rank maybe of lieutenant or captain and already making $100,000, there's no need for any additional overtime. We have to look at things like that, and then we have to look at the workload, because the bulk of the work also always falls squarely on the shoulders of the officers. Those are the ones that are catching the cases, making the arrests, and so forth. So we had to make adjustments based on that. But just to put this into perspective, from September of this year, September 2023 to December 2023, we expended $8,018,814 in overtime. Right? This year, $5,727,191, with a cash savings of over $2 million, almost $2.3 million. And that's because of how we implemented the general order. So, and bear in mind also that most of this overtime was also attributed to some of the federal grants that we have, which is one of the avenues we're utilizing to cut back on overtime. So we have highway safety, has several grants to click it or ticket, DUI, and we have the Stone Garden. We also have tourism. A lot of those events, a lot of those situations where overtime was being incurred and coming from the general fund, they should have been placed under those specific areas. Yes, we expend our money out, but we also get our money back once the paperwork has been done. So we actually see this $2.2 million increasing as we progress. So we do see that there are cost savings ahead.
Okay, well, that is some good news. And even though the question was posed to you directly, I mean, that goes for all departments and agencies to be as fiscally frugal as possible so that we're able to utilize those additional funding in more important areas. Not that public safety is not one of those important areas, but of course, being fiscally frugal is a plus. And we thank you for your efforts in that area. I wanted to shift over now to the VIPD's consent decree. And I was wondering where we are right now with compliancy and what steps are being taken to address any of those outstanding paragraphs that are still pending.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. So as I mentioned in my testimony, so we have come into compliance with pretty much all of the paragraphs with the exception of 3. Those are being worked on at this time. As a matter of fact, these previous 2 days, most of the command staff and supervisors have been a part of a consent decree summit. The monitors are in town, and they have been engrossed in a summit that focuses on those specific outlying paragraphs, so we can find ways to, deal with that hurdle, address that hurdle. So we're almost there. We can see light at the end of the tunnel. We know what these are the areas we need to focus on. And as you get closer to completing something, that's when it becomes more difficult.
Right.
So we know we have to tighten our belt and to ensure that we can attain this goal. And we see light at the end of the tunnel. It's going to occur. We just need to tighten up our belt a little more. So just 3 paragraphs left, and I've spoke to them at the beginning. We are ready to move forward.
And that summit that you just spoke about, that's taking place right now?
It actually ended yesterday.
Yesterday,
yes,
okay.
It actually ended yesterday, the previous day and yesterday, full days. 2 days on St. Thomas, the summit plus.
1 minute.
Okay, excellent. Now let's get to the meat of it. Crime trends, strategies for crime trends, data, response, what strategies are you planning, or is the department planning for that fact, to implement or address any of the current crime trends that we're experiencing in the Virgin Islands, whether it's violent or domestic crimes, drug trafficking, gang-related activities, gun violence? What can we expect under your leadership in the sense of dealing with those or nipping them? I know you can't always, not that I'm a law enforcement person, but I've been deputized by a few of some of the career law enforcement officers in here, so I think as the sheriff now. But for most part, what are some of the things that we can expect under your leadership to deal with some of these trends?
So we're taking a data-driven approach to our patrol and our crime fighting efforts. We have the tools in the territory that give us the data that we need. We have an amazing analytic team on the planning and research. Based on the data that they collect, they can actually look at and tell us where we need to focus our patrols and our preventative type initiatives. So we're going to use those to do exactly what you just mentioned, to curtail crime. There's one aspect of criminal activity that we need to address, and that is the opportunity for that crime to occur. And in order to do that, there has to be a police presence. Now, criminal always has a say. We understand that, because when someone has an intent to do something, they're just going to do it regardless. You could be standing right next to them. But we are going to make every effort to ensure that our personnel are where they need to be, when they need to be there, trying to curtail all these criminal activities.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, may I just have one quick wrap-up?
You may conclude.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Commissioner Nominee, concerning, you mentioned their website, and yesterday we had a bill on the agenda for Homeland Security that would have potentially provided the Virgin Islands Police Department with a revenue-generating opportunity. And when you speak about the website, one of the things that I mentioned briefly in that hearing was the capacity for a payment portal. And I know that you're talking about what you're going to be doing with the website, but does that include that option for a payment portal? Because we can't, not that you are planning to stay in the area of paper-based, but we can't continue with that trend moving forward into the future. We have to give more options for our people. So what are the plans for payment portal or enhancements for the website specifically?
Thank you again for that question. Senator, you are very correct. That intent is with the new website coming online, there will be an online portion, a portal where you will actually be able to pay for your reports and firearm renewals and of the sort. We have already initiatives I mentioned in my testimony, that Carfax collaboration, where you can actually receive that report online through the Carfax website. That is just the beginning. As soon as we can get this website online, we will be put that economical portion will be implemented as well, and we'll be able to allow our citizens to be able to log on from anywhere across the globe and identify their report and be able to download that report, pay for it and download it. That is our goal.
All right, looking forward to that. And thank you so much for your responses. And Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you for your line of questioning, Senator Bolkes. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge two non-committee members attending the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, Senator Novell Francis. Thank you for your attendance. And Senator Ray Fonseca on the island of St. Thomas. Senator Fonseca, my condolences to you and your family for your recent loss. Thank you for coming. At this time, Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with 6 minutes, sorry.
6 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Good morning. I went strictly military. What do I call you now? Commissioner Nominee Mario Brooks. I apologize. Again, representative of the Virgin Islands National Guard's leadership that we've seen this morning. I do want to mention, you know, when Colonel retired Ruan was here, he talked about the VING being one of the best organizations, but I said I would address this with you, specifically about Virgin Islands National Guard. Historically, though, aren't our numbers really low at this point? And I say that because I see where you're talking about being under, you know, a shortage of staff. And at one time, I remember that a good amount of the VING members were police officers. So there's a correlation, and I just wanted you to comment on that and figure out what's happening in our community where we're losing or we're not attracting to two organizations that serve the public and protect the public. So we're seeing the same challenges, correct? So can you address that for me?
So thank you for that, Senator. So you are correct. I'm a product of the Virgin Islands National Guard. And they are the numbers for personnel that are in the National Guard and in the police department, or in law enforcement for that matter. They're still quite, I would say, impressive to the least. But I think that the recruiting at this stage, and I don't attribute the numbers to recruiting, because the recruiting drives are there. The recruiting, the options are there. I just don't think that there's a hunger or a wanton need from particularly our young men, I will use the men for particularly, to join either law enforcement or even the military. If you look at our numbers, our female population has increased on both sides. And I would love to see more young men also join, as opposed to, you know, taking ulterior routes for their lives. So one of the things we're going to do, at least on the VIPD side, we had a discussion with Director Drake in charge of our communications and Director Richards for HR, is we have to revamp our recruiting process and come up with a different way, some more attractive way that we could get our young men particularly into this. One of those, go ahead.
Well, let me say this. I attended the last two graduations, the 2024 and the 2023. Graduations, and there were more males graduating from the public high schools than females. So I'm trying to figure out, what are we doing? That gap, something happens if we're seeing all these the percentage, which was wonderful. It's a wonderful thing that the percentage of males graduating is higher than females, but then we're not seeing them going into traditional, I would say, male, right, occupations, because these were traditionally male. They're moving away from it. And I'm just concerned about that, because then you see we're losing young men to violence.
Yes.
And we need to do something about that, more than anything else in our community right now.
Yes. I will add real quick that when I joined the police department 30 years ago, one of the things that attracted me to the department was the fact that I could do 20 years and retire. But it's since been increased to 25. And in my opinion, excuse me, the younger generation, I don't think they they see it the way we see it, where we look long term. We project out our lives and we track our lives and along a certain path. I don't think they do it the same way we did it. Because I saw 20 years, I said, hey, I'm going to do 20 years, I'm going to retire. Here I am 10 years still later on the job. Why? Because I fell in love with policing.
Yeah.
I fell in love with military work. So I think that the thing for us to do is to get them at an earlier age to see.
Let me interrupt you and say that I was going to ask you because I'm going to say this too. I visited some first grade classes and I say to them, so what do you want to be when you grow up? And you almost always hear doctors, nurses, police officers.
Yeah.
Every single time. So something happens from first grade to 12th grade
1 minute.
that we need to figure out. So let me ask you this. Did you work under Commissioner Novel Francis?
I sure did.
Okay. Just asking. What's your style? How does your style differ from Commissioner Villanor, Commissioner Martinez, and Commissioner Francis?
You know,
I put you on a hot seat.
that's a very good question actually. So, I'm a military-driven person, so I learned to adapt certain styles. So, of course, you know, being a military officer yourself, we're taught a certain way to lead. But we also learn in our senior courses, when you're doing like IOC and so forth, you also learn that you learn from your leaders as well. So, Senator Francis has a specific style of leadership, and I think I was a sergeant under him. I observed certain mannerisms and the way he ran the department. Same thing with every single commissioner all the way up. But most commissioners had the most amount of time without being at the managerial level. That was actually Commissioner Richards, Delroy.
That's right.
Yes, and
That's
I had
right.
a lot of time under him, just at a commander level. But every commissioner that I've had the opportunity to be in close proximity to and spend time and talk to and so forth, each one of them had their own unique style. So what I do is I've just looked at what they did, the things that worked for them, and those are the things that I'm going to work on to make me a better leader.
I just have one more question. Thank you.
You may
Madam Chair.
conclude.
When I was in the military and I would talk to commanders, and you were a commander, one of the questions that was asked, and I'm going to ask you because this is a similar, in a sense, equivalent position. Are you someone that people want to lead them? Question. Are you that person in the Department of Police?
And my full transparency, I would be remiss if I would say yes, and I would be remiss if I say no. I don't know. I know this much, that I made it clear that when I take this leadership role as the commissioner of this department, you're going to have a full, a transparent, and a direct leader with fair. That's just fair across the board. And that's for each and every rank position that you have, you will receive fairness, but I'm about accountability. So if you're going to be in support of me, understand that accountability doesn't only mean for who I say, it's for everyone across the board, to include myself. I have to hold myself accountable so that they can see that I, as a leader of this department, I'm not immune to the same rules of the department. If I have to be to work for a certain time, I have to be to work for a certain time. So when I look out the door and you're not there, you have to have some kind of explanation as to why you're not there, because accountability is key. So I would say that yes and no, because there will be some that don't want to continue on with certain patterns that they may have been going up. Yeah.
Right.
And with me, that's not going to work, because accountability is key. I expect you to be where you need to be, and you will be there, or then we'll just have to do what we have to do.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
You're welcome, Senator James. As we're talking about leadership, let me ask about your leadership team. Will there be any major changes in your leadership team? Because I've seen where when a new commissioner comes on board, they get rid of all the leadership team because they may have been from a previous commissioner and they want to create their own leadership team. I know you have operations and you have administration. Are you going to have any major changes in your leadership team?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So I'm doing evaluations at this time. The luxury I've had of sitting in the assistant commissioner role for about 4 years gave me an opportunity to see a lot from my level, see strengths and weaknesses of certain persons and where you could best utilize them. And one of the things I've learned over the years is use people for their strengths and the things that they can bring to the overall benefit of the department. Right. So there will be changes, but will there be mass changes? No, there will not, because there are some persons that sit in leadership, and I don't consider just leadership being whether it's assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner, chiefs. I also look at those at the captain's level because they're managers. And technically, if you look at it, they're next in the line to take up some of these roles that we're currently sitting in. So you have to look at them as well and see what they bring to the table, how they're managing their areas, because they are managers, they are leaders. So you have the title leader, you are definitely someone that I'm looking at for not only advancement, but also for what you bring to the fight and how you can influence those beneath you to do the right thing, to stay within the policies and procedures of the department.
Thank you for that response. We'll go to the island of St. Thomas. Senator Milton Potter, you may proceed with 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to Acting Commissioner Mario Brooks. Acting Commissioner Brooks, I want to congratulate you on agreeing to lead the Virgin Islands Police Department. It is a very critical, a very important job, and perhaps the toughest job in the governor's cabinet, I would venture to guess. I heard you sort of allude to leadership and leadership styles, but I wanted to get from you, how do you plan to inspire and motivate the officers under your command?
Thank you. Thank you for that, Senator. So I think it all starts with those directly under me, i.e. the chiefs. So officers follow by example, right? And in order to motivate your personnel, they have to know that you are in that fight with them. I'm a firm believer in that. I'm a firm believer in leading from the front. If you see over the years when we have things like Carnival, Juve, and so forth, I'm right there in the mix with them because they need to know that I am there with them. They need to know that their commanders, their supervisors, their chiefs, their deputy chiefs, assistant commissioners, and so forth are there. That in and of itself shows them that we're not above that, but also that we are there in the fight with them. Law enforcement is not a one-person job. It has to be it's a collective effort across the department. And now, bear in mind, I'm just speaking for VIPD. I'm not speaking for any other law enforcement agencies. But when we come together as one, our ultimate goal is the safety and security of our community, period. And as long as we can do that and we can show our subordinates that ultimately that's your job. It's not the paycheck alone. Yes, the paycheck is required because you have your bills, personal bills to pay and so forth. But your goal is to ensure that everyone comes out, has a good time, and goes home day to day, not just when we have major events like Carnival and so forth, but on a day-to-day basis. Your job is basically, whether you want to agree with me or not, it's to supervise the community to make sure that everyone comes out, goes to work, goes about their business on a day-to-day basis, and gets home safely. That's it. And they're safe in their homes and properties throughout the night or whatever time they're home. That is our responsibility. And as leaders, as officers, all the way down, and the officers, your supervisors as well, it is your responsibility, period. So we have to understand as leaders that that's what we do. We make sure we get the buy-in of the officers so they can see that they're not the only ones out there catching cases and so forth, but the supervisors are also doing the same thing. They're out there with them.
I respect your response. You're leading by example.
Yes.
And I wanted to get you to respond to study after study that I've seen has suggested that the key to deterring crime isn't so much severity of punishment, but it's more so certainty of being caught. So if I'm thinking about committing a crime and I'm pretty sure I am going to get caught, that in and of itself is a greater deterrence than I might get 10 years in prison if I'm caught. It's about certainty of being caught. So I wanted you to sort of talk about that a little bit, and what can we do as a law enforcement entity to increase that that fear among the criminal population that, look, if I commit this crime, there's a greater certainty that I will be caught, if that is really what is going to deter the criminal element in the territory. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you for that. I agree. I think to add to what you said, though, which I agree wholeheartedly with, is the punishment must match the crime, one, but the punishment must be as such that it sends a message to the community that, hey, I don't want to do this because this is what the result of it is. And I think that for the most part, there is that level of in the community that, hey, that's not going to happen to me because I'm not going to get caught. And then when they do get caught, then that resonates within that group for the most part. But we have to step up when it comes to making sure these arrests are made. Now, I want to add to that VIPD makes numerous arrests throughout the year, numerous. But we're not the only entity that's responsible for the adjudication of these individuals when they violate these crimes. But once we have made those specific arrests based on the crime, it has now transitioned to other agencies of support like DOJ and so forth. But as far as the enforcement part, we know we must do better when it comes to catching these criminal that are making these, violating these offenses, violating these crimes. So we have to do a better job in that area, and we are. I had some numbers here to present to you as far as the arrests for the last year, but I think I misplaced it. But we have been making them very good arrests. We have several warrants that are on standby for some homicides that we are currently working on. We just need to push those things forward. What I can tell you, Senator, is the work is being done. And I say people all the time, we live in a beautiful place because I've lived stateside for many years, and I can tell you, when I come home and I see when I came home and I saw what we have here, we do cry that crime is rampant and crime is high and so forth. But when you look at our place compared to the Virgin Islands, compared to other places, we are doing good. We just need to do better. And that is a goal right now, that we have to improve our patrol, our investigative, our arrest procedures so that we can affect more change and make the place even safer than what it is right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. One final question. I wanted to ask you if there is anything new and different. I know you've been a consistent, steady, supporting force, over the past couple decades, really, working alongside the VIPD leadership team. And I wanted to ask you if there is anything new, fresh, different that you plan on executing now that you are at the helm of the organization, something that you may have thought about doing, that can make a difference in terms of putting a dent in crime.
Thank you for that, Senator. So we have so many new technological advances coming into the police department. It's multiple. And it's important that we do that because as the numbers dwindle, as we mentioned before, our recruitment is down. It's not where we would like it to be. Our numbers are down. We have several individuals already retiring this year as well. We have to rely on technology. And what I intend to do is utilize the technology to support our efforts when it comes to law enforcement. Myself and the chief for St. Croix District, we traveled to Seattle earlier just a few months ago. We met with a company. We're going to be setting to implement a drone as a first responder to support our officers going on the scenes. And their cases, new GPS modules will be placed in the vehicles to support the accountability, but also to help protect our officers so we know where they are at all times while they're on duty, and also we will be able to dispatch those units to support them because we're aware where they are. So the camera system that we know that will be coming online soon, we just about complete with phase 2 of the camera system. Those cameras should be online shortly. And then we have the traffic light enforcement system. We've already cleared with the company. They've been on the ground. We're looking at local vendors to support putting that work up, local contractors. And once that is up, that in and of itself will help drive a lot of what we have going on in the territory down. So I'm focused very heavily on accountability, but also technology, because that's what we need. Our numbers are not doubling. I'm not going to be able to add 150 officers as I wish. It's not going to happen. So we have to rely very heavily on the technology, and that is the direction we're going. So I think that will present such an avenue of relief for us, especially for the officers, because now with all the technology that they'll have at their fingertips, it will make their jobs a lot easier as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I can think of no one better suited right now at this time to serve in this very critical position. And at the appropriate time, I definitely plan to support your nomination. Thank you very much for your generosity, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome, Senator Vice Chair of this committee. Commissioner Nominee, I want to ask you one question. As you could see, I'm asking my questions in between. Let's talk about your civilian personnel. How important are these divisions for you? Because I know you have administrator who's over motor pool, highway safety, IT maintenance, records. How important are these divisions, and how are you going to continue the same format of how things are running? Are there any improvements that you want to see? Let's talk about that.
So my civilian staff hear me say it all the time. I tend to make sure that they're well aware. We would not be where we are. We would not be a police department without our civilian staff. The support staff, they are invaluable to the police department. They are priceless, lack of a better term. And without HR, without payroll, fiscal, we would not be anywhere. I could go on and on with each and every one of those individuals that work in the civilian staff. So I see the need for us to have a leader over that specific section. So I am, one of the changes I will be making will be placing someone in that position to be the head of the civilian personnel administrative role, as you mentioned before. I do have somebody in mind. That individual will be coming online as soon as I can get them online.
Thank you for that. At this time, I think Senator Franklin Johnson, you may proceed with your 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, my colleagues again. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. And good afternoon to the Commissioner Nominee.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I want to start up by telling you very straight and forward. I guess I'm the hard person here. Yesterday was a disaster for the police department. Yesterday, there was a measure on the floor that I guess most of the traffic commanders and people in the department come to legislatures and say that this is something we need, this is something we want. But yesterday, the representative that was tasked to come should have had some support. What took place yesterday that there wasn't no traffic commander representing the agency yesterday?
So, Senator, I was brought up to speed on that and what occurred yesterday, and I can tell you, full transparency, I'm the one individual that's not going to throw blame on anyone. There was somewhere along the line, there was a breakdown in communication. I am the leader of this department. That hit falls squarely in my lap. I can assure you that will not occur again. I will not be, whatever happened in-house, I will address those situations in-house and ensure that's not going to happen. There are measures being placed as we speak to ensure that we don't have a repeat of what happened yesterday. But I will take that for myself as a leader of this department. There was a breakdown. We have an ongoing summit on we had an ongoing summit on St. Thomas for the consent decree that was very important for us to address. Most of my commanders and chiefs were attending that summit. Somewhere along the lines, there was a breakdown in communication. That's neither here nor there, Senator. That is my hit. I will take it.
You spoke about your recruitment and How many recruiters do you have on board?
As of right now, we have one. Again, that we're revamping that entire program under the HR office. And I'm taking it along the lines of every officer is going to be a recruiter because that's how you sell your department. The officers are the ones that are in touch with everyone in the community as they move forward on a day-to-day basis. So I'm working on a program with HR that will basically highlight every officer that we have, every single officer we have as a recruiting tool for the department. And there will be some sort of payment for that, but that's something in the future, real close future. I can give you some more offline as to what my plans are for that. But the intent is to have every single officer. We have a little over 300 sworn officers territory-wide. It won't be all three because we know we do have some that are out on sick and so forth. But the officers that we have, we're going to use them. They're going to be recruiters in the department.
You spoke about a couple of things here. You spoke about technology.
Yes.
You spoke about cameras. And for me, from the time I got in the legislature, this is my 4th year in the legislature, I keep hearing about these cameras that nothing is showing up yet. And you said to me that you've been an assistant commissioner for 4 years.
Yes.
What's going on with these cameras? And when are they going? Dates, be specific. We keep hearing they're coming. And in today's crime, in the business that you're in, you will never have sufficient manpower. But if these devices can be put in place and be working, it would help. The legislature have done their part. We have put funding into all of these things. What's the problem with the camera? How come we don't have them up to today? We don't have the cameras for the traffic light that will bring in tickets. We don't have the camera in the neighborhoods or in those violent areas that can see perpetrator when they're leaving. What's the status? What's the time frame?
So, Senator, I'm not sure. Maybe it's because we have done a poor job of keeping you informed. But we do have cameras that are up that have assisted us in solving many crimes thus far. We just don't announce it to the general public. Our camera system have been working diligently for the last, give or take 2 to 3 years, and we have had success. We have a database system that allows us to search for vehicles by make, model, and number, or tag number, and those are the cameras that have LPRs. So all cameras have been working. I'm not sure where that the information is coming from. We just don't announce it to the public that we were able to solve a crime by the use of a camera. That's not something we announce.
Are you saying to me that we have cameras to our traffic lights?
The traffic light cameras program, that's the one that has taken some time because we had to vet and go through several companies before we selected one.
That would be it's fair for me to say that would be a no then.
Say again?
It's fair for me to say that would be a no. The cameras to the traffic light are not operable at this time.
No, Senator, and I will give you the answer. The straightforward answer to that is that we just, not too long ago, we selected a company. The company has been on the ground here in the Virgin Islands in both districts. They went around with our traffic commanders, identified all those areas where the traffic lights are. They have the GPS locations. They are on where contract is underway right now. We met with 2 senators, which is, I think, Senator Javon James and Senator Fred Gregory in the Commissioner's office about that. The company has already selected 3 subcontractors, the local vendors, that are going to do the work, and we are set to move forward with that this year. When I say this year, I mean this in January. So it is moving forward.
You talk about, going back to the recruitment, what about the body cameras? I need to go back. And the body cameras, do all officers have body cameras on them?
All our patrol officers, yes, and supervisors and commanders have body cams, every last one of them.
And these cameras are working?
All of them.
I think I got 2 of my colleagues here that's our senators with me that came through the Police Athletic League, if I'm right. What happened to units like that to put that back in place? Because that starts the drive of recruitment for young people from a young age.
Which unit it is?
Not unit, but a program that we had, the Police Athletic League.
Okay, so we have just revamped those 2 units, those two entities. Sorry. So we have what's called the Police Activities League, and we have the Police Cadet Leadership and Development Program. I spoke about that not too long ago. That program was actually started. We just revamped it. We did a run on St. Croix last year. I didn't get a chance to say it when I did the speech at the confirmation, at the, when the governor announced me. I will add to this, take this opportunity to do this, is that Lieutenant Griffin and the principals at the Complex High School were very, played a critical part in getting that program up at the school. We are now transitioning that program also to St. Thomas. So those programs are going to be moving forward into the new year. And the Police Activities League, those programs that you see, like Deputy Chief Cornelius have been doing along with the different activities, we utilize those as not only recruitment, but also we utilize those to take the opportunity to talk to our young people about, you know, taking different avenues in life, not utilizing crime and so forth. So those two programs are there, they're moving forward, and we have plans to move back into the Weed and Seed program later on this year, once we set that program up and we should structure it to a more progressive in a more progressive manner.
And what about your status with PAL, a program that worked very, very strong in the western part of St. Croix, that really had a lot of young boys, especially, and girls, off the street, especially with after-school program. And what's the status on that?
Same program, that's what I said, but it's the PAL program, that's what I mentioned before, Senator. That program is a part. So it's a PAL program, is a Cadet Leadership and Development program, and we'll be bringing back the Weed and Seed program sometime this year.
When? What time frame?
Time frame 4.
For those programs to start?
They already started, Senator.
I live in Women. I can pass to see what's utilizing with that building. I know my time might have been called, but I could, Madam Chair, I need a couple more questions, about 2 questions, if I may.
If you could hurry it up, because we got a long agenda, Senator.
In the 34th legislature, I signed on to a measure with Senator Javon James, appropriating some $200,000 for that PAL building in WIM. As of today, nothing have happened. Not even a blade of grass have been cut. What's the status on that? And sometimes people say that the legislature ain't doing anything. But when we come in here and we pass bill and we appropriate these funding for these projects, and it just lie dormant, it tends to make people believe that this isn't happening. What's the status on the $200,000 that was appropriated to renovate a building down there in that area in WIM?
Okay, Senator, I don't have an answer for you on that. Let me look into that and get with you offline relative to that. I'm not up to date on that specific item that you mentioned.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I thought you said you had 2 questions. That was one.
Oh, well, you were telling me to wrap up, so I wasn't trying to abuse. I am not an abusive senator.
I allowed you to have your 2 questions. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. My last question would be, how will the VIPD enhance its effort to combat gang activities and illegal firearm trafficking, which is, very, very prominent in this territory and contributing into a lot of the crimes that is happening within our community? What plans do you guys have in place?
So that's a twofold question. So as far as illegal, let's start with the illegal guns. So the illegal guns issue, that's something we've been addressing for quite a while. I could present numbers to you. There are a number of illegal firearms that come into our ports, particularly the airports. I see people see the little carousels that are the little rooms that are down in Henry Rolson and Cyril King. But what they don't understand is that's very critical that we had those 2 substations placed there. It puts us in a position that now when illegal firearms come in, an individual leaves the airport, now we have an opportunity to arrest them, because the law is clear. You have to declare a firearm when you come into the territory. And you'll be surprised as to how much firearms over the last 3 years alone that both of those substations have netted. And I can tell you it's consistent. We are also in discussions with the federal authorities to work on, we have initiatives that are coming down the line with the federal authorities to address those specifics. I've been in discussion with ATF as well to see if we can get some ATF support down here to help us when it comes to these illegal firearms coming into the territory. It's a big problem, we get it, but the supply and demand is there. We have to be real about it. The supply and demand on the street is there, and until we can curtail that, it's going to continue occurring. We have individuals coming with 30 and 40 firearms. For what purpose? For what purpose? And then when we hold them and we arrest them, then there you go. But the airlines are telling us they don't have to let us know that these individuals are bringing in these firearms. So we have a double-edged sword that we're dealing with, Senator, but we're dealing with it. We need help, yes. We have solicited help from the federal government. They're assisting us right now. We're in discussion with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and there's initiatives on board with HIDA and those other agencies to address those matters. We will address them, but the supply and demand is what's killing us, because if we take 10 guns off the street, that's 10 guns going right back. Somehow they're coming in, and that is just the truth. We have to address this as much more than just guns coming in. There's a need for it. If there was no need for it, then what? Then there would be no guns coming here. And we don't make guns here in the Virgin Islands, so why do we have so much? So this is something on both sides of the house. We need help on the federal side to stop them from even leaving the U.S. to come here.
All right, well, I hope you and the federal partners are coming together to try to curtail this, because it's not getting easier for none of us. And I understand the plight with the police department, but it takes working partnership and working relationship. And I sure hope that you can burn those bridges to make sure that ATF and our federal partners get involved to assist us in this territory. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for your line of questioning. Commissioner, yesterday there was a bill on the floor about ghost guns. We discovered that they are kits, and it's easy to order them and to come through our U.S. Postal Service. So as Senator Johnson mentioned, that please work with your federal partners, because they're putting these guns together, and these are the guns that we find on our streets. So you need to crack down on that.
Senator, we are trying. We have even found out that there's even individuals here that did 3D printing their guns. So yes, it's that serious. So we have to look at measures. These are things that we have to address. We have to address them.
Okay. I'd like to acknowledge non-committee member, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Welcome to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. At this time, we'll hear Senator Carla Joseph. You may proceed with 6 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good afternoon to you, nominee Mario Brooks. And we really want to thank you for being available to step up to the chair. We know you have served significant time in the trenches and at the background and supporting commissioners of police. So I am very happy to see that you are a man of courage and you're willing to step up to what I suspect is a very challenging and difficult job with our police department. I want to focus firstly on talking about the consent decree. How are you looking at, and if I missed it because I stepped away for a bit, how are you looking at addressing all of those findings that we haven't been able to close out on with the consent decree? How are you looking to do that? What is your strategy?
So thank you for that question, Senator. So yes, so the consent decree, we have made strides. We are down to 3 outstanding paragraphs now, which is a plus for us. We are very happy that we're there, but we're not there yet. In order to close the consent decree out, we have to close out those 3 paragraphs, and then we have to be in substantial compliance for a period of 2 solid years before we could rejoice and say, yeah, we're out of the consent decree. But we are working out of it, towards that end. I must commend Deputy Commissioner Jason Marsh at this time. He has been the tip of the spear for us when it comes to addressing this consent decree, as well as the rest of the CCMU, the Internal Affairs, that team, the FIT team, those teams have been doing a really, really yeoman's job. The big issue we have is just getting the buy-in. There's some issues on those remaining 3 paragraphs that we need to address. One of them is use of force, of course. That's a big one. That's a biggie. But, that people say as you're getting closer to completing something, that's when it becomes more difficult. So we know we have to step up, which is why DC Marsh was able to put together the summit that we did the previous 2 days that we were able to do. We have the monitors are in town. I must thank them because they are very transparent, truthful with us, while they're very adamant that we do things the right way, which I appreciate. They are also amenable to showing us the ways, methods that we can use to address these issues. Another big issue in the Tanzania degree we have is timeliness, and that falls squarely in the lap of our supervisors. The timeliness of the reporting, the timeliness of the cases being heard, adjudicated, and uploaded. These are the things we need to address. So situations such as what occurred yesterday and the previous day, which is the summit, those are the ways we're addressing those final 3 paragraphs so we can get out of the consent decree.
Okay, thank you so kindly for that. Now, and you said the third, just one, you said the third one was what? I'm sorry.
Patterns and trends. So
Pattern?
patterns
I'm
and
not hearing you
trends.
clear.
Patterns and trends.
Patterns and trends.
Yes.
Okay, got you. Now, I wanted to focus on something that I saw as a plus with the department as far as your ability to address crime on the front end, being proactive. Are you still looking at focus deterrent? I didn't see anything in your testimony looking at that. And I know one of your predecessors, they were using focus deterrent as a mechanism and as a strategy to prevent crime from happening. And so, as one of my colleagues said, make people be afraid of committing a crime because they're going to get caught. Have you looked at that? Are you looking at that?
Yes, Senator. So when you heard me mention about utilizing the data to help drive our patrol and our initiatives, that's part of focus deterrent. So we look at the data and we see where these crimes are occurring, and those are the areas we focus our patrols. Those are the areas we put our presence patrols, and that's the focus deterrent right there. We focus in all our attention in those areas, the majority of our attention in those areas, to curtail crime. I remember in St. Thomas, there was a specific area in the downtown, in the Mandela Circle area, that we consistently had a lot of shots fired. We had a lot of situational-based crimes, whether it was assaults and so forth. So we placed units in that area consistently, and as a result, the crime in that area reduced. So because they were right there on the scene and they were in the direct area, and they were able to respond in very short period of time. So that's one of the techniques that we are using. Yes, that is the deterrent that you speak of. I just didn't name it, but that is it.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure, because you have people who are listening and give you some of these information as well, who have an idea. Now, I wanted to also ask you specifically, because I didn't get it from your testimony because it seemed to be overshadowed. How are you going to go about? What is your strategy to reduce this overtime? I understand that the overtime is not also with the patrol, men and women, or even the officers, but it's also with persons who are in the civilian role, that you have had issues with overtime abuse with those individuals. How are you going to, what is your strategy? Because your paragraph didn't give anything any meat, and how are you going to look at addressing that?
Okay, so
Madam Chair?
So we initiated an overtime directive, and as a result of the overtime directive I mentioned earlier, we were able to see over pretty much the same period of time last year as opposed to this year, a little over $2.3 million in cost savings for the government. But the reason why that happens is because we're now ensuring that you have to be accountable for the time that you say you work. Just saying you're working and staying on the clock does not work. That does not work for us. You have to be accountable for that time. You have to justify that time, and in order to do that, you have to give us a justifiable reason with pre-approval, of course, what you're doing for that overtime. It's quite easy for the officers, and then when I say the officers, I mean those on the street that are catching the cases, to justify overtime, because they're catching cases. They're catching cases, they are making arrests, they're doing traffic initiatives and so forth. But there are some at the supervisory level, and I'm being as transparent as I possibly can, that do not do that. And we have to hold them accountable. It all boils down to accountability for the time that you work. There's time for return on the investment to the people of the Virgin Islands. No longer the days when you sit down and you'll be hitting $300,000 and $400,000, but there's nothing to show for it. You have to show what you're doing. You have to be able to show, this is what I did for that overtime. And any other place of employment, you have to. So what makes us any different? Nothing. You have to show what you're doing for the overtime. And that's the biggest piece for us in the overtime general order. You have to justify your time. Show us what you did, and we are good with paying you. If you cannot show us what you're doing, then you do not get paid.
Okay, I understand that. And then my Madam Chair, I do have two very salient questions I want to follow up with. If I can proceed, Madam Chair.
Proceed.
Thank you so kindly. Now, Commissioner Nominee, we also have an issue regarding some of our cases that are being worked on. I know you said you came with some stats and what you're doing with the cases, but you don't have it. But there is a case that came to my attention regarding some individuals who their livelihood was affected, and the investigator was taken off of that case. What are we doing to make sure that these cases are being worked on and that they are actually moving forward? Given that the officer who was placed on the case is no longer has been reassigned to another division, and what are we doing? Are you having gaps in your investigation division?
I'm not. Thank you, Senator, for the question. I'm not sure which specific case that is. However, I can.
I don't want to get into the specific case.
Yes.
But I'm asking you, what are there gaps in your investigation? Because they need to know, the person who is seeking justice needs to know who is the next person in line, and that hasn't been communicated with them. You see, everything is about communication.
It is.
It hasn't been communicated to them who is the next point of contact in the investigation since this investigator has been taken off the case.
So thank you for that question, Senator, because it brings something to light that I did not mention, but it's something that we have been addressing in the department, and that is communication with the public. We have to do a better job of that. That is something we've been talking about, and my intent is with the chiefs, ensure that that's driven all the way down to the detectives and even the officers on the street. We have to do a better job of communicating with the public, because if there's a change in the detective that's working at that case, yes, the citizens should be aware of it. They should know who this new individual is. Like I said, I'm not aware of that specific situation, but I will address that after this hearing.
I will speak to you offline
Yes,
on the
please.
specific case.
Yes, please.
Okay, because the victim is not aware of who the new detective is, and they've been getting a real stone wall and in identifying who the new detective is on the case so that they could be of a support. Now, the final question I have is, do the VIPD have a 5-year strategic plan?
The VIPD had a previous 4-year strategic plan. I have a short-term strategic plan that I have.
How many years is that?
That short-term being 2 years. 2 years.
2 years.
Yes, I have a short-term strategic plan.
So are you looking at developing a 5-year strategic plan for the VIPD? Because 2 years is just perhaps the end of your term as commissioner, should you be voted upon favorably by this body and go forward to the larger body. But what are we looking at for after you leave, possibly?
Yeah, so the intent is to have a long-term strategic plan. I was not looking at 5, I was also looking at 4 as well. But my 2-year strategic plan, as you mentioned, covers the current term that I would be in the office. But yes, a long-term strategic plan is in place. It would be built off of my short term. Now, bear in mind that whoever the new commissioner might be that precedes me that follows me will have the right to change that plan as he or she sees fit.
But you would have left them with something to work from. That's what I'm getting at.
Yes, a blueprint. Yes,
you see, that's what we don't do a very good job in the Virgin Islands, is with those succession planning and being able to plan long term. Madam Chair, I want to thank you so much for your leniency and offering me the additional time to ask those questions. I will be voting at the appropriate time on this nominee. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and thank you, Acting Commissioner Brooks, Mr. Nominee.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. At this time, non-committee member on St. Thomas, Senator Fonseca, you may proceed with 6 minutes.
Thank you and pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues and to Commissioner nominee Mario Brooks. You know, I listened to your testimony and, you know, you're very qualified. And personally, I think you would make a good commissioner. I'm not a member of this committee, but I will vote for you at the appropriate time in the affirmative. You know, 30 years experience, you know, commendable, but, you know, I'm going to tell you something, right? There's a big difference between assistant commissioner and the commissioner, because that's where the buck stops. And so, you know, I wanted to ask you a question, right? Because recently, the whole of the United States, there was a broad daylight incident in New York, you know, where, you know, a terrible thing happened. And I want you to tell me what would you learn, or what have you learned, how the NYPD responded to be able to solve that case or to make an arrest in, I think it was about 5.5 days. Tell me some of the things that you learned and that the VIPD can benefit from how that situation was handled.
Which specific case, Senator?
Well, I'm talking about the gunman that shot the president of, I think it was Cigna Healthcare, United Healthcare in New York City.
So one of the things that they have, and I've had opportunity to speak with some of my colleagues in NYPD, one of the things that they have at their fingertips, if you have ever been there, you know, NYPD has a luxury of pretty much every block has about 100 cameras. And I can tell you, you can't lift a finger in New York City, particularly downtown, and not be seen or recorded in any which way, form, or fashion. So they had the luxury of that level of support. And then, of course, we have the small community dynamic that while it's our blessing, it can also be our Achilles heel when it comes to receiving support from the community, as opposed to on the mainland, when you have big city type situations where no one really knows the next person. So it's quite easy for someone to say, hey, I just saw a gentleman run across and he had on a yellow shirt and a blue pants. These are the kind of things that we have. But they had the luxury of, again, data-driven policing. They had police officers in their specific areas, and they were able to utilize the camera systems to help aid them in the apprehension of that individual. So those are along the lines of that we're taking the department. We have cameras online, like I mentioned before to your colleague. We just need to close out that program altogether and have the cameras in place and be able to utilize them more effectively.
Okay, you know, I want to dig a little deeper into that. So are you saying that if that similar incident had happened in the Virgin Islands, the VIPD would not have been able to make an arrest?
No, we would have been able to make an arrest as long as we had the necessary information. Of course, we've been able to make the arrest. If you look at the time and the day that incident occurred, that in and of itself presents and the individual that it did occur to, where it occurred. There are certain factors environmentally that supported the officers being able to close out that case really fast.
Okay, so you mentioned the community involvement and the cameras. Earlier you said that you were kind of happy with the cameras, and you said that you didn't tell the public, the VIPD don't tell the public, but the cameras were performing. So are you saying two things in specific here? Are you saying that we needed more cameras? And also, are you also saying that our community is not as active, not as participative, and wouldn't voluntarily say that, oh, I recognize that face that came into my store? discuss that for me. Do you think we have the same cooperation with our community, and do you think we need more cameras in our community?
So let me start by saying, one, yes, we have cameras, we have substantial amount of cameras in the territory, yes, but we need more. Of course, there's always a need for more. There's never enough. The camera projects will be, they're continuing, and hopefully we'll have them completed soon. And as I mentioned before, we have been able to close out several cases by use of those cameras. We're very appreciative of that. We need more. As far as the community, we need more buy-in from our community. There are times when officers, particularly the detectives, are investigating cases and they're not receiving the cooperation from the public. It happens. We know that that's a significant challenge for us, but it's something that we have to continue to work towards. And by doing that, we have to get the buy-in of the community, and let the community know there are more of us than there are of the criminals. There's only like 3% of these, and I don't want to use a word that I use on my press brief, but I'm gonna say it. They're more of us than those cowards on the street. They are. So there should be no reason, and I say this straight up, there should be no reason that anyone who commits a violent crime should be able to walk around in our streets comfortable. None. There should be no reason for that. They should not be able to go into Pueblo or any one of the market, any one of those places, and buy a loaf of bread comfortable and not be scared that someone is going to call the police and say, hey, listen, I just see this guy that's wanted here. And that is not where we are in this community. We need to get there. Because there's fear, and in order for us to get the fears, people need to understand that there are more of us than there are of the criminals. And we, as a community, if we band together, we will be able to resolve these issues. But we have to come together.
Yes. Madam Chair, can I just finish one question?
Please conclude.
Yes, so, Nominee Brooks, I agree with you, and I want to see where the VIPD can be to that level where we could solve that crime that happened in New York City in 5 days. I think that would be a very, very important step forward. And also, with certain positions, and now that you're the boss, like I said, it's a big difference once you're confirmed. You know, we have to be careful because VIPD is under a lot of scrutiny based on what has happened recently. And so when you nominate and you select and you appoint folks, look at personal acquaintances, etc., because people can look at it if personal acquaintances are appointed to certain positions, they can look at it as a certain bias. So you have to be above, that level of scrutiny when you're making appointments in a department, etc. And thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, non-committee member, chairperson of Health and Hospitals. Let's talk about, because a line of questioning, let's go to the Real-Time Crime Center. How important that tool would be for the police department when implemented?
Extremely important. So where we are with that, and thank you for that question, Madam Chairwoman, it's where we are with that program is that we had identified an area in St. Croix to house the Real-Time Crime Center that would be territorially driven. We would have a substation of the sorts on St. Thomas for redundancy in the event that system goes down. But our purpose was to actually have that location here in St. Croix. We've since run into some walls with that, but we're still working towards that. And in the interim, in either district, we had 2 camera rooms that we're utilizing. So we have all this data right now from all the cameras that I mentioned before, all being fed to our vendor that's supporting us. But we're now in the process of feeding all of that data into those 2 camera rooms. We have something called a Rapid Operations Center. There's a company that's coming in short order. Hope to have the system up in about 60 days. And that they're going to actually set up that Rapid Operations Center for us and feed all that data into there. So it not only be all of our cameras, it'll be dash cams, body cams, drone footage,
license plate
readers. All those will be fed into that central area in either district. And with that, we'll have analysts 24 hours a day that will be sitting down in there. So picture this, officers are dispatched to a situation, They leave 911 command from Vaitima, sends the officers, they deploy the officers. With that system now, they'll be able to see where all the police cars are. They can dispatch the nearest police unit to support, or nearest units to support. If we need a drone airborne, they can then say, hey, I need a drone airborne. The minute that drone goes airborne, that feed also comes back to the real-time crime center. While they're there, they're conducting whatever. If a vehicle leaves the scene, it leaves out, it goes onto the highway, it's picked up by a camera with a LPR on it. That data is sent back to the real-time crime center. They can now let these officers know, oh, by the way, all that data is fed straight into the officer's cruiser while they're on the road, because they have screens. So they'll be able to see all that data in real time. They'll actually be able to see where each other are. So if they know that some officer, such as Officer Jane Doe, is in, let's say, Williams Elite, and they haven't heard from her from a period of time, they can look on the screen and see that she's still in Williams Elite. They can now send units there to support her, to check on her to make sure that she's okay. So this is where we are. This is the future of the BIPD, and this is the technology that I'm talking about that we need to push forward, and we're pushing forward.
Well, as the sponsor of that legislation that is now law, I am very excited that the Virgin Islands Police Department has a modern technology tool to tie into all of these different things, and I look forward to that really happening here for the police department. Thank you. Senator Novell E. Francis, you may proceed with 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the Commissioner nominee, Mario Brooks. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to those in the audience here today. Police Department have a lot of technology. Ain't just the real crime center. I got a bunch of technology. Is putting those technology to use is what's critical and important if we really truly want to make an impact in our crime situation. So I wanted to start from the backdrop of that because I am so supportive of utilizing technology to be able to assist in our crime fighting effort. I heard you mention the fact of not wanting to publicize surveillance cameras in regards to the solvability of crime. I don't support that. Clearly, if we could prevent a crime, then there'll be no need for us then to solve the crime. So I truly believe that it's important, and everywhere else you go, London, America, every time there's a crime committed and there is a surveillance cameras that observe that crime, that is posted in the public's eyes immediately. We're fooling ourselves if we believe that Joe Blow citizens don't know where the cameras are. They know where every single one of them are located. So I think it's important that, yes, we utilize those opportunities when there's captures of photographs taken by our surveillance cameras, that we let the public know. As a result of that, here it is that we're able to support and make timely apprehension in those situations. Do you agree with that or not?
I agree wholeheartedly, Senator. We did not publish it, but we need to do that. I agree with you.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask you, are you empowered to be able to select your own team?
I am.
You weren't given a dream team to be able to work with. You have full authority from the administration to select those individuals that you intend to utilize to help you in carrying out the crime fighting efforts.
Yes, Senator, I do. Good.
And I also heard you talk about communication to the public is so critical because the face of the police commissioner, again, is to come to the legislature, is to be able to attend and advocate on behalf of the administration. The real crime fighting effort belongs, is a responsibility of the chiefs of police and police operations. So there's no expectation that every time there's a crime committed, that you should be the face of that. The chiefs of police and rank and file officers needs to be the one out there to be able to communicate that to the public. You agree with that or not?
I agree 100%.
Okay. Otherwise, every time something happens, they'll say, get rid of the commissioner, get rid of the commissioner. When truly, in your job, your job is not the police operation is one that's responsible to ensure that crime is being resolve and timely arrest is made. You talk about the manpower situation, and that's very concerning to me. I know that you talk a lot about technology and something that I support, but we still need boots on the ground. And we have to find some way of being able, again, I heard you talk about the recruitment process, and I truly believe that that needs to be revamped. We need to take a close look at that and look at how individuals are being recruited. But guess what? We talk about male individuals. We have male individuals that lacking for teachers. We got male individuals that's lacking for nurses. We got male individuals that's lacking for military. So I'm saying that we have to find some other creative ways of being able to, again, attract those individuals. And not to mention that we have some very effective females. I've worked with some females in my time that has been extremely effective, and we need to make sure that they're put to use equally with that. You spoke about morale of the officers. What are you doing to improve morale? If your officers are not motivated, if they don't have a good morale, they're not going to function. What are you doing to improve morale? Have you been able, let me ask this question, have you been able to meet with the rank and file officers since you have assumed the position of acting police commissioner?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I have not been able to meet with everyone as yet. My first order of business is to have a plenary session in both districts. That is my plan. It is definitely necessary so I can hear from the rank and file personnel directly. But one of the things One of the things I've observed real quick, Senator, is that there are other aspects that play into the morality department. I spoke about lodging, the housing for the officers before. That's very important. We need to do better with that. That in and of itself will raise morale. But also discipline. Discipline has to be fair across the board. It cannot be for a handful and not the others. It can't be disciplining just the officers and the supervisors are getting away scot-free. I've heard that complaint from almost every single officer I've spoken to.
So how do you propose to fix that?
So parity across the board when it comes to discipline. Everyone is subject to the same rules and procedures. It has been happening. We've had supervisors who have violated and they've been suspended. And that will happen. That will continue to happen because you're not above the rules and procedures of the department. So those things in and of itself will play into the morale of the officers of all because they will know that, hey, I'm not the one alone that's just being punished for something I do wrong.
Mr. Chairman, I just conclude.
Please proceed.
So are you saying that we have a situation in the police department where supervisors are not being held to the same or similar standards when it comes to disciplinary process as officers?
That used to be the case, and that's the truth, Senator. It used to be the case. There was a narrative that the officers was receiving that they were always being punished, but the supervisors were not. And in some instances, if the supervisor is in fact responsible, because ultimately you are responsible.
When did that start? When did that start? I know of, under my tenure, certainly supervisors were held to the same and they were disciplined. What happened where supervisors were not being?
I cannot tell you that question. I can't answer that question. I can give you a definitive time, Senator. But the narrative that the officers were speaking was that, hey, why are we always being punished, but they don't see the supervisors being punished? So that is one of the things, and I had to explain to them as well. Most supervisors are not going to admit that they're being suspended or they're being charged for whatever reason. They're not going to admit that. They're going to say they're on leave or whatever the case may be. But the fact of the matter is there has to be parity, there has to be fairness across the board for every rank. Everyone is subjected to the same policies.
Okay, my time has been called, but I have a few more questions. Just real quickly, one final question on this particular round is in regards to the firearms expert. Most of the crime that's being committed in this territory involves firearm. And we have recently lost our ballistic expert, Ronaldo de Souza. What is being done to train up? He's gone now, so I'm sure there's no understudy occurring. But what is being done to address the ballistic expert and the NIBIN?
So, Senator, not only has his untimely passing left a major gap in this department, De Souza was a much needed and much loved person in the department. And with losing him, we also lost his understudy, as you just mentioned. So we've been in discussion with ATF and other agencies to see how we could fix that gap, bridge that gap as soon as possible. There's some talks on the way about a contractor seeing if we could get a contractor to do that work for us. But we need that yesterday, not today. So it's ongoing. As a matter of fact, I have a call this afternoon with a senior ATF agent about that. So it's in the works.
Thank you very much. Again, my time has been called, and I'm not a member of this committee, so I don't have a vote. But certainly at the appropriate time, I will be voting my conscience on this particular.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr., for your line of questioning. Next, we will have Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You are now recognized for your 6 minutes. If Senator Donna Fred Gregory is not available at this time, we will move on to Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. You're now recognized for your 6 minutes. Media, can we have sound for Senator DeGraff's microphone? Oh, she's there. I apologize. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. If we're having a media issue, we can take a brief 1-minute recess until we rectify the issue. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in a 1-minute recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. We've rectified our media issue, and we now recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory for her 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the Commissioner nominee, Mr. Mario Brooks. So I've listened to the conversation today, and of course, we know that our Virgin Islands Police Department is not without challenges, from personnel to resources, etc. But what is of concern to me is some of what I've been seeing. So I believe in the 33rd legislature, we moved a measure that was a very tumultuous measure, very controversial is the word. It was a loitering law. And as I traverse the community, I am not seeing where that particular piece of that act, that law that is currently in place is in fact being enforced. As the leader of the department, if confirmed, how do you plan to address the challenges that we have with loitering?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for that question, Senator. So that has been identified as one of our major issues with the department. The chiefs and I have had several discussions about that. And what we're doing is we're going to revisit that along the lines of educating our personnel to ensure that they understand exactly what the loitering law brings. It is a major issue for us, major. We've seen it just like you've seen it. I've seen it. I've myself had to stop and move people from certain areas across, particularly St. Thomas when I've been traversing around. It is a major issue. So we're going to move forward with an update as far as ensuring our officers understand what the law says when it comes to loitering, what parameters are, and ensure that from there on moving forward that they are in fact enforcing this specific law, because loitering is major in the territory.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. So, you know, that is a very significant piece of legislation that really, you know, helps to prevent a lot of what we're seeing occurring with people being gunned down in the streets here in the Virgin Islands. And I'll just give you an example. So you have the Anna's Retreat Police Station Center, correct?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes, Senator, it does.
And Anna's Retreat is a subdivision that houses, I think it's been around since 1983, where the basketball court is on top there. And there is a issue with loitering in that area, and there is a police station in that area, but that loitering continues. I spoke to the former commissioner about that issue, and it has not been addressed. There are elderly people that live in that area that continue to be challenged with the individuals who come there every day loitering, and it has not been addressed. I don't know what the issue is, whether we're afraid to address it, but it needs to be addressed. People need to be comfortable in their homes. And it's unfortunate when you have a police command center that's right there and it's not being addressed. So I'm going to start there. That is very important to me. So, you know, you revisiting it, for me, is not enough for you to say that. I want you all to take this very, very seriously. It is a huge challenge in the territory.
Yes, Senator, I do agree with you. And I will add that in addition to that loitering law, I will add the noise ordinance in there as well, because it goes hand in hand.
That's where I was going.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand, and we've already had discussions with that. There's a new commander in that specific.
Thank you, Brooks. Okay. You're going to run out of time. Let me ask the questions. So talking about noise ordinance, we have individuals that are on the avenue in this district that have businesses that are running out of the house. And when the residents call, no one comes. Commissioner Nominee Brooks, these things need to be addressed. We need to be comfortable in our homes in this territory. That's why we have a Virgin Islands Police Department. Okay, so, you know, talking about who assigned to what does not, is for me, that means nothing if we're not addressing the challenges. We talked about cameras, and you talked about, I think one of my colleagues, his colleague from St. Croix, brought up the fact that, he was concerned about the cameras, and you shared that all your cameras are up and running. That briefs well. However, my concern is, have we done an assessment of the additional cameras that are necessary? Because based on the size of our community, you share that, based on the size of our community and the challenges that we have with, arresting individuals who are participating in these heinous crimes, and we are not seeing enough arrests or timely arrests, if you will. So is there an assessment? Have you done an assessment? Do you plan to do an assessment? Because based on the size of our community, like I was saying, we should be at minimum annually bringing on new camera systems in this territory, because we know that this is a challenge. So one appropriation that happened 2-3 years ago, that's not the fix. We have to keep it going. So yeah, the cameras are up. I drive on the Dunu Road every evening going to my mom. I'm scared to drive down there, frankly. They ain't got no camera down there in the dark. So these are things we have to look at. We can't only look at the high crime areas. Every area is susceptible to criminal activity. So talk to me about the assessment.
So assessment is ongoing for the camera project, Senator, ongoing. We just completed an assessment about 2 weeks ago. We had to make some changes because some of the areas where the cameras were, they were not in areas that we needed that type of coverage. So we have added additional cameras in those areas as well. So the camera project is a consistent thing. It's a living document. It's something that we're consistently doing. The assessments are ongoing because if we see that there are areas that need them, those are the areas that we identified for new camera systems to be in place.
I have to tell you that I disagree with you. I am in full disagreement with you. We don't need to see areas. We need to do an assessment, a complete assessment, and determine how many cameras we could bring on an annual basis based on available resources. While it may be a living document, it should be a living document for small deltas, small areas that you missed. But we should have by now a clear document that identifies all of the areas where we should be placing cameras in this territory and identifying the available resources. And if the resources are not available, then annually we figure out how to bring them online. But this ongoing assessment, we're still talking about assessing these things. I'm not satisfied with that. So my hope is that you will complete the assessment, and what will happen is complete the assessment as you come before the institution of the legislature and the budget is sent down by the chief executive of this territory. In fact, we will be bringing new cameras online, and we have to make that commitment. We can't keep talking about it. Time is up on this. So what are your thoughts?
I agree with you, Senator, and I said the only way, and for me, the only way that we can make those changes is with the assessment. So like I said, we're making, that's an ongoing situation. You cannot, for us, if we could put a camera in every intersection, we would, and that's the goal ultimately. At every light pole we could put a camera, we would do that. That is along the lines of what we would like to do. Our goal is to put as much cameras as we can in specific areas. I can tell you as part of the assessment, we found some additional cameras that are going to be relocated to some of those areas, particularly in Anna's Retreat, as you mentioned, and Duno Bypass. So those are things in the works. Again, it's not an overnight process, but they're going to be done.
I think my time has been called, and basically what I'm saying to you is let's not wait until a crime occurs to determine that that area need a camera. Based on what's happening in this territory right now, we have no choice. So the assessment needs to be completed. It don't need to be ongoing. It needs to be completed across the territory, and then we identify how many of those cameras we could bring on an annual basis. That's what needs to happen at this point. So that ongoing conversation about cameras, I'm not impressed with it. I'm just not. So I'm going to ask you to please ensure that you have a timeline to complete the assessment and hold us here in the institution of the legislature accountable for ensuring that we are able to provide some level of funding on an annual basis to support these cameras. Crime is out of control in our territory, and we have to take it a lot more seriously. Madam Chair, I believe my time has been called, so I will make my decision at the appropriate time. I'm not a member of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, for your line of questioning. Commissioner nominee, do you have phases in your camera system? You have a phase 1, a phase 2 for your installation of cameras?
Yes, we do.
What phase are you on?
We're just completing phase 2 now, and phase 3 should start shortly. I mean, there's processes, of course, for that, but it's only the couple vendors that we have, and they move at the pace that we can move them at to get those cameras installed.
And with that installation, how many cameras are you talking about in phase 2?
In phase 2 completion, we're looking at territory-wide. We should be hitting we will be hitting the 300 mark as far as cameras.
And you have a timeline on that?
I would have to get back to you with that, but I know it's ongoing at this time.
Thank you. Sorry, at this time we'll have Senator DeGraff, non-committee member. You may proceed with 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifier, all viewing, listening, and present. Commissioner, I ain't calling you no nominee, I call you commissioner, and you worry about 14 other senators, you don't worry about my vote. I support you. I ain't in this committee, but I don't vote yes for you. Now, I've had the opportunity to supervise you as a police, and with your military background, you've been assistant commissioner for 4 years. One thing I like, my colleague, I think, hit the nail on the head as to what it is I was thinking along the line to pass on to you. Cut your assessment short. You don't gotta second guess yourself. And I say that because you basically have 2 years to do a lot. And the community is in a position where they're going to support you. They're going to trust you because you've been there, you put in the time. But don't assess yourself 2 years into the ending of this administration and then you're gone. Make that impact that I know you can do. You have a military background. You've been in the police long enough. I trained you well. This is your time to shine. You have all the attributes. First thing first, personnel. You have law enforcement personnel and you have civilian personnel. Keep the civilian personnel in mind. Meet with all the unions in addition to your plenary sessions. That's who's going to get you through these 2 years. Don't make no 4-year plan. Don't make no 5-year plan. Make a strong 2-year plan. Basically, what we're seeing in the community is lack of enforcement. It's not, it's not penalizing the police department to say it. There are issues, but the people are seeing it. People riding wrong through red lights, doing this, doing that. You come before the Senate in a capacity of commissioner, you need a budget. If there's anything in the budget that you see may need to be enhanced by this body to assist you in what you need to do. If your goal is to put cameras on every corner of the territory, then so be it. Put a cost to it. Let us know what it would do, what it would deter, because the people want help and service now. Cut your assessment short. You've been assistant committee. You played a number 2 role remarkably. It's your turn now to shine. You got 2 years to do it. Cut your assessment short. Let's hit the ground running. I know you could do it. I'm here to support you. This body is here to support you. The people of the territory going to support you. So, I ain't saying to chastise or to try to bring it on. I let you know, I know what you're capable of. We've kicked in doors. We've been in gunfight. We've been in fist fight. We've been on the ground here. Now you're in an administrative position where you provide the resources for the police department and they execute. Hold your chiefs accountable. But enforcement is what the people want. A lot of people miss Officer Shinnery because Shinnery had Main Street, waterfront area, back street locked down. When he gone, when he was there, they complained him, but now he's gone. Oh man, I need to bring machinery. So I know you're capable of doing what you're doing. And my one question I have for you,
2 minutes.
Commissioner, one of your issues was looking to move the police department to try to find an area to build a new, I guess, Zone A to move it to. What is your progress on that presently?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We're still working on that. We've identified an area that we would like to build, and it will be actually, it won't be just Zone A alone. The intent is to make it a police headquarters, kind of like exactly like what Patrick Sweeney is. Have a police command center where the entire police department, mostly the patrol ops and so forth, command suite for the commissioner, the chiefs and so forth will be working out of. It is needed. We do not have, and territorially, we don't have, short of St. John, we don't actually have one building that belongs to the Virgin Islands Police Department. Not one. And we
so what kind of fund are you looking at for that?
So we're in talks with federal agency trying to identify some funds for that. There is some hurricane relief funds that may be available, but we're still in talks with that. I can give you more offline.
Okay, good. But invest highly in your PAL organization to get the young generation to guide them into the police department. With the free tuition and everything, I think it can be done where we have to go at the young generation real hard. And when I talk the young generation, elementary school is where we have to start and get back that glow in children's eyes when they see police. But again, in closing, like I said, Commissioner, I know you could do it. I know what you're capable of. Don't get bogged down making assessments. You've been there 4 years as Assistant Commissioner. You know what the assessments are. You know, you've seen it. I think you have a good, strong police force. There are issues. The issues are all over the world. But they now make your mark. At the end of 2 years, you start from today. At the end of 2 years, they would have known Mario Brooks came through here as a commissioner. And we have set a tone that, hey, many have to follow or carry it higher and higher. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. That concludes all my colleagues asking you questions. Commissioner Nominee.
Point of information, Madam.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You did ask. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question to the nominee is about the Monitos company. How much involvement you was with that company, and what's the status of them as far as them being paid still?
Okay, so thank you for that question, Senator. So my involvement with Monitos was very minimal at best. And as far as being on any payroll for VIPD, there are none. There's no payroll, there's no connection whatsoever to Monitos.
And my closing question will be, how do you gain the trust of this community? Because I think that's the biggest problem that we have, why you're not having folks coming on board. What are you going to do to get your men and women to gain back that trust? Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So if you've noticed, for each and every time I come before this body, even as Assistant Commissioner and acting, I always stress the importance of being transparent. I'm not perfect. I don't pretend to be perfect. I don't profess to be perfect. I don't have all the answers either. So when I come before you, I am as transparent as I can. If I'm hitting a wall, if there's some issues, I let you know those are the issues that we're facing. And with the help of a very strong team, we find a way to address those issues. Transparency is the key. I think the public needs to know that their police department is there for them and not against them, and that's what we need to get away from, that attitude that we are against our community. We're not. We're part of this community. We're vested in this community. Every officer that works, civilian and sworn, We live in this community. Our kids go to school here. We go to church. We do all the same things right here with the people of this community.
Not cutting off, Commissioner. My question was the trust. How do you gain back the trust?
That's what I'm talking about, Senator. That's how you get the trust. They have to see that we are part of them. We are members of this community, and when I retire in the next 2 years, I become a member, citizen member, just like everybody else. That is how you gain trust. They have to know that we are not against them. We are part of this community as well. So everything that happens on the street, every crime that happens affects every single employee of this Virgin Islands Police Department. We are not immune.
Does that satisfy your line of questioning, Senator Johnson?
Not necessarily, but I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Well, time will tell, right? Senator Francis, you have a point of information?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted, on the point of assessments, I just want to say that hundreds of thousands of dollars have been spent on assessment for the Virgin Islands Police Department. You've been there for the last 3 decades, so you should have access to those assessments and make use of them. Hundreds of thousands of dollars have been spent on it. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I'm going to ask one final question. Do you have FEMA funding, FEMA projects that are still pending, and what are the status of those? And also federal grants, are you on top of your federal grants? Are you sending any federal funds back? Give me the status of those two.
So yes, we have federal fundings in place. I can't give you a full detailed list offline. We do have some federal grants that were sent back earlier this year, but our intent is to fix that. Particularly those that are along the lines of what I mentioned previously, like the highway safety and those programs. A lot of that was nested directly under overtime, so we are now channeling a lot of the overtime specifically to that. So what we're going to create is a master list that shows all those specific grants that are specific to overtime and those specific, whether it's click it or ticket, the different DUI grants and so forth. We're going to create a master list that will be generated throughout the districts for each of the sections. So right down to the supervisors, they'll be able to, the squad supervisors, they'll be able to see when these overtime opportunities are available, and they'll be able to work those, allow us to be able to expend those funds and not take that money, because when they conduct those different initiatives and they're not directly associated with those federal funds, that money comes from the general fund, and we're trying to cut that back by focusing on utilizing those grants for those initiatives, and those initiatives are crime-driven initiatives. So like I mentioned before, the numbers in the last 4 months since September to now, we have been able to cut back, as opposed to last year, $2.2 million, a little over $2.2 million, and that's because we have been managing how we expend this overtime the right way.
Okay. Give us a brief update of Patrick Sweeney.
So the Patrick Sweeney project, as a matter of fact, there's a meeting today. I didn't have my special project manager, facilities director here with me to give you more in detail, but we are ready, the company, the people are on the ground, we are ready to move forward. They're doing the assessment. They already did the soil assessments to give us the feasibility of building where it was initially. So we had to shift the project a little bit to the east to be able to have the strong footing for the rebuild. We are hoping to begin demolition within the next 30 to 60 days. And once that is done, the plan is to move forward with construction. But Patrick Sweeney is long overdue. We need that project up and running as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I think we have exhausted our questions for the Commissioner nominee for the Virgin Islands Police Department. And at this time, colleagues, I would entertain a motion for Commissioner nominee. Commissioner nominee for the Virgin Islands Police Department. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Maurice James.
Motion. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Mr. Mario M. Brooks the governor's nominee for Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department be approved by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Angel Borges, Senator Carla Joseph. Do I hear any other second? Senator Potter on St. Thomas. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call on the nomination?
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James,
Yes.
Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
No.
Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nomination of Mario Brooks, Commissioner Nominee, Virgin Islands Police Department, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Commissioner Nominee, you have passed a big hurdle today. The people of the Virgin Islands depending on you for our safety, our protection. So you have one more big hurdle, which is next week at full session, where you would have the full body to vote on your nomination. At this time, I would ask you to just give a few closing remarks, and then we will take a quick recess.
Thank you again, Madam Chairwoman. I would like to thank the entire body for the opportunity to come forward here today to talk specifically about the Virgin Islands Police Department, what we are about, one, and what we intend to do under my leadership moving forward. I will tell you that we live in a blessed community. I wake up every morning, I look around, I see the beauty of these islands, and the intent is to ensure that we maintain the level of serenity and beauty within the territory. In order for us to do that, we have to ensure that we as a community, not the VIPD alone, but we as a community, and work together to ensure that this remains exactly what it is, a serene, beautiful place that we call home. In order for that to happen, we have to work together. That's the only way that is going to occur. If we're going to expect the Virgin Islands Police Department alone to do it, it's going to be quite difficult. The community has to have buy-in, and we have to, as a police department, ensure that we can provide you with that buy-in so that you can see that ultimately we can be that community that we all envision of a safe and secure area, our community. So moving forward, I am open. I'm always available to have discussion with any senator or any branch of government, because there's no way we can do it I can't do it by myself. I always reach out to people like Senator Francis and others who have sat in this seat, who have had the opportunity to lead this department, because again, they have that historical knowledge. But as a community, everyone plays a part. And in order for us to get where we need to get, we have to do it together. So VIPD officers, I want to thank you for what you do, because it's a Herculean task. And while we talk about overtime and ways to cut it back and so forth, the work needs to be done. The criminals are not sleeping, they're out there. We have some areas that we need to fix. We need to address the noise pollution issue. We need to address that. That needs to be at the top of the list, as well as loitering. Those are two significant gaps that we have to address as a team. And we will, but we have to do it together. There's no way. The people of this community expect us to do our jobs to protect them. So we cannot put on our uniforms and our clothes and come out every day and not do that. We have to do our part. But the community too, we ask you in return for your support. We ask you to reach out. When you see something, of course, say something. But we have anonymous tip lines. We have all these different mechanisms in place that you can assist us to close these cases. Our camera projects, they're coming. I know these things are slow in movement, but we all know the processes. We can sit here and demand that these things occur, but the truth be told, there are processes for these things to come to light. And we are working as feverishly as we can on our end to get these things done. As a police department, I want to thank, for myself and my family, I want to thank the community. I want to thank the Virgin Islands Police Department, each senator in this body, for your support. We will be doing what we need to do as far as enforcing this community, safety and security for this community. I want to tell you, thank you again to each and every one of you. And thank you to the men and women in blue and other law enforcement agencies in this community for what you do. Have a good day. Take care of yourselves and each other.
Thank you, Commissioner Nominee Brooks. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary stands in a 15-minute recess.
Easy on your spending. Water more than flour, my boy. Aye. Virgin Island style.
It's the jolly man, it's the jolly man. He's coming to bring you some cheer. It's the jolly man, it's the jolly man. In his funny suit and face of white hair. It's the jolly man, it's the jolly man. Invite him for sorrel and cake. He's jolly and friendly. You don't have to give him plenty. A big high hope, I'm sure that he'll take. He loves it when you smile. You can be big or just a child. Play with him just any game. He'll never disappoint you. Does what a friend's supposed to. Aren't you happy he came? It's the jolly man, it's the jolly man. He's coming to bring you some cheer. It's the jolly man.
The committee, are we on air? The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. At this time, Senator Bolkes, I'll entertain your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to reorder today's agenda to combine block numbers 4 and 5 to become block number 4, and to change block number 6 to become block number 5, and to change block number 7 to become block number 6, and to move bill number 35-0419 from block 7, which is now block number 6, to block number 4. I so move.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Properly moved by Senator Bolkes, seconded by Senator Maurice James. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator because I have this bill, Senator Maurice James, can you switch so I could speak? We'll take a 2-minute recess.
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record, and we will begin with Block 4. Who speaks to Bill number 35-0224?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Capehart, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I ask for your support for Bill number 35-0224, which is an act amending Title 19, Part 5, Chapter 45, Subchapter 6 to increase access to the behavioral health services, which is a focus on a psychiatric emergency response team to provide mobile crisis services and the 988 telecommunication system. This bill has already been vetted in Committee of Jurisdiction, which was Health and Hospitals, and I have met with numerous stakeholders, and this was passed into the Committee of Rules to bring further amendments. Today, we have the amendment in the nature of a substitute with all the considerations of what was suggested to make this a better bill. So today we still have, we have individuals from Department of Health and the Public Service Commission and the Wang Louis Hospital to give further testimony today. I ask for your support on this measure today. This is just a specialized trained unit to be a responder, a first responder for individuals in this community who are experiencing behavioral challenges, that when one of your loved one, a friend, family member, whoever, 988 is call or 911. Instead of the police department responding, it would be a specialized trained unit responding to this individual. So I ask for your support, and you would hear about the amendments, all the things that were considered in this measure. I ask for your support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Who speaks to Bill number 35-0254?
I do, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead, Senator Capehart.
Again, this Bill 35-0254 was heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction and was passed favorably to this committee, and the establishing of an audiology in speech language pathology interstate compact is nothing new throughout the United States. This is established especially for stroke victims, and this would help individuals with audiology, speech problems, as I said, from stroke victims that would assist them. I got favorable response, and as you can see, one of the bills that would be accompanying this measure is creating a board, because it would need an accompanied bill, which is Bill number 35-0419, to establish the Virgin Islands Board of Speech Language Pathology and Audiology. We did have extensive conversation in this Committee of Jurisdiction saying that Department of Health would like to see an allied health board. We will make those changes to the amendment for session. So I just ask for your support on these two measures as we are voting today in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. We're going to move right along to Bill number 35-0419. Who speaks to that?
I do, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier, that this bill is just the accompanied bill that is required to have a
You only send me two bills. They're talking a bunch.
To have a speech establishing the Virgin Islands Board of Speech Language Pathology and Audiology. You must, once you create this bill for the audiology and speech language, you have to have the accompanied board. So that second bill is just to make sure that we have that board, which would be an allied health board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. We're going to move to Bill number 35-0336. Who speaks to that bill?
Which
bill? Yes, you do. Thank you, Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers. I speak to Bill number 35-0336, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, subtitle 3, Part 1, by establishing the Office of Conflict Counsel, granting personal immunity to individuals providing legal representation or services to indigent defendants, and making an appropriation to establish the Office of Conflict Counsel. This bill came to the Senate through the advocacy of Chief Justice Reese Hodge of the Supreme Court of the Judicial Branch. This bill seeks to codify the Office of Conflict Counsel, which was established through an order of the court dated December 13, 2022, which amended Virgin Islands Supreme Court Rule number 210. This bill primarily supports the work of the Office of the Public Defender to preserve a due process and representation for indigent clients in the event there is a conflict of interest. To give some context as to why the Office of Conflict Counsel is needed, during the budget hearings this summer, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender reported that They had 648 pending cases in the St. Croix district as of June 30th, 2024. There were 372 pending cases in the St. Thomas-St. John district. Now, considering where these cases may have overlapped or co-defendants in common, providing representation to more than one co-defendant can result in a conflict of interest. The Office of Conflict Counsels create a pathway for representation when conflicts of interest exist and ensures legal rights are upheld without regard to economic and social circumstances. Testifiers here today can speak to the importance of Bill number 35-0336 and how it meets the needs of not only the judiciary and the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, but also those of our indigent community. I'm asking for your support of this measure and an amendment, 35-1121, which makes minor tweaks to clarify the bill, which will be offered at the appropriate time. Thank you very much. Again, I ask for my colleagues' support on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Who speaks to Bill number 35-0399? Thank you, Senator Bulkes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I am proud to introduce Bill number 35-0399, an amendment to Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99. The change is a step towards strengthening laws and protecting victims of domestic violence in our community. As we all know, domestic violence is a serious and pervasive issue that affects too many families and individuals in this territory. The statistics are alarming, and in over 12 months, we have seen at least 2 domestic violence-related shootings on St. Croix and St. Thomas, and assault arrests involving intimate strangulation, partner strangulation, occurring too frequently. It's our responsibility as lawmakers to take action and to ensure that our laws reflect a commitment to protecting victims and holding perpetrators accountable. The current bail statute is ambiguous, and it has led to inconsistent and sometimes lenient bail decisions in domestic violence cases. And this bill aims to clarify the legislature's intent to establish a minimum bail amount for domestic violence cases, ensuring that perpetrators are held accountable and that victims are protected. By setting a minimum bail amount and eliminating the 10% provision, we can ensure that perpetrators are not released back into the community without sufficient consequences for their actions. Furthermore, the bill includes provisions to require that the defendants demonstrate that they are not a danger to the victim before being released, and that they be immediately remanded to custody if they have any contact with the victim after release. These provisions are critical in ensuring that the victims are protected and the perpetrators are held accountable for their actions. I believe that this bill is necessary and is a necessary step for creating a safer and more just community for each and every one of us, to include our families. I urge you, colleagues, to support this bill and join me in taking a strong stance against domestic violence. And I would also like to thank the Attorney General's office for their support and today's testimony on this bill, and look forward to any questions and discussions surrounding the matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkes. So we are going to begin with the testimony, and we have a testifier in St. Thomas also. Okay, so I'm going to ask all the testifiers, including the individual on St. Thomas, to please stand so that I can give you the oath of the rules of the legislature. Okay, do you solemnly affirm under... I think I have to say that, but okay. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask each of you to, before we begin, starting with Ms. Sandra Satori over here on St. Croix and moving to her right, left. moving to her left. The names, no, attorney, I'm sorry. We're going to start with you. We're going to start with you, and then we're going to move this way. And then we're going to go to St. Thomas, and just please state your name clearly and your title. Thank you.
Good. Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alicia Udwani, and I'm here as chair of the Standing Committee on Indigent Appointments. I'm also an associate attorney at Dudley Newman Fierzik. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director with the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Hazel Filbert, Interim CEO, Governor Juan Louis Hospital and Medical Center.
Thank you, Ms. Filbert.
Good afternoon. Renan Steele, Deputy Commissioner of Public Health with the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Patricia Lynn Pryor, Acting Deputy Attorney General here in St. Croix.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Gordon Ray, Attorney General for the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Thank you, sir. And on St. Thomas?
Good afternoon. Paul Jimenez. I am the General Counsel for the Judicial Branch.
Thank you. And I see the CEO of St. Thomas of Roy Lester Snyder, right? Need to put her a little more in the camera and the screen. Right? Okay, there you go. I thought it was you. Go right ahead.
Okay, good afternoon to all. Tina Commission, CEO of National Regional Medical Center.
I could not hear you. Can you please turn up her mic? Go ahead.
Blessing to all. Tina Commission, CEO, Schneider Regional Medical Center.
Thank you. And now we will begin with the testimony for the first bill, which is bill number 35-0224. So I'm going to rely on who's speaking for that bill. It would be the Department of Health, and then the interim chief executive officer, followed by the chief executive officer for Snyder Regional, and then the executive director, Sandra Satori. Okay, that's the way we're going to go. So, acting assistant commissioner.
Good day, Honorable Senator Diane E. Capehart, Chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, Honorable Senator Milton E. Potter, Vice Chair, committee members, and all non-committee members and the viewing and listening audience. I am Renan Steele, Deputy Commissioner of Public Health, responsible for behavioral health substance use services. Here with me today is Giselle, Director of Division of Behavioral Health, Giselle Ramos, and I am appearing on behalf of the Honorable Commissioner Justa Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health. We are here today to testify on Bill number 35-0224, an act amending Title 19, Part 5, Chapter 45, Subchapter 6, to increase access to behavioral health services with a focus on Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, known as PERT, to provide mobile crisis intervention services and a 988 telecommunication system. We endorse the formalization of the National 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline in our territory. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline provides free and confidential emotional support to people in suicidal crisis or emotional distress 24 hours a day, 7 days a week across the United States and its territories. The 988 Lifeline is comprised of a national network of over 200 crisis centers, combining local care and resources with national standards and best practices. The Lifeline offers 24/7 call, text, and chat access to trained crisis counselors who can help people experiencing suicidal, substance use, and/or mental crisis, or any kind of emotional distress, or if they are worried about a loved one who may need crisis support. Presently, the VI Department of Health, Division of Behavioral Health, in collaboration with local agencies, has successfully activated the 988 line in the territory. Still, Bill 35-0224 is crucial in ensuring that this crisis lifeline is answered locally and in codifying the federal 988 mandate. The significance of the 988 Lifeline extends beyond being just a number. It emerges as a beacon of hope, offering a genuine opportunity for timely intervention that can profoundly alter the trajectory of someone's life. Communities across the nation that have embraced the 988 Crisis Lifeline have witnessed remarkable success stories illustrating the positive impact of this service in saving lives and providing essential help. The advantages of 988 are diverse. It acts as a conduit for timely intervention, significantly reducing response times during behavioral crisis and ensuring assistance arrives precisely when it's most critical. Moreover, 988 plays a pivotal role in dismantling the pervasive stigma surrounding behavioral health, fostering an environment where individuals feel empowered to seek the assistance they require. Equally significant is 988's ability to facilitate more efficient resource allocation through a centralized and coordinated response. The Division of Behavioral Health has developed job descriptions supporting the measure in this bill for the 988 services and crisis response teams. This enhances the effectiveness of our crisis response mechanisms and ensures judicious use of resources. By having the integration of 988 and clinical staff, it allows for immediate de-escalation and provides for access to early intervention. If a response is required or needed, it will also allow for increased efficiency response time to help that individual and family members in need. While the PERT, the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team model for crisis response, has proven successful, Act 8688, Section 1021A and B, which speaks to crisis intervention teams, is already in our current law and is nationally recognized approach by the Substance Abuse Mental Health Service Administration, known as SAMHSA. The PERT model has limitations such as the requirements for pairs and response teams. While the Division of Behavioral acknowledges the value contributions of pairs, their availability and willingness to risk exposure to triggering stimuli may vary based on their behavioral health stability and recovery phase. Thus, the recommendation is to maintain crisis intervention team as the established approach to crisis intervention. Act 8688, Section 1018 also provides the avenues for peers and consumer voice by participating in the Behavioral Health Council of the Virgin Islands. We are actively engaged with technical assistance through SAMHSA to assist in the development of the council. Once the TA begins, individuals will be invited to take part in the council upon approval of the nominees sent to the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. for final approval. Although the Division of Behavioral Health has only 10 clinical-based staff members managing a wide range of responsibilities, including staffing outpatient clinics, providing intensive case management, ensuring medication compliance, organizing and staffing outreach events, monitoring involuntary commitments, testifying on clients' care and treatment progress within the judicial system, responding to crisis calls, and upholding rigorous documentation and accreditation standards, it has implemented the following elements in alignment with recommended SAMHSA guidelines. Someone to talk to. If someone is needed to speak with an individual for any mental reason, the Division of Behavioral Health has in place someone to talk to between the hours of 8 to 5 in all 3 districts. Individuals that are seeking any services can call 340-712-0096 in St. Croix, 340-774-7700 in St. Thomas St. John. And after 5 p.m., they can call 911 for emergency until there is an established crisis intervention team. Someone to respond. The Virgin Islands Department of Health Division of Behavioral Health faces a shortage of outreach field personnel to address crisis response. Currently, the territory has only 2 individuals available to respond to crisis situations between 8 to 5 between both districts. For somewhere to go, the Division of Behavioral Health currently does not have its own crisis stabilization center. The state is in the early implementation stage of developing local residential treatment facility that is conducive for such services. In the interim, the state utilizes the Wang F. Louis Hospital and the Roy Lester Schneider Regional Medical Center for stabilization, psychiatric care, and up to 5 days of monitoring. Aftercare options are outpatient services with intake, screening, evaluation, medication. Process will constitute of the following: psychosocial assessments to evaluate individuals' mental, physical, emotional health,
Psychiatric evaluations are completed will provide the initial psychosocial and medication management as needed, prescription of psychotropic meds or medication-assisted treatment, supported by therapeutic services and case management currently. Additionally, we would like to recommend the funding in Title 33 VIC Code Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3, Subsection 50, Section 58, Subsection F, be amended to reconsider the funding allocation from 30% to 50% for the Department of Health, as behavioral health will be required to hire staff for 24/7 mobile crisis response teams in both districts and the staffing and implementation of the local 988 call center. Both operations will require 24/7 coverage to support the community. The department is committed to reducing health risks, increasing access to quality, equitable health care, and enforcing health standards. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present at today's hearing. The department continues collaborative efforts with the members of the 35th Legislature. We stand ready to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for that testimony. I don't remember the order. That's Senator James while in the seat. Okay, so please proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, Chair of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, Senators of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Hazel Filbert, Interim Chief Executive Officer at the Governor Juan Louis Hospital and Medical Center. Unfortunately, Dr. Evadne Sang, Chief of Psychiatric Services, is unable to be present here today due to scheduling conflicts. It is a privilege to be here today to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0224, an act amending Title 19, Part 5, Chapter 45, Subchapter 6, to increase access to behavioral health services with a focus on psychiatric emergency response team, to provide mobile crisis intervention services and the 988 telecommunication system. In June, leadership from JFL testified on the status of mental health, emphasizing the urgent need for a collaborative approach to address mental health concerns in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Mental illness continues to disproportionately impact vulnerable populations, and access to resources in our community is limited. To recap, we highlighted the importance of coming together to prioritize mental health services and support systems that are accessible, affordable, and culturally sensitive. Comprehensive solutions that address mental health challenges in our community can be realized by working collaboratively with government agencies, healthcare providers, community organizations, and individuals with real-life experience to promote healing and resilience. The JFL North Temporary Hardened Structure Hospital is limited in capacity and has 52 inpatient beds. This includes 26 beds in the emergency department with 13 general observation/treatment bays, 3 isolation rooms, 2 trauma bays, 4 fast-track bays, and 4-bed crisis stabilization area for behavioral health in the heart of the emergency department as a function of emergency room care. It is important to emphasize that JFL does not have an inpatient care unit for acute behavioral health care and is limited to only emergency department stabilization services. The current behavioral unit is unsuited for long-term chronic hospitalization or residential care. These stabilization services can be accessed voluntarily or through emergency commitment and/or involuntary commitment as outlined in the Virgin Islands Behavioral Health and Developmental Disability Act. JFL's behavioral health team works diligently to provide care to behavioral health patients who present to the ED. The stabilization services include the ED medical team with a psychiatrist stabilizing patients admitted for observation. Patients are typically held in observation for 48 to 72 hours per the psychiatrist's order, and therapeutic services are provided by JFL's behavioral healthcare team. Outpatient linkages to the Department of Health Division of Behavioral Health and all licensed behavioral health professionals for continued psychiatric interventions as available are made prior to discharge. The number of behavioral health visits to the ED has seen a significant national increase in recent years. Due to the emphasis on medical stabilization, the rising prevalence of mental illness, the shortage of trained mental health professionals, and the reduced availability of acute psychiatric care, JFL's ED often lacks the necessary resources to address the comprehensive needs of these behavioral health patients. Additionally, stabilization in the emergency department is more expensive, less intensive, and less focused on long-term rehabilitation to improve the quality of life for these patients. In June, our leadership presented findings of 164 behavioral health evaluations carried out between April 2023 and April 2024. Further data analysis revealed 178 patients from January 2023 to December 2023 presented to the ED with a behavioral health related chief complaint and received behavioral health evaluation. From January to October of 2024, we have recorded 142 and anticipate this number to increase through the end of the year. This data continues to be concerning for JFL given the previously mentioned limitations. The common diagnosis seen in our ED are substance abuse disorders, schizophrenia, psychosis, anxiety, and depression. After patients are discharged, there are limited community resources to aid them in obtaining the necessary outpatient services and resources to enhance their quality of life. Consequently, JFL's ED serve as the primary service provider, and patients frequently return to the hospital during crisis. This dynamic significantly affects JFL as the sole organization capable of providing stabilization services in the community. Periodically, JFL has had to transfer behavioral health patients requiring inpatient psychiatric care services to our sister hospital, Snyder Regional Medical Center. A well-designed program can help reduce admissions and readmissions to the ED for behavioral patients and promote care coordination for these patients. Research shows that comprehensive psychiatric emergency programs can lessen the impact of the emergency mental health presentations and improve patient diversion to appropriate behavioral health care. JFL supports Bill number 35-0224, which aims to amend Title 19, Part 5, Chapter 45, Subchapter 6 to enhance access to behavioral health services provided by JFL. This includes a focus on implementing a crisis intervention team to provide mobile crisis intervention services and the 988 telecommunication system. The introduction of mobile crisis intervention services and the 988 telecommunication services provides the following benefits. 1, empowers operators to conduct triage, facilitate care, and resolve situations in the community, as well as redirect non-emergent cases to mobile crisis units, significantly reducing the burden on the emergency department. Secondly, ensures increased connection to services, guaranteeing that individuals who may be hard to reach and might not otherwise receive services have access to evaluation and treatment from a mental health professional. Thirdly, substantially reduces wait times for non-emergent behavioral health patients in the emergency department. And fourth, ultimately promotes cost effectiveness for several entities, including our hospitals and the Virgin Islands Police Department. The emergency department at JFL, the Virgin Islands Department of Health, and the Virgin Islands Police Department have a long-standing working relationship when responding to behavioral health emergencies. Therefore, the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team can aid in strengthening and expanding these collaborations. We look forward to the ongoing collaboration with the Department of Health and other key stakeholders on this initiative, as well as serving on the mandated advisory board. In closing, JFL acknowledges the appropriation of funds from this program for the purchase of hospital beds and as a contribution to the salaries for behavioral health nurses upon the passing of this bill. Consideration should also be given for the utilization of these funds for resources the hospital identifies as a high priority for the safe and appropriate care of behavioral health patients. We will continue to work with the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team on developing a behavioral health space design for the new hospital facility to provide comprehensive inpatient care. The new acute behavioral health unit proposal includes key patient-centered spaces such as therapy rooms, social rooms, and outdoor spaces necessary for a safe, modern, and therapeutic unit for adults, adolescents, and children. I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt appreciation to the incredible staff at JFL, the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team, and the Territorial Board of Directors for their continued dedication and commitment to advancing healthcare in the community. I would also like to extend appreciation to the Department of Health and other community partners for their continuous support and collaboration. The JFL executive team thanks the Honorable Senator Diane Capehart, Chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and all committee members for allowing to provide this testimony today. I stand ready to answer questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hazel Filbert, Interim Chief Executor Officer of the Wang Louis Hospital. Thank you for your testimony. Now we'll go to the island of St. Thomas, where we have Ms. Tina M. Commission for the Roy Schneider Regional Hospital on the island of St. Thomas. You may proceed with your testimony.
A pleasant good afternoon, Honorable Senator Diane Capehart, Chairwoman of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, other honorable senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Attorney Tina Commission, Chief Executive Officer of Schneider Regional Medical Center. Thank you to this committee for the opportunity to give testimony on Bill number 35-0224, which amends Title 19, Part 5, Chapter 45, Subchapter 6, to increase access to behavioral health services, with a focus on formalizing and codifying the 988 telecommunications system for the territory and expanding community-based behavioral health crisis intervention services for the territory. SRMC endorses the formalization of the National 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline in our territory. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline provides free and confidential emotional support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The people of our territory will benefit from having access to trained crisis counselors who can help to support them as they are experiencing suicidal, substance abuse, mental health crises, or other emotional distress. The 988 Lifeline is also a resource to support and guide anyone in our territory who may be worried about a loved one or neighbor who they see experiencing suicidal, substance use, mental health crises, or other emotional distress. We applaud the Virgin Islands Department of Health's Division of Behavioral Health and other local agencies who have been a part of successfully activating the 988 line in the territory. And we support Bill 35-0224 because it ensures that the 988 Lifeline becomes permanent and is codified. Additionally, SRMC supports this bill as it seeks to expand and enhance community-based behavioral health crisis intervention services for the territory. As we are all aware, our community's behavioral health needs are significant. Individuals and families across the territory continue to be impacted by the lack of available and consistent wraparound services for the treatment of behavioral health conditions. As an acute care hospital, pursuant to Title 19, Section 242A of the Virgin Islands Code, SRMC provides emergency stabilization and inpatient care to all people needing treatment, including persons suffering with acute presentations of behavioral health conditions. We see many patients at our emergency department who are suffering with behavioral health concerns. For FY23, SRMC treated 541 patients in the emergency department for behavioral health related concerns, and in FY24, the number has been just as great. Many of those patients are brought to the emergency room because there are no mobile behavioral health crisis intervention services available to meet them where they're at, and because they're not receiving the support, treatment, and therapy that they need in the outpatient setting to keep them healthy, and their condition has become worse. Additionally, we know that more mobile behavioral health crisis intervention services are needed because sadly, we read about and learn about people who needed care and unfortunately did not even make it to our emergency room, who were in crisis in the community and who were unable to be helped in time, and then committed either a violent act or harmed themselves or remained on the street untreated. Our territory needs more mobile behavioral health crisis intervention services to immediately respond to persons in crisis. As a community, we have to address and fix the lack of outpatient behavioral health treatment options that are available to our residents. In addition to more outpatient psychiatrists and therapy teams, the territory also needs more short-term housing options and better coverage and availability of medications to treat behavioral health conditions. Regular therapy and medication adherence is critical to a person maintaining their health and controlling their behavioral health conditions. And without available housing and available providers, persons with behavioral health conditions often end up in a downward spiral. The GVI needs to continue to allocate additional funding to ensure that accessible treatment choices exist in the community setting, that more short-term housing options are available, and that more community-based support services, including case management follow-up and substance abuse rehab treatment facilities, exist. Our islands need more outpatient psychiatrists and therapy teams. We need additional community-based options so that individuals grappling with mental health challenges can get themselves out of a cycle of crises and avoid recurrent hospitalizations. It's important to recognize that the lack of sufficient outpatient mental health services leads to more frequent presentations at the emergency department and more frequent admissions and readmissions to SRMC's inpatient behavioral health unit. It also creates long lengths of stays for these patients at SRMC. Our inpatient behavioral health unit typically has a census of 6 inpatients, and at times we surge up to 8 patients. For SRMC, in FY23, we had 107 admissions to the behavioral health unit. And in FY24, we actually had a higher admission rate to the behavioral health unit, including patients from the St. Croix district, as JFL does not have an inpatient behavioral health unit. Patients who are admitted to the SRMC behavioral health unit most often have 2 diagnoses or more, often psychosis, manic or bipolar disorders, and sometimes with a combination of substance use problems. We also see patients with suicidal ideation, which are often secondary to depression. SRMC's behavioral health unit has an extraordinarily long average length of stay. In FY23, the average length of stay was 83 days. Discharge planning is a major concern for SRMC's behavioral health unit and our emergency department. Due to an insufficient number of providers in the community and insufficient outpatient community treatment options and the lack of availability of short-term housing, it's often difficult for Schneider Regional to safely transition patients to a more appropriate setting once the acute care is completed. Without those things in place, we know there's a high likelihood for the patient to become non-compliant with their prescribed medication regimen and subsequently decompensate and require readmission to SRMC's behavioral health unit. As a public hospital, we are required to provide care regardless of a person's ability to pay. It costs SRMC more than $1.17 million to operate the BHU in FY23, and that cost has gotten even higher in FY24. The allocation of 15% of the trust fund that's created through this legislation will assist SRMC with operating the inpatient behavioral health unit and with providing behavioral health care services in the emergency department. Additional funding support for this care for Schneider Regional is also very important. We will continue to work with Department of Health and other stakeholders to improve behavioral health care services in the territory, and we will continue to advocate for more outpatient psychiatrists, additional community-based therapy teams, more short and long-term housing alternatives, more medication availability, and better reimbursement for behavioral health services. These improvements will lead to better outcomes for our patients and our community and persons suffering with chronic mental health issues. We support this bill, which formalizes and codifies the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline in the territory and seeks to expand and enhance community-based behavioral health crisis intervention services. As the community's hospital, we will continue to play an active role in the provision of emergency and inpatient behavioral health services to our community. Thank you to our amazing staff at Schneider Regional who provide loving care to our community every day. SRMC remains an advocate for the expansion of all healthcare services in the Virgin Islands and will continue to partner with all stakeholders to ensure that quality care is provided to our community. This concludes my testimony, and I am prepared to respond to your questions at the appropriate time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO Comisión, for your testimony today. Now we'll go to Sandra Satori from the PSC. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Diane T. Capehart, Chairwoman of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, Vice Chairman, Honorable Milton E. Potter, members, Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Honorable Angel L. Bolquez Jr., Honorable Maurice C. James, and Honorable Franklin D. Johnson, non-committee member, Honorable Novel Francis Jr., other honorable members of the 35th Legislature, staff, fellow testifiers, and the viewing and listening audiences of the Virgin Islands. I am Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission, and this afternoon I am accompanied by Boyd L. Sprain, our General Counsel, who is participating on St. Thomas via Zoom. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to testify and offer comments on Bill 35-0224, an act amending Title 19, Part 5, Chapter 45, Subchapter 6, to increase access to behavioral health services with a focus on a psychiatric emergency response team, or PERT, to provide mobile crisis intervention services and the 988 telecommunications system. The proposed new subsection D of Section 1020-1020 of Title 19 presently reads, subsection D1, in compliance with the National Suicide Hotline Designation Act of 2020, the Department of Health may impose a monthly territory-wide 988 fee on each resident that is a subscriber of commercial landline telephone, mobile telephone, or IP-enabled voice services, and a point-of-sale 988 fee on each purchaser of a prepaid telephone service at a rate that provides for the robust creation, operation, and maintenance of a territory-wide 988 suicide prevention and behavioral health crisis system, and the continuum of services provided pursuant to national guidelines for crisis services. We suggest that the language is both narrower than likely desired and potentially challenging to collect. First, the phrase, quote, resident that is a subscriber of commercial landline telephone, end quote, may be confusing. Residential landline telephone service is called that. Commercial landline telephone service is a business service. Both of these services are sometimes referred to as plain old telephone service, or PATS. The phrase resident that is a subscriber of a commercial landline could create an argument that commercial business lines are exempt. Second, IP-enabled voice services is more frequently described as voice over Internet Protocol, or VoIP. Finally, at the time of the adoption of the National Telecommunications Act of 1996, the phrase mobile radio was used to describe what we now regularly refer to as cellular, mobile telephone, or wireless. As a result, we suggest that the highlighted language should be replaced with, quote, the Department of Health may impose a monthly territory-wide $988 fee on each landline telephone, cellular or mobile telephone, or other voice services, quote, parentheses, such as voice over internet protocol, close parentheses, however denominated, and a point of sale $988 fee on each purchaser of a prepaid telephone service. The substitute bill also contains in the proposed subsection 102A 988 Trust Fund the following language. Subsection B, the fund consists of the territory-wide 988 fee revenue assessed on users under Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 58, and appropriations made by the legislature of the Virgin Islands. In our review, we cannot locate a Section 58 within Title III of the Virgin Islands Code. Subsection C, the Public Services Commissions shall collaborate with the local service providers to gather information and data relevant to the annual reporting of emergency services surcharge and 988 trust fund deposits and expenditures, and provide the information to the Office of Management and Budget and the Department of Health for budgetary purposes. An annual report of funds, deposits, and expenditures must be submitted to the legislature of the Virgin Islands and the Federal Communications Commission. The Public Services Commission supports this important bill and the amendment, and we are willing to collaborate with the Office of Management and Budget and the Department of Health to gather information and data relevant to the collection of fees and deposits. However, the Commission has no role in this legislation regarding the expenditures from this fund. Madam Chair, thank you very much. This concludes our testimony. We appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you, Ms. Sandra Satori from the Public Service Commission. At this time now, we would go to hearing testimony from Attorney General Gordon Ray.
On this particular bill, I do not have testimony on this set. The testimony I was going to give.
No, you may, because we combined the two blocks together, so you may proceed with your testimony on bill number 35-0399, and for Senator Francis, correct?
Okay.
You have Francis? Okay. You may proceed with your testimony. No.
Okay, the testimony I have is on behalf of a bill proposed by Senator Bolkus.
Correct.
Very good.
So you would proceed with 0399.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Chairperson Dan T. Capehart, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, other senators, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Attorney General Gordon Ray. It's my pleasure to appear before you to testify concerning an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases, proposed by Senator Angel L. Bolkus, Jr. At present, bail in domestic violence cases is guided by 16 Virgin Islands Code, Section 99B, which provides that a person arrested for or charged with a crime that constitutes domestic violence shall be admitted to bail as follows. And there are three different provisions, all of which have no 10% amount that can be posted. Number one, $1,000 if no prior domestic violence conviction and no use or threatened use of a weapon and no harm. Number 2, $5,000 if there's no prior domestic violence conviction and no use and threatened use of a weapon and harm, or if there's one prior domestic violence conviction, no use of a threatened use of a weapon, and no harm. Third, $15,000 if there's no prior domestic violence conviction and the use or threatened use of a weapon is involved, or if there's one previous domestic violence conviction and there is harm, or if there's one prior domestic violence conviction and the use or threatened use of a weapon was involved, or if there's 2 prior domestic violence convictions. Typically, in a domestic violence case, bail is set the morning after arrest by the magistrate judge. Unfortunately, as you might have imagined, this bail statute is ambiguous. In some instances, judges deviate from the intent of the current law by assigning bail to domestic violence defendants upon lesser financial conditions than the law provides. In other instances, judges interpret current law as limiting the court's authority to set bail in domestic violence cases. This has led to dangerous defendants being assigned artificially low bail due to the domestic violence designation. For example, in an attempted murder case with no domestic violence designation, bail is generally set by the court at, say, $100,000. But if the same attempted murder, if that same person was charged with the domestic violence designation, then the current law, that's 16 Virgin Islands Code, would apply, and the court may set the defendant's bail at $15,000. This makes no sense. The Virgin Islands legislature has clarified its intent to take domestic violence seriously by enacting Chapter 2 of Title 16 of the VI Code. Indeed, 16 Virgin Islands Code, Section 90, which is entitled Declaration of Purpose, states that the legislature's intent is to set bond provisions that protect victims. According to that section, quote, the general purpose of this chapter is to, 1, assure victims of domestic violence the maximum protection from abuse that the law can provide, create a flexible and speedy remedy to discourage violence and harassment against family members or others with whom the perpetrator has continuing contact, expand the ability of the Virgin Islands Police Department and law enforcement officers to assist victims, to enforce the law effectively in cases of domestic violence, and to prevent further incidents of abuse, develop a greater understanding within the Virgin Islands community of the incidences and causes of domestic violence through data collection, facilitate equal enforcement of the criminal laws of the territory by deterring and punishing violence against family members and others who are personally involved with the offenders, and finally, recognizing that battering is a serious crime which will no longer be excused or tolerated. It's clear from a plain reading of Section 99B that the legislature wished to establish a minimum bail for crimes of domestic violence. Unfortunately, that purpose has been circumvented by defendants who realized that they could avoid the bail provisions of Section 99B by requesting to post 10% of the required bail plus $1. As a result, defendants charged with burglary in a domestic violence component or case could post $101, while those without a domestic violence component might have a $50,000 bail for the exact same offense. Based on its stated intent, the legislature surely did not mean for the perpetrators of domestic violence to be subjected to lower bail than other offenders. Yet that's currently how the current statute is sometimes applied. As one abuser was overheard telling his victim in the courthouse, quote, "Don't worry, domestic violence bail is only $101. Well, in the last 12 months, St. Croix has seen at least 2 domestic violence-related shootings, roughly the same number for St. Thomas. Assault second-degree arrest, which is intimate partner strangulation, happen approximately once a week. It is vital that both victims and abusers know that we as a community understand the dangers of domestic violence. The amendment proposed by Senator Bulkus makes clear the legislature's intent to set a minimum bail and provides ample authority for judges to tailor the full bail amount to the facts and circumstances of the case. The proposed amendment provides that bail must be set at no less than the stated amount and eliminates the 10% provision, requiring that amount be fully secured. In addition, the amendment requires that, quote, if the defendant has any contact with the victim after release and the people can prove the defendant contacted the victim by a preponderance of the evidence, the defendant shall be immediately remanded to custody and his bail revoked. Also, quote, to be released, the defendant must demonstrate to the court that he is not a danger to the victim, end quote. In sum, the bail conditions clarified in the proposed amendment help protect victims by ensuring a significant cooling-off period and impress on those charged with domestic violence that, quote, battering is a serious crime which will no longer be excused or tolerated, end quote. As with any bail provision, judges continue to have final discretion in determining the final bail for an offender. They are free to set bail as high as they consider appropriate, so long as they make clear findings on the record. Indeed, Title 16, Section 99A that I read earlier, outlines the factors judges should consider when making bail decisions in domestic violence cases. So the language proposed by Senator Bulkus has the full support of the Department of Justice. It ensures fair and consistent rulings on bail and domestic violence cases that fairly protect the rights of all parties. Thank you for including the Department of Justice in this important discussion.
Thank you, Attorney Gordon Ray from Department of Justice, for your testimony provided today. So we'll go to the island of St. Thomas, and we will hear from Paul Jimenez in regards to
Good afternoon.
Bill 35-0336, correct? You may proceed.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Capehart, Honorable Vice Chair Potter, honorable members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and the honorable members of the 35th Legislature who may be present, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. I am Paul Jimenez, General Counsel appearing on behalf of the Judiciary in support of this bill. A significant challenge facing our judicial system remains the government's obligation to provide effective assistance of counsel to indigent defendants as required by the 1963 decision of the Supreme Court of the United States in Gideon versus Wainwright and guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution. While the legislature created the Office of the Territorial Public Defender to represent indigent criminal defendants in the courts of the Virgin Islands, that office cannot do so in cases of ethical conflict, which most commonly occurs when two or more defendants are charged together, or co-defendants or witnesses were former clients of the office. Courts are therefore statutorily required to appoint members from the private bar to represent these indigent individuals under an involuntary appointment system. However, the system of involuntary appointment neither considers the criminal law experience of the attorney subject to the appointment, nor their desire to be appointed to the criminal cases. Over the years, the judiciary has implemented various reforms to the appointment system, including the establishment of private attorney panels consisting of members of the bar who volunteer to accept such appointments at a relatively low fixed hourly rate, which historically has been paid from the annual appropriations of the judicial branch. However, the number of indigent criminal defendants who cannot be represented by the Office of the Territorial Public Defender far exceeds the capacity of those volunteer attorneys, all of whom remain engaged in the full-time private practice of law, of course, at much higher billable rates. Even in the face of a rate increase, changes to improve timely payments of attorney compensation vouchers and the ability to request interim payments, both the history of payment delays and too many appointments to the panel attorneys have resulted in fewer volunteer attorneys and several resignations from the panel. Presently, there is just one attorney on the criminal panel in the District of St. Croix and 2 on the criminal panel in St. Thomas. Many jurisdictions face significant challenges with the availability of appointed counsel, as well as the increasing cost of appointed counsel, driven in part by increasing legislative mandates for the appointment of counsel in other matters. Some jurisdictions have addressed the challenges of providing appointed counsel and the timeliness of appointment by establishing a second public defender's office, typically known as the Office of the Alternate Public Defender or the Conflict Attorney's Office. In fact, following the suspensions of jury trials caused by the pandemic, the judiciary became laser-focused on impediments to conducting trials in direct response to repeated frustration of judges over case scheduling delays involving the availability of appointed counsel. The Supreme Court promulgated amendments to Rule 210 to establish a standing committee on indigent appointments to examine the issue and make recommendations to the Supreme Court for process improvements and rule changes. The committee is comprised of the Chief Territorial Public Defender, or his or her designee, the President of the Virgin Islands Bar Association, or their designee, and 3 additional members appointed by the Chief Justice to staggered 3-year terms, and 1 member appointed by the presiding judge to a 3-year term. The administrative courts, the clerks of the Supreme and Superior Court, the Chief Justice, the presiding judge, and the chair of the Virgin Islands Access to Justice Commission are all ex officio, non-voting members of the Standing Committee. The chair of that committee, Attorney Alicia Udwani, is present at today's hearing, I believe, on the island of St. Croix. By recommendation of the committee, and with funding initially secured through a state and local fiscal recovery funding grant, the Supreme Court further amended Rule 210 in 2022 to establish the Office of Conflict Counsel as an independent entity operating under the supervision of the Standing Committee on Indigent Appointments. The committee, with the administrative assistance of the Judicial Branch Administrative Office, has spent the past year starting up and staffing the Office of Conflict Counsel, which is known as the OCC in both districts. The OCC, now headed by a Chief Conflict Counsel, began accepting appointments on June 3rd, 2024, and continues to bridge the critical gap that occurs in every instance when the Office of the Territorial Public Defender has a conflict and or private counsel requests withdrawal or recusal. The OCC provides certainty and timeliness in the appointment process. As of November 30th, 2024, the Office of Conflict Counsel has been appointed to 50 cases, 25 resulting from the Office of the Territorial Public Defender requests to be relieved as counsel, 13 resulting from other appointed counsel requests to be relieved as counsel, and 8 direct family case appointments. Additionally, of the 50 appointed cases, 29 involve major felony jury trials. This caseload is currently being managed by a Chief Conflict Counsel with the recent addition of 2 assistant conflict counsels, 1 in each district, as well as an administrative officer. However, a full complement of staff must necessarily include the hiring of investigators, additional legal administrative support, and at least 1 more attorney in each district. In short, a legal practice fully resourced and equipped, dedicated to indigent defense. A critical but missing wheel of justice until June of this year, and one which we look to this body to establish by legislation with direct funding. With regard to funding, in addition to securing grant funding to establish the Office of Conflict Counsel, the judiciary included a request to fund the OCC in both its fiscal year 2024 and 2025 budget submissions without success. As stated, the Office of Conflict Counsel now has office locations in both districts, on St. Thomas at 19 Noragata and in St. Croix at 39A Prince Street, Frederickstead. These offices come with full digital networks, utilities, and other operational services established. Accordingly, the judiciary now has actual expenses upon which to base projections for continued operations of the OCC, with the full complement of staff mentioned at a minimum cost of $1.8 million. Additionally, it is important to note that while a request for extension has been submitted to both the governor and the director of OMB to extend the period of performance under the existing grant through December 31st, 2026, the current grant obligation period is set to expire on December 31st, 2024, and only covers the current filled positions, which means the additional staffing will depend on an appropriation. As a bit of a background, the judiciary initially requested SLFRF funding for various projects, including starting up the OCC in November of 2022. The grant award was not received and executed until October of 2023, and the funding was ultimately released in March of 2024, thus occurring during a period where allotment releases to the judiciary were also significantly delayed. The judiciary nonetheless forged ahead to ensure that its efforts to reduce the trial backlogs would not be derailed or further frustrated by funding delays. However, reductions in the judiciary's budget resulted in even greater challenges to financially and administratively absorbing the additional and increasing justice system expenses. A recent publication by the National Institute of Justice canvassed Gideon at 60 years and highlights how the expense of providing public defense services, coupled with a lack of understanding by policymakers across the country of what constitutes effective system design, continues to play a significant role in failures to meet constitutional requirements. Additionally, a 2020 national survey traced branch assignment of the public defense functions and found that 33 states placed it in the executive branch, 11 housed it in the judicial branch, 4 left it branchless with responsibility designated to local authorities, and 2 had hybrid structure. The study concluded that among the available options, placement in the executive branch offers the most advantages, but does not necessarily ensure adequate resources or independence. However, wherever the responsibility resides, what is true is that reforms should not be delayed until the failure of public defense becomes a crisis. Failure affects not just the accused, but the courts, prosecutors, jails, executive officials, and other stakeholders. In closing, while the judicial branch has taken the initiative to establish the Office of Conflict Counsel by court rule and applied for and is administering grant funding to support its establishment, the obligation to provide indigent criminal defendants with court-appointed counsel in a manner that comports with Gideon ultimately belongs to the legislature. There is no question that budget reductions and/or delays in funding continue to critically and negatively impact the operations of the judicial branch. This is amplified in areas such as this, where the courts are obligated to step in to fill gaps in oversight and funding, where funding either does not exist or remains uncertain. The Office of Conflict Counsel is a necessary reform that must be funded by the legislature. The judiciary cannot absorb this responsibility within its current operational ceiling. The judiciary thanks Senator Francis for introducing this critical piece of legislation and the members of the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of establishing the Office of Conflict Counsel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, General Counsel Paul Jimenez, for your testimony you provided today. Please forgive me because I went based on my visual where I entertained Attorney Gordon Ray, but I should have actually went to Mr. Steele just to give comments on the bills for 350419 and 350254, which has been vetted in this committee of jurisdiction. So if you can just give some feedback as to why it was needed.
And State Deputy Commissioner, VI Department of Health. Yes, as mentioned, the bill was reviewed prior in legislation, and the small recommended changes were regarding the having at least 5 years of licensure before being able to be on the board. Our Commissioner, Hussein Kanasian, recommended for it to be 2 years at least of licensure. This would help with making quorum and having enough people on the board. And as mentioned earlier, to have it as part of an allied board, also to help with support if you have issues with quorum along those lines. And those, other than that, the Department of Health fully supports the bill.
Thank you. So we'll go now to Senator Angel Boque's bill, which is bill number 30. Point of order, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Obviously, we started on Bill 35-0336, and there's still a number of testifiers in regards to that. I think Bill number 35-0399, we have already heard from the Attorney General in respect to that. So please have the additional testifiers.
For
Attorney.
35-0336?
Correct. Where we just had the testimony from Attorney Paul Jimenez, and then there's, if you look at your agenda, there's a number of testifiers pending on that, which is Attorney Alicia Uwandi, as well as Attorney Gordon Ray, who's representative, and the others as listed here on your agenda.
Okay, forgive me. So we'll go to Alicia Aruwani.
Udwani, yes.
You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Sorry, I'm coming over a little cold, but. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Capehart, honorable members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and the Judiciary, honorable members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, and of course, good afternoon to everyone at home staying informed by watching this legislative hearing. My name is Alicia Udwani, and I'm an associate attorney at Dudley Newman Fierzik. I'm here today in my capacity as chair of the Standing Committee on Indigent Appointments to testify in strong support of Bill number 350336, which seeks to establish the Office of Conflict Counsel. I understand that Attorney Jimenez, General Counsel of the Judiciary of the Virgin Islands, is also here to testify on this important bill. To avoid repeating the information that has been or will be thoughtfully presented, I will focus my testimony on why we need the Office of Conflict Counsel here in the Virgin Islands and mention a few suggested amendments to the bill. By way of background, I became involved in the Standing Committee on Indigent Appointments in 2022 while I served as president of the Virgin Islands Bar Association. I was elected chair of the committee during my first meeting and have served in that capacity ever since. At that inaugural meeting, Chief Justice Hodge emphasized the critical need for an Office of Conflict Counsel, highlighting the success of similar initiatives in states and territories such as Colorado and Guam. These examples demonstrate the potential for transformative improvements in the quality and efficiency of indigent defense, which this bill aims to achieve here in the Virgin Islands. This legislation is not just a procedural adjustment, it is a necessary step towards ensuring the integrity and fairness of our criminal justice system. So why do we need an Office of Conflict Counsel? As you are aware, the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution guarantees the right to effective legal representation for every individual accused of a crime, regardless of their ability to pay. In practice, however, this right is jeopardized when private attorneys, often with little or no experience in criminal law, are appointed to cases due to conflicts within the Virgin Islands Office of the Public Defender. While private attorneys play a critical role in our legal system, many who are appointed to criminal cases lack the specialized training and practical experience required to navigate the complexities of criminal defense. To illustrate, imagine being told that a podiatrist will be performing your heart surgery. While both a podiatrist and a cardiothoracic surgeon have completed medical school, their training, expertise, and day-to-day practices are entirely different. A podiatrist may be an exceptional physician in their field, particularly in the treatment of foot-related issues, but they would not be equipped to handle the intricacies of heart surgery. Similarly, an attorney who excels in commercial transactions or family law may lack the requisite skill and knowledge to competently handle a criminal case. The stakes in both examples are far too high to take such risks. The consequences of appointing attorneys without criminal law expertise can be dire. Criminal defense requires knowledge of constitutional law, criminal statutes, procedural rules, and sentencing guidelines. A lack of familiarity can lead to wrongful convictions, excessive sentencing, or violations of due process. Inexperienced attorneys often need extra time to familiarize themselves with criminal law, delaying case resolution, overburdening courts, and prolonging pretrial detention. Additionally, an attorney who has no experience in criminal law need to place a significant amount of time towards gaining the skill and knowledge they would need to adequately represent their client. Therefore, there is an increased cost to the judiciary. What are the roles and benefits of the Office of Conflict Counsel? The Office of Conflict Counsel would serve as a dedicated, experienced alternative to the Public Defender's Office when conflicts arise. Its establishment would provide several key benefits. Conflict counsel attorneys would be specifically trained in criminal defense, ensuring high-quality representation and reducing risk of legal errors. A structured office with experienced attorneys would reduce delays in case preparation and court proceedings, allowing for more timely resolutions. By eliminating the reliance on private attorneys for conflict cases, the Office of Conflict Counsel would streamline costs and improve budget predictability for indigent defense services. This initiative reinforces our commitment to a fair justice system, ensuring that every accused individual has access to competent legal representation. What are the broader implications of this legislation? Establishing the Office of Conflict Counsel is not just about improving legal representation. It is about safeguarding the principles of justice and equality. When individuals face criminal charges, their liberty is at stake. They deserve representation by skilled attorneys who have specialized expertise and are equipped to advocate vigorously on their behalf. While the judicial branch has worked diligently to establish the Office of Conflict Counsel, the grant funding it expires this month. Like the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, the Office of Conflict Counsel is vital to our community and must operate independently of the judicial branch. It is crucial that you vote to secure the continued funding of the Office of Conflict Counsel. By enacting Bill number 350336, this legislature has the opportunity to address a long-standing gap in our justice system, alleviate the strain on courts, and affirm the Virgin Islands' commitment to upholding constitutional rights for all residents. I urge you to support this critical legislation. Justice demands it, and our community deserves it. As previously mentioned, the Standing Committee on Indigent Appointments has a few suggested amendments to Bill number 35036, which I am submitting as part of this testimony marked as Exhibit A. Our proposed changes are highlighted in red. We believe these amendments serve to provide greater clarity and strengthen the bill. First, on page 2, section 3531A, we propose ending subsection A with the following language. The office is under the supervision of the Territorial Public Defender. The Territorial Public Defender, I apologize. The office is under the supervision of the Territorial Public Defender Administration Board for administrative purposes only. The operations of the office shall remain separate. This ensures clear separation of the office's operations while recognizing the board's role in administrative oversight. Second, and I have a technical correction for this amendment as well. Second, on page 3, section 3532A, we suggest adding the following. To ensure the stability and continuity of the Office of Conflict Counsel, it is hereby provided that no employee of the office hired prior to December of 2024 shall be subject to dismissal or alteration, which I would like to correct to reduction of compensation by the board except for cause. This provision aims to uphold principles of fairness and protect the integrity of the office to ensure that its essential work continues without interruption. Lastly, page 4, section 3534. We propose the following revision to subsection A. The office shall provide legal representation only in cases where a court has determined that the Office of the Territorial Public Defender or other appointed counsel has a conflict. This change clarifies the scope of the office's responsibilities to include situations where another appointed counsel has a conflict. I would like to take a moment to thank and recognize the members of the Standing Committee on Indigent Appointments who have worked so diligently over the past few years to get this office up and running. Our committee is made up of Chief Justice Reese Hodge, Presiding Judge Deborah Watlington, Judge Ernest Morris, who is the committee's secretary, Attorney Marshall Webster, Judge Adam Christian, Chief Julie Tahmin, Attorney Shelby Gaddy King, Attorney Veronica Handy, Clerk of Court Tamara Charles, and last but definitely not least, Administrator of Courts Regina Peterson, whose tireless dedication and attention to every intricate detail has been instrumental in getting the Office of Conflict Counsel up and running. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Senator Francis for sponsoring this very important bill. It is truly an honor to be here today to testify in support of this bill. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Attorney Udwani, for your testimony provided today. Now we'll go to Ms. Patricia Lynn Pryor, Acting Deputy Attorney General. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senate President Novell Francis Jr., Honorable Chairperson Diane Capehart, Senators, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Acting Deputy Attorney General Patricia Lynn Pryor. It's my pleasure to appear before you today to address Bill number 35-0336. The Department of Justice, okay, I'm sitting in an odd spot. The Department of Justice serves as the attorney for the people of the Virgin Islands, and we recognize the need for the Office of Conflict Counsel. Too often, criminal cases involve multiple defendants who cannot be represented by attorneys from the same office, or there's some other conflict between the client and the Office of the Territorial Public Defender. Establishment of the Office of Conflict Counsel in the Virgin Islands Code is the appropriate measure that needs to be taken. Therefore, the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands has no opposition to the addition of Chapter 302A to Chapter 301 of the Virgin Islands Code. The primary concern of the Attorney General's office on this particular bill is the granting of personal immunity to the attorneys and personnel employed by the Office of the Territorial Public Defender and the Office of Conflict Counsel. This bill does not provide any exceptions for unethical or even criminal behavior, not that any would be expected, but that effectively provides these attorneys with unfettered freedoms that any attorney of law would not otherwise be provided, or that any other attorney of law would be prohibited from. The attorneys and staff of the Office of the Attorney General have never been afforded such immunity, nor should any other attorney of law. The revised Organic Act of 1954 granted sovereign immunity to the government of the Virgin Islands, including any officer or employee thereof, in his official capacity, from any tort action absent consent of the legislature. However, in 1971, the government of the Virgin Islands waived its sovereign immunity to tort claims when it enacted the Virgin Islands Tort Claims Act, Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Section 3408A. That is troublesome in that the Virgin Islands courts have held that this offers no immunity to government actors with regard to tort claims. Historically, in the United States, there are two types of immunity for government employees, particularly attorneys who are employed by the government. And those are absolute immunity or qualified immunity. Absolute immunity is normally reserved for judicial officers acting in their judicial capacity. Qualified immunity is a judicially established doctrine that is designed to protect public officials from liability arising from the performance of acts or duties required by their job. Qualified immunity protects government officials if their actions do not violate clearly established rights using a reasonable person standard. If a clearly established right is violated by a government official, including governmental attorneys, the violation must be objectively reasonable at the time. Personal immunity is a term that typically arises in international law matters. If any form of immunity is considered for attorneys who represent indigent defendants in criminal cases, is considered by this distinguished body, it should be applied to all attorneys involved in criminal representation or prosecution. This would provide safeguards for government employed attorneys and encourage them to continue their public service. That concludes my remarks. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you for your testimony. Attorney Pryor for your testimony. At this time, I just, for the record, let my colleagues know that a testimony was provided by Julie Smith Tahmin, Chief Territorial Public Defender. Colleagues, if you want to read that, that's available for your read. At this time, colleagues, our day is not finished. We have probably about 2 more blocks after this one. So we have completed our testimonies. So we would start with Senator Bolkes. I will give you 5 minutes, and if there's any additional time, please let me know.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Madam Chair and colleagues, I'm in support of most, if not all, actually, of these bills in this block. But I do have just a few piercing questions just to sort of get some more insight. And I wanted to start off with the chair of the Supreme Court Standing Committee for the Indigent Appointments, Attorney Udwani. And I wanted to ask you, you mentioned a little bit about the grant funding and the issue with the office that is expiring at the end of the month. Do you have a little bit more information about the current funding situation and any long-term sustainability for the office in the event that, you know, if the funding is not achieved, like where does that put you? What are the outcomes on that?
Well, it would put, I apologize, it would put the judiciary in a very difficult spot. I think as we all know here, the judiciary's funding, it's already very tight. And so as we have it right now, it would be very difficult for the office to continue if we don't obtain the ability to fund it through the legislature. I believe, I hope that Attorney Jimenez can speak more to that, because he did in his testimony provide more information on the funding. But I do know that it would provide a stronghold on the judiciary, and it may, it'll be very difficult to continue funding.
And it's my understanding that attorneys take up some of the cases, and there was an indication in your testimony where you sort of indicated that, you know, in some cases, some private attorneys are appointed to handle complex criminal cases. And, you know, I'm just curious to know, does the committee also provide any additional training for those who are part of this office? You know, the issuance or assigning of cases to less tenured attorneys could be an issue, but how is that being handled?
Well, I wouldn't say it's even less tenured attorneys. You know, if going back to my testimony, I don't really, like, if a podiatrist tell me she's gonna, you know, do my heart surgery, I don't care how many CLEs or classes that podiatrist attends, yeah. I'm not comfortable with that. And if I am an indigent person, if that's my only option, that puts me at a disservice. And being indigent shouldn't cause me to get less vigorous, not vigorous, but like less knowledgeable legal representation. We can do as many classes, and we do. We do free CLEs. Bringing people to the table is very hard. We're a very busy profession. Bringing people to the table is very hard. Right now, as you heard, we only have 1 person on the criminal panel here on St. Croix and 2 people on the criminal panel in St. Thomas. And so getting people to take on criminal cases is already tough. Yeah. And we do provide training, but it's just not going to be enough. Versus if there's, for example, the Office of the Public Defender, they have their regular training themselves. And they've also helped with the training that we've provided over the years from the Standing Committee. But having this office, currently our chair is Chief O'Brien, who was a part of the Public Defender's Office for ever. And he's known to be a great teacher. So hiring young attorneys wouldn't be an issue in that way. Okay, and I want to shift over to Attorney Jimenez. He mentioned about 50 cases since 2024 and 29 of them being major felony jury trials.
and I wanted him to provide me with a bit more information on what types of cases the Office of Conflict Counsel is handling, and how does that impact the administration of the Justice Department?
The judicial branch.
Judicial branch, I apologize.
Okay. I want to start off by saying that I'm sure the committee is aware that I'm a stand-in for Administrator Peterson, who has this information at her fingertips. But in a general sense, I can tell you that the Office of Conflict Counsel, they're handling cases that either have been rejected by the Territorial Public Defender, asked to be relieved of representation because there is a conflict between the individual that's at the OCC and someone who is at the Territorial Public Defender, or in the case of a private individual, they've asked to be relieved as well. The cases are primarily right now felony jury, but any case that's conceivable for the Territorial Public Defender's Office is also a possibility for the OCC.
Okay, very well. Madam Chair, if I may have one wrap-up question. It's not, thank you. It's not particularly for Mr. Jimenez, but I wanted to shift over to the Attorney General concerning Bill 35-0399, separate bill. And I wanted him to please explain to us, generally how a domestic violence case goes, and versus if the amendment to that section is passed, how would it impact handling domestic cases in the Virgin Islands?
Well, the impact of the amendment that you've proposed, I think is very positive. It makes it clear that there's a minimal bail that must be set, and that's not clear at all in the present bail law. And by having that information out there, that if you commit an act of domestic violence, and if the police arrest you, which means the police had to have probable cause that you did it, then you're going to face a bail. And here's what it will be: at least this much, and it could be more, because it's obviously in the power of the court to decide that there are certain circumstances that make a higher bail more reasonable. But it tells everybody, it tells our community that we take domestic violence very seriously, and that if you commit domestic violence, and if the police has probable cause to believe that you did and arrest you, then the court must set a minimal bail. You don't, and in order to walk free, you have to pay that bail, and you also have to comply with the other conditions that I talked about, and that is, you cannot have any more contact with the person that you committed the domestic violence acts against. And if you do, then you're looking at having your bail revoked and you'd be remanded to jail. So it makes a very strong statement. And it also has a very good chance of preventing people from committing domestic violence, because they know right off the bat that if they do, here's what they're looking at.
And thank you. And my office did have a communication with a couple judges on the matter, and the ambiguous nature of how the current law is written has been a challenge for them when determining these bail amounts. So, Madam Chair, I appreciate the additional time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Boquez. How many minutes are we in? 5 minutes? Okay, I'm gonna take my 5 minutes right now because I'm next. Okay, and I really don't have a lot of questions, but I have a question for health, and it relates back to when this bill was in front of the Health Committee. The question that I posed, and I believe it was the doctor was there testifying on the bill. The doctor from Health Department, I can't remember her name. No. No, right. Can you turn on the mic for Deputy Commissioner Steele, please?
I think you're referring to Dr. Ty Hunt Caesar.
Yes, that's okay. That's who it was. What I wanted to find out from her then was whether or not, when you look at the requirements for the audiologists and the doctors who would be subject to the compact, if we were going to mimic those same requirements here in the Virgin Islands, but then it seemed to me as if here in the Virgin Islands we don't really have any requirements in terms of how do we determine the licensure of those professionals. And maybe I was reading it wrong, but I need an explanation.
Brennan Steele, Deputy Commissioner of Public Health. If you're referring specifically to the requirements of the audiologist or just medical?
The audiologist.
Yeah, currently the audiologist, as Dr. Hunt Caesar identified, was that it was going through the medical examiners board. They look at the requirements through the medical board itself, since we didn't have a current board for that, such the suggestion for the Allied Health Board. And the file goes through the Department of Health first and then goes up through the chain and process.
But do you know whether or not the requirements that I saw in the compact itself, so the requirements that audiologists from off-island would have to meet, if we pass this legislation, would a local audiologist have to meet those same requirements that are stated in the compact? So that was my question. She did say she was going to look at it, but I don't know if you're familiar or you're not. Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? If you're requiring someone from off-island to meet these requirements, is your local board also making sure that the locally licensed audiologist also meets those requirements, or that person would never be able really to be part of the compact and get the benefits of the, let's say New York, if New York was part of the compact. So that's something that I think we need to look at.
Definitely, Senator, I agree.
Yeah. So that's going forward, especially with the formation of the board, we need to make sure that we're consistent. The minimum bail amount in domestic violence, that makes sense, because we can't allow people to circumvent, and basically that's what they're doing, knowing, well, if I'm only going to get a pat on a hand, and, there's no deterrence, right? So that I get. What's the other one? The other one was the one for Senator Francis. Okay, your comment. I forgot your name. Oh Lord, Attorney
Pryor.
Yes, Attorney Pryor. That comment. I apologize. That comment at the end about immunity,
1 minute,
applying to everyone, I think should be considered by the proponent because it makes sense. Can you explain a little more why that's so important?
It is important, and especially in the realm of criminal cases, because we are placing heavy burdens on the attorneys, both for the Department of Justice and for the public defenders, and now the Office of Conflict Counsel. As I stated, I think that qualified immunity is generally the term that's used with regard to government employees, and it is generally applied across the board to government employees, particularly attorneys, not just defense attorneys. So because of the type of people and the cases that we deal with, I think it is just extremely important to protect all of the attorneys involved from the suits that may arise out of the representation of either the people or the defendants.
Yeah, I do want to say that I liked your analogy of the doctors. Well, I'm asking myself for another minute, right? Okay, there you go. Thank you. So, does everybody understand what's happening here as a chair? I don't think most people realize that attorneys eventually go into a specific area of law.
Yes.
And I think, we all graduate from law school, but we all go in different paths. It doesn't mean that you or I don't understand, but in practice, we may make mistakes, correct?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. And I say that because as a real estate attorney, I see deeds that have been drafted by criminal defense attorneys, and they mess people's lives up for the rest of their lives. Just letting everybody know, it applies all from
100%.
right?
100%.
Yes, so we need to be very careful in terms of what, if people ask me and I say, I don't know anything about that, they think, well, you went to law school. But as an attorney, you have a responsibility to provide zealous representation. And I think sometimes people don't get that.
Yes, zealous and competent.
There you go. And competent. Thank you. I liked your analogy, though. So I'm going to move on to the next person, now that my time has gone, and that is Senator Potter. Senator Potter, you may proceed with your questioning.
You hearing me? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too was impressed with the analogy that Attorney Udwani mentioned. Nobody wants to have a podiatrist performing cardiac surgery. But just out of curiosity, I wanted to know, do we have any sort of way of tracking, or do we have the stats as to the outcomes of individuals who are appointed by the courts, to represent an indigent defendant? Do we have numbers as to, just comparatively speaking, how they perform or the outcomes versus, let's say, the Office of the Public Defender?
I'm going to assume that question is for me, but I don't think we have those numbers. I will just say, as someone who started out as a prosecutor and then transitioned to civil litigation, the two worlds are very different. And now I'm diving a bit into commercial transactions. And so as someone who's been across the board, I know how different it is. And so if someone spent 20 years doing commercial transactions, they're not going to have the proper mindset to do a criminal litigation case. And even like civil litigation, similar, but very, very different. And so someone who is indigent deserves competent representation. So this office is very important to assure that each person, each citizen of the Virgin Islands is able to obtain that.
Understood. Just looking at it from a rational perspective, it's clear that you would want someone who is specializing in criminal law to defend you versus someone who is, like my colleague, doing real estate law.
100%.
But I was just curious as to if we had some sort of statistical assessment of the outcomes, but you don't have it right now, and that's fine. I wanted to ask Attorney Jimenez, and just kind of piggybacking on the immunity, the issue of the scope of immunity. I just wanted to get a sense of what specific types of legal actions or decisions will personal immunity cover, and are there any exceptions to this immunity?
All right. As I understand the bill, Senator, the immunity is against personal liability for the individuals. Doesn't prevent actions against them in their official capacity. And it's not unusual in our system. We have an immunity like this built into our rules for the Office of Disciplinary Counsel and for the attorneys that participate in filing or giving information on grievances. And as recently as Monday, excuse me, in a Third Circuit argument, I raised immunity of the individuals that were sued in that office under both sovereign immunity, quasi-judicial immunity, quasi-prosecutorial immunity, and qualified immunity. Now, the first three of those are absolute immunities. The last one is not an absolute immunity. But the VI government has only waived its immunity in a very limited circumstance. Sovereign immunity still exists. You have to comply with the Tort Claim Act, and you have to have a triggering action in order for that waiver of immunity to apply. I think the goal in this particular case is to make sure that the people involved in this endeavor are not being attacked personally for their personal fortunes or homes or bank accounts or anything else because of taking up the mantle of defending the indigent. And I'm not sure that this kind of immunity is warranted across the board, but if the Deputy Attorney General would like to discuss it with the Administrator of Courts, I'm sure she'd be willing to have that discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your feedback. I wanted to ask the Attorney General regarding Bill number 35, that's 0399, and something that's kind of just jumped out to me. How does the requirement for defendants to demonstrate they are not a danger, how does that align with the presumption of innocence principles?
Time.
The standard that applies with respect to bail, and I think it's made clear in this proposal, is obviously a reasonable doubt standard, which is the probable cause standard is the one that will really apply. That means that is it given the information given to the police when they make the arrest, do the facts indicate more likely than not that this person indeed committed that offense? If that's the case, and then the person is put on bail, it's only fair to say you have to stay away from the victim. And if you don't, and if we can demonstrate that also by a preponderance of the evidence, then you're looking at getting your bail revoked. And I don't think that violates any constitutional principles or any principles of fairness.
Okay, thank you for that, Attorney General. I wanted to just ask for both bills, so both 0399 and 0336. I wanted to get a sense as to, is there a mechanism or will there be a mechanism in place to determine the effectiveness if these bills were implemented? Is there a system in place to determine the effectiveness of these bills? I know very often we pass legislation and we pass it and we feel good that it's passed, but we never circle back around to determine, was this bill really doing what it was intended to do? So is there something in place to determine the success of these two measures if they were successfully implemented? I don't know who the appropriate person would be to answer that question.
I think I can speak with respect to the bill that I've been testifying on, which is the bail bill. And there is an interesting test, and that would be my expectation is that this will also help deter people from committing domestic violence. And if it does, then the number of domestic violence incidents and arrests should show a decrease. And if it does, I think we can say, okay, this provision may well be the cause for that decrease. And that would be a pragmatic way of measuring it, real life.
Thank you. Attorney Jimenez, I don't know if you want to give a crack at.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to the Attorney General, so I didn't follow along too closely.
No, I was asking basically about how will we know if this bill, and I guess I'm talking now to you about the Office of
Conflict Counsel.
The Office of Conflict Counsel.
Yeah.
How will we know if this really is doing what it was intended to do, that it's working, it's effective once it is implemented. Because I was saying very often we just do these things and we really don't ever circle back around to see if this thing is really has been effective.
Well, that's an easy question, Senator. It's already doing what it's intended to do. The question is, will it continue to do it when the money runs out? And, you know, the only way we're going to find out if it's going to continue to do it is if this body funds the office. The fact that once it's created and funded, that you're going to get to ask those questions of them every single year thereafter is going to let you know whether it's doing what it intended to do. But 50 cases sitting after just a few months, I think the answer is pretty clear.
I can add to that.
Thank you very much.
I can add to that if that's okay.
Sure.
I think if you were looking for some numeral reasonings, I think, first of all, we can see how quickly cases get resolved. That's one thing that we can measure. Whether or not the success of the case is hard, right? Because that's a case-to-case situation. And so you can't really measure it on success of the case. Sometimes you just get a bad case, sometimes you get a good one. But I think measuring how fast these cases move along through the court system, it's not 100% reliant on the Office of Conflict Counsel itself, but I think you will see that things will go around a lot smoother and a lot quicker, for sure.
Thank you very much, testifiers. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for your line of questioning. Now we have Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph.
A pleasant good evening, Madam Chair, colleagues, testifiers, and the viewing audience. This has been a very long day. I do have some questions. I will start with my questioning of Attorney General Gordon Ray relative to Bill number 35-0399. Attorney Gordon Ray, pleasant good evening. Kindly indicate for us, what have your research proved, if you've done any research, what other jurisdictions are looking at as far as minimum bail amount for domestic violence cases?
I have to confess, I have not looked at what other jurisdictions have done in that area.
Okay.
Common sense would tell me, though, that if there's a penalty that goes along with domestic violence, if it can be proven by a preponderance of the evidence, then that ought to have an effect on deterring and reducing domestic violence.
Okay, I had also hoped to see at least some individuals from the Family Resource Center here to testify on this measure, as well as the other domestic violence Family Resource Center in St. Croix, Ms. Clement Lewis, to at least give their position on this bill, knowing that they have been advocating a lot and supporting victims of domestic violence, and also they provide counseling to the perpetrators of domestic violence. I look at this bill, and I don't have an issue with it, but definitely people get hot-headed sometimes, and if it isn't something that's habitual, yes, they should be given those opportunity to cure and receive some counseling. We all have done things that we need second chances on. So I'm happy to see that in this bill, it does have those layers of what can be done if it's your first time as an offense, and also if you committed the offense without using a weapon. So thank you for that, but I am interested, and perhaps I would look at doing my own research on that matter. Now I wanted to go to bill number 35-0333, 3.6, that's the act amending Title 5, granting personal immunity to individuals providing legal services, representation to indigent defendants, and making an appropriation to establish the Office of Conflict Counsel. I'm happy to know that this office is already established and we are seeing some good outcome. My question is, though, whether or not this question of immunity to individuals providing the legal representation of services, what is the impetus for that? Why do we need to have that level of immunity to those persons outside of what immunity that government employees, as Attorney Pryor mentioned, they don't have that level of immunity? Why? What's the justification? What's the rationale? Attorney Jimenez.
All right. Well, I wasn't part of the drafting of this bill, so I can't tell you what the initial rationale is, but I can tell you, based on my knowledge of the workings of the judiciary, that we try to protect individuals who are appointed by the court or operating as a branch of the court from frivolous lawsuits. In a case like this, they're not prevented from suing them in their official capacity, but they are prevented from suing them for their personal liability, which is a part of judicial immunity as well as a part of prosecutorial immunity and sovereign immunity. So it's not that unusual an immunity. The fact that we state it in this particular bill, I suspect, is to put it front and center that the courts of the Virgin Islands should not entertain personal liability lawsuits against these individuals.
I have one follow-up question, Madam Chair, if you would allow, regarding Attorney Jimenez's comment to my question.
If you could wrap it up quickly.
Thank you.
As you mentioned,
I will.
we have a long day.
Thank you. Attorney Jimenez, have you encountered, based on being general counsel to the courts, any case wherein a court-appointed attorney has been sued for or gone through any type of litigation, civil action regarding their representation of an indigent person or individual? To your knowledge.
I'm not personally aware of that happening, but I am aware of a situation where an attorney appointed to a case to operate as a special master was sued in their personal capacity.
And what was the outcome of that case?
It's eventually dismissed.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking, that this may not be a necessary component. Okay, thank you so kindly, Attorney, and thank you, Madam Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, for your line of questioning. Now we'll go to Senator Novell Francis for your line of questioning. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank all of the testifiers for their testimony today. And obviously, I'm hearing that there is some support of all of the legislation before us today. So I think that makes it a lot easier in moving these bills forward. Of course, I don't have a vote in this committee, but nonetheless, at the appropriate time, I'll be voting on these measures. I will take under advisement and have a discussion with the necessary stakeholders in regards to the personal immunity that has been suggested by the Attorney General's office. I think it's only fair that we have that conversation and make a determination moving forward on that. So my hang-up today, of course, is behavioral health. We have been under a state of emergency by the previous administration. We've under a state of emergency by this administration. And some of the numbers that we're hearing here today, and I intend to forward these copies or these testimonies from our hospitals and the Department of Health to the governor, because the numbers are trending in the wrong direction, in my opinion. As we move the comprehensive behavioral health bill that we work collectively on with the Department of Health, and as well as the Judge Willock in Act 8688, we put a lot of work into that bill, again, creating a complete reform of our comprehensive behavioral health. And the 988 bill now is somewhat of a, while there may be some minor limitations, or there's some limitations, it's an enhancement to that particular piece of legislation. I moved $25 million just recently, again, to support previous funding for the Honors Hope build-out. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So we have done the work in terms of moving legislation. We have addressed the 722, 723. We bought mobile substation. I hear here today where there is testimony in regards to that we don't have sufficient mobile interaction and meeting our clients or behavioral health issues where they need to meet them. And we got vehicles, mobile substation parked up. I'm hearing about the increase in numbers. The Wang Lui Hospital, 164 from 423 to 424, 178 from 123 to 1223, 142. That's 524 contacts. Some of those may be a little bit redundant or double visits in some instances, or reoccurrences, but again, the numbers speaks for itself. In the St. Thomas District of Royal Leicester Snyder Hospital, we hear 523 calls last year, and the numbers are almost the same again this year. What else do we need to show the level of importance, the necessary urgency that's required for us to be able to address this behavioral health issue? They're our teachers, our nurses, our professionals. These individuals have served this community well. Our veterans and all these other individuals that continue to be left out in the cold because we don't have an effective, as the testimony have clearly indicated, action in place to be able to address our behavioral health response. Deputy Commissioner, I'll hear from you at this time.
Ruan State Deputy Commissioner of Public Health. I would beg to, I understand the concerns and see the numbers you're referring to, Senator, but I would say it's kind of two-sided. Part of those numbers has been because of the teams reaching out and getting individuals to services that's much needed. So they've been individuals that was previously falling through gaps of services. The more our outreach teams has been out promoting mental wellness and reducing stigma and those stuff has also brought an increase of services to our doors as well, where people are actually acknowledging they need some help. And that's why the importance of the crisis services that's being proposed in this bill is because the intent of that is those professionals meet them where they're at to reduce the fact that they potentially may have to be admitted to the hospital or escalate to the point of suicidal or dangerous behaviors. And in regards to the vans and that we're talking about in our testimony when we talked about not having a mobile, we're talking about a mobile crisis team staff that's proposed in the bill, not that we don't have our mobile outreach that operates currently.
So is it your testimony then that you believe that we're moving in the right direction in addressing this particular issue?
The big thing that concerns me personally, as not only as my current role, but as a clinician, is we have a few gaps of services within our system of care. One you mentioned, we do need an inpatient treatment facility. We work very closely with Wang Lui and Schneider Regional, and many times they're at capacity when we have other individuals that need to be transferred in at no fault of their own. So we know we need the inpatient facility. From the last time we've had the proposed
time.
Since the last time when we had our internal meeting where our committees who have been working and looking at the facility, the issue was when the A&E came back, the facility to start with even a 44-bed facility at Honors Hope, they were upwards almost $100 million to make that facility happen for it to meet accreditation standards. We have since been rediscussing change of course and working closely with BOC for forensic enhancement at the project that they already started to reduce some of the numbers. And you guys, legislature also associated some funding for the renovation of the second 32 beds at the ESF facilities. My last knowledge of that.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. My time has been called, but I'll tell you that I've taken on this advocacy as my life work. is this important to me that I believe that if I'm going to continue in this role and responsibility, we must make some inroads in our behavioral health situation here in the Virgin Islands. I am not satisfied. I continue to see the fallouts, and these are individuals that I know. These are families that are at sea in siege because they can't get any help. Family members, mothers, and individuals, again, that's being challenged. The court system that clearly continue to complain about not having adequate facilities. So we could come up with $100 million, or we could come up with $20 million or $25 million, or partner with create a public-private partnership. I'm wrapping up right now, Madam Chair. A public-private partnership if need be, but let's put this money to have some meaningful use to be able to address the need of this community. It pains my heart.
Agreed, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Now we'll go to Senator DeGraff on the island of St. Thomas. You may proceed with 5 minutes.
Yeah, still here. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers, all of you and listeners present. You know, I underlined a couple of things in these different bills: personal immunity, mandatory minimum bail, and a mobile outreach. So I'll start with a mobile outreach for behavioral health. What exists now? What is being done presently if we don't have a outreach or a team? What is the process going now? Because it seems to me as if like I keep hearing these things year in, year out, and they seem to just get worse. So what actually is being done now? CEO Snyder and I guess the CEOs, what's being done from the hospital's point of view?
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Graff, for the question. I actually defer that question to DC Steele from Department of Health, as they are the entity that manages that crisis intervention outreach and mobile outreach. We at Chennai Regional receive patients when they present to the emergency room, do our part in stabilizing and treating them and trying to set them on a course for success and for good health when they are discharged. Of course, if they need inpatient admission, we'll admit them and treat them until their acute situation is resolved. But the outpatient work and the outreach and the clinic work, I think, is more under the responsibility of Department of Health. And so I think DCCO will be the better person to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Ruan Steele, Deputy Commissioner of Public Health. Currently, right now, we receive a crisis response call where they come through from the individuals of the community or law enforcement. We have to pull our 2 therapists out to either clinics. If it happens in each district, we pull the clinical team out from the services at outpatient clinic to respond out to those crises. And we work in collaboration. If it's a higher risk situation, we work most of the time with our internal Office of Environmental Health Officers, and they go out and assist on those calls, or we call and work with VIPD currently.
So do you have data to show how many persons you have reached out to or gotten to before they get to the hospital and then before you have to go through the process?
Yes, we could get that data to you, sir.
Okay, good. We could follow up on that. Attorney General, when you say a mandatory minimum, I always prefer in a domestic violence case, no bail until they go before the judge. So what kind of bail are we talking about when we talk about mandatory minimum? Does it have to do with the 3 entities that you mentioned, whether it was any force or different things like that? What would be like a mandatory minimum?
Okay. The mandatory minimum is simply the amount that the judge is required at least to set. So first, it's not set until someone has been arrested and brought before a judge. And obviously, at that point, the judge determines whether or not there was probable cause for the arrest, and if there was, then the judge has to give it a mandatory bail level. For instance, in the first level I talked about was a $1,000 bail. That the judge must give. The judge also still has discretion, as they do in all other cases, to give more than that, but cannot give less. And in our view, first, that's fair, but because it can't be imposed unless there's probable cause. But secondly, it also sends a strong message out to the community that if you do engage in domestic violence, if you're caught and if the court finds probable cause, then you're looking at least this amount of bail. All that bail, and obviously if you pay the bail, you're free until you go to trial. But conditions are set that you cannot have any contact with the victim.
Then the judge can send down to the police station, like how when I was a police, there were sheets that tell you if you commit this crime, your bail is this, your bail is that. Is it that way, or would it still be you have to go before a judge to determine?
It'll need to go before a judge because a judge might decide that the bail should be higher than the minimum.
Good. Okay, that's good. Now, in regards to Assistant Attorney General Pryor, the word personal immunity again jumped out at me because I equated to when I'm here in the well and they say, oh, the senators could say just about anything because you have immunity. Does that mean we need personal immunity also? In the context of immunity across the board like you were talking?
Time.
Wasn't prepared for that question, but I think immunity, if you will, I believe that everyone that's spoken has acknowledged there is some immunity. And the concern is that we don't want these defendants to be able to sue their own attorneys for it, and to be able to get their personal, their homes, their cars, their money, their things that that have nothing to do with the administration of their duties. My position and the position that we've talked about from the Department of Justice is just that it should be across the board for governmental attorneys in these situations. I mean, defendants like to sue prosecutors as well. They like to accuse us of doing all kinds of things wrong, just like they do their attorney. It depends on the outcome of their case, typically. So as far as the senators getting immunity, I will certainly leave that to your all discretion.
Okay, no, that's fine. Like I said, just wanted to put it in context in regards to overall immunity. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff.
Madam Chair, Attorney Jimenez wanted to have a weigh-in, if you mind, or
Yes, he may proceed.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairperson. As you should be aware of, there is legislative immunity as well, which I never mentioned before because it's not part of what we do at the judiciary, but it's also an absolute immunity. And when I say it's an absolute immunity, like judicial immunity and prosecutorial immunity, that means that it's an immunity against suit as well as liability in both your official and your personal capacity. Okay, so what this immunity is doing here is kind of tracking that language and that sentiment for the people who are involved in the public defender's function. And I don't actually know how the courts have treated public defenders, and that's something that probably should be looked into. But I know from our internal rules that anybody in the disciplinary process is given immunity by court rule. Anybody who is appointed by the court is given immunity by common law. Anybody who is involved in a judicial function is subject to judicial immunity. So this is probably more than likely an outgrowth of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. At this time, I will entertain another, you wanted a point of clarification to add information? You may proceed.
Just to add some information, I 100% agree with everything that Attorney Jimenez mentioned just now. However, if the immunity language is going to be what stops this bill, then we have no worries about that. Like, so it's all right. Okay. It's very important that this office gets funded. So that's the priority here.
Senator, point of information, Senator Francis.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. We'll take care of that. All right. Okay. My quick point of information, and DC Steele, I just in my tangent, I've neglected to ask a question that I thought was extremely important. We're in the holiday seasons, and obviously, we know that when you call the 988 number is a national response that's happening there. What is the timeline to address being able to have a local establishment of a 988 and to be able to have at least somebody that's culturally sensitive to be able to take those calls and have a precise response during this critical time? Because we know, of course, during the holiday season that stress and these type of situation increases.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Senator Francis. Currently, it would take anywhere from 6 to 8 more months to have the 988 center set up because of the requirements from SAMHSA's coordination with Vibrant, who's the lead for that. They require these steps towards accreditation. We're going through that process now. We're going through TA with SAMHSA. Then we submit a certain level of documentation, that team review, and they come down for a site visit before you even allow to operate the 980. What we're doing in the interim is, as you mentioned, is rolling up. But right now, we're actually looking into see if we could actually contract with a specific call center. So at least all our calls will go to one center. We can have a closer collaboration with that center, make sure they're aware of the cultural differences, and make sure they have a direct call back to know who to refer those services to here in the territory.
Can I ask that at least in the meantime as well that we could do some outreach or awareness during this season, so that again individuals know the availability of the 988 or the need for them to reach out if in fact they're under any stressful situation that may lead to attempted suicides.
Yes, definitely, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Francis. Colleagues, I think this concludes our line of questioning for block number 4 and 5 combined. I think I wanted to make sure that everybody had amendments. So let me just take one quick minute recess to make sure we have all these amendments. Then we go straight into voting. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary stands in recess 2 minutes. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Do I hear amendment, Senator James?
Amendment.
You may proceed. Amendment, Senator James.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer Amendment 35-1120 to Bill number 35-0224 in the nature of a substitute, and it reads as follows. Bill number 35-0224 is amended as follows. A, strike psychiatric emergency response team and insert crisis intervention team. And B, on page 10, line 2, after title, strike 3 and insert 3-3. I so move.
Do I hear?
Second.
That would be a second one.
No, you're correct.
Restate-
You are correct. You are correct.
Restate your motion, your
Right, you are
amendment.
Yeah. The words that were written on the page, I read really well. Okay.
Restate.
I will restate, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I offer amendment number 35-1120 to Bill number 35-0224, and it reads as follows. Bill number 35-0224 is amended as follows. A, strike psychiatric emergency response team and insert crisis intervention team. And B, on page 10, line 2, after title, strike 3 and insert 33. I so move.
Amendment properly made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Bolkes. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Do I hear
amendment?
Amendment, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I offer amendment number 35-654 to Bill number 35-0224 in the nature of a substitute, and it reads as follows. Bill number 35-0224 is amended by striking the language after the enabling clause and inserting new language that reads as follows. Section 1, Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 5, Chapter 45 is amended as follows. A, Section 1001 is amended by adding the following definitions. 1, 988 means the universal telephone number for the National Society.
Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to waive the reading of amendment number 35-654. I so move.
Motion.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion.
So move.
Motion, Senator. So move for the amendment.
Second.
And seconded by Senator Bolkes. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Maurice James.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0224, an act amending Title 19, Part 5, Chapter 45, Subchapter 6, to increase access to behavioral health services to provide mobile crisis interaction services and the 988 telecommunication system be voted upon as amended, be voted upon favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for full consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Bolkes and Senator Carla Joseph. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0224 as amended?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Bill number 35-0224, an act amending Title 19, Part 5, Chapter 45, Subchapter 6, to increase access to behavioral health services with a focus on a psychiatric emergency response team to provide mobile crisis intervention services and 988 telecommunication system has been voted upon favorably by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Motion, Madam Chair.
Motion, Senator Maurice James.
Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0254, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 21A, establishing the audiology and speech-language pathology interstate compact, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart, be voted upon favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for full consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Bolkes and Senator Carla Joseph. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0254?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0254, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 21A, establishing an audiology and speech-language pathology interstate compact, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0419, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1A, by establishing the Virgin Islands Board of Speech Language Pathology and Audiology, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart, be voted upon favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for full consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Angel Bolkes and Senator Carla Joseph. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0419?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0419, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1A by establishing the Virgin Islands Board of Speech, Language, Pathology, and Audiology, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Amendment, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move amendment number 35-1121, an amendment to bill number 35-0336. Bill number 35-0336 is amended as follows. A, in section 1, in internal section 3531, subsection A, in the third sentence, strike the Territorial Public Defender Administration Board, parentheses, board, close parentheses, and insert the Judiciary of the Virgin Islands Standing Committee on Indigent Appointments, open parentheses, committee, close parentheses, for administrative purposes only. 2, in internal section 3532, strike all occurrences of board and insert committee, and in the subsection A, after the third sentence, insert to ensure the stability and continuity of the office. No employee of the office hired prior to December 2024 shall be subject to dismissal or technical amendment. Strike alteration, insert reduction, end of technical amendment, of compensation by the committee except for cause. And 3, in internal section 3536, subsection A, strike board and insert committee. B, which is under subsection 3, insert section 2, strike 2024 and insert 2025. I so move.
Amendment properly made by Senator Angel Bolkes and seconded by Senator Maurice James. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Angel Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move bill number 35-0336 as amended, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, by establishing the Office of Conflict Counsel, granting personal immunity to individuals providing legal representation or services to indigent defendants, and making an appropriation to establish the Office of Conflict Counsel. I so move. As amended.
Second.
As amended, to be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Seconded. Second.
Motion properly made by Angel Bolkes and seconded by Senator Maurice James. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0336 as amended?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph yay.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter yay. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0336, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, by establishing the Office of Conflict Counsel, granting personal immunity to individuals providing legal representation or services to indigent defendants, and making an appropriation to establish the Office of Conflict Counsel, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration.
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move amendment number 35-1095. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 35-0399. Bill number 35-0399 is amended by striking all language after the enacting clause and inserting the following. Section 1A. Title 16 Virgin Islands Code Chapter 2, Section 99 is amended as follows. 1. Subsection B. A. In paragraph 1, 2, and 3 by inserting not less than at the beginning of each paragraph respectively and by striking with no 10% provision and inserting fully secured in each paragraph respectively, and B, by inserting the following paragraph 4. 4. If the underlying crime has a higher bail amount than the amount in subsection B of this section, the higher bail amount shall apply. Subsection B under B. Subsection C is amended by inserting the following after forthwith. If the defendant has any contact with the victim after release and the people can prove the defendant contacted the victim by a preponderance of the evidence, the defendant shall be immediately remanded to custody and his bail revoked. To be released, the defendant must demonstrate to the court that he is not a danger to the victim. C, subsection E, is amended by inserting the following after center. Appropriate treatment options include a certified partner abuse intervention program. I so move.
Amendment properly made by Senator Bolquez and seconded by Senator Maurice James. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Angel Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0399 as amended, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases as amended, be forwarded out of this committee to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Be voted upon favorably.
Did you say voted upon favorably? Restate your motion.
Restate my motion?
Please.
Okay, I will retract and restate my motion, Madam Chair. May I proceed, Madam Chair?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0399, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases, as amended, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Angel Bolquez and seconded by Senator Maurice James and Senator Carla Joseph. May I have roll call on Bill number 35-0399 as amended?
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yea.
Senator Bolquez, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0399, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violent cases, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Colleagues, this concludes block number 4, and we still got 2 more blocks to go. And they say we don't walk. What did I do? Hey, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, we rock and we get things done no matter what time it is, what time we start. I just want to say thank you to the testifiers who are here before us today. I don't know if you would like to say a few closing words, and also to the bill sponsor. I think I would allow you to say a few words first before I go to the testifiers.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, as well as to all of the testifiers in their testimony on Bill number 35-0336. And also thank you, Senator Bolkes, for moving the measure forward. I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank everyone for being here this evening in the paint with us today. And more so, thank you to the Attorney General's office for all of the dialogue and communication concerning Bill number 35-0399. And of course, what it will do to try to curtail a lot of what has been transpiring in our community concerning domestic violence situations and cases. So I thank you again to them and, of course, colleagues for your support on the measure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. I forgot to even say thank you to my colleagues, even thank you to Senator Maurice James for moving 3 of my measures in this block today. You know, it has been a long haul trying to get the psychiatric emergency response team bill through, because I wanted to make sure that the stakeholders provided all the information that we made this legislation perfect for the people who are experiencing behavioral challenges, and also for the establishing the audiology and speech language pathology interstate compact and the Virgin Islands Board of Speech Language Pathology and Audiology. I just want to say thank you to my colleagues, and thank you to the testifiers who took the time and spent the whole day with us waiting their turn to give testimony. At this time, I would start with you, Attorney General Ray, for you to say a few comments, and everyone else, and then we will finish with this block.
Well, I'm more than glad to have spent the entire day on this, because it was time well spent. I'm very proud to have been part of this process, and I want to congratulate all of you, senators, for taking seriously the bills that were before you today and for passing them, obviously, unanimously for all people who were present. And it's been a real experience for me. And I think I've learned a lot today. So thank you very much.
Yes, we did.
And I'd love and I would love to continue being part of this process. I think it's an important thing to do, and it feels rewarding to me to be able to give back to a community that's meant so much to me for almost the last half century.
Well, I must say something to you, Attorney Ray, our Attorney General, that you, when you're coming, because you're going to be coming to this legislature in the 36th, so I'm going to recommend that you walk while there's snack in your pocket, because you always seem like you spend the whole day with us. So thank you, and I appreciate you for your willingness to serve. We have Acting Deputy Attorney General Patricia Lynn Pryor. I don't know if you want to say a few words, but you may proceed.
Just thank you all for having us here today, for allowing us to participate in the discussions. And I just want to say thank you for confirming the Attorney General. He has been a breath of fresh air at the Department of Justice, and I feel like we are really taking a positive step forward in that office, and I appreciate you all working with us on measures to help us do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Steele, Department of Health, on behalf of the Commissioner of Department of Health, you may say some closing remarks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the committee. We appreciate this so much, the opportunity to be here to share our testimony and receive the support much needed for the community. We started on this bill from about a year ago when we visited facilities in all over. I think we were in Florida visiting several
Yes.
facilities. We started
I
talking
forgot
about
about that.
1988. Yes. So
And
it's
they say
come
I don't walk.
So it's come a long way, much appreciated, and another additional resource not only to the Department of Health, but to the crisis centers who receive them, the hospital systems, VIPD, everyone, as we continue to try to build a full system of care for behavioral services. So this is a much needed addition, and we thank you so much on behalf of the Department of Health.
And thank you for all that you do for those who are experiencing behavioral challenges and even those abroad, making sure that their residents are comfortable, clean, safe. I've seen it, and I thank you and your staff and all at Department of Health. I look forward to seeing other things happen for the people who are experiencing behavioral health challenges, transitional units, homes. I will continue to advocate in this community for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hazel Filbert, please, thank you. You may proceed with your closing.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee. On behalf of JFL, I was very happy to be part of this process. It's been a journey, and I'm really happy to see that the bill has finally passed through. This is significant for us because it's going to help to augment the services that we provide here at the hospital from the standpoint of having the psychiatric emergency response team / crisis intervention team will really help in terms of, really addressing the needs of the patients that are out in the community and also having that coordination and linkage with the hospital as needed if they need higher level care. So at the end of the day, I am very happy to see this process go through, and it really speaks volumes that we are really moving in the right direction to find additional services to address behavioral health, which continues to be a priority need in our community, excuse me. So again, thank you.
Thank you for all that you do. Ms. Satori, Sandra Satori, and at the PSC, as we've been back and forth, amendment changes and amendments, or even changing of models. So you may have some closing remarks.
Thank you very much, and it was all well worth it. And as one of the key stakeholders that's been mentioned all throughout the day, and on behalf of our Public Services Commission team, I just want to thank the Rules and Judiciary Committee, its members, for the amount of work, value, and pride that you've put into this legislation. We are more than happy to not just work with our legislators to ensure that valuable legislation is approved. But we also look forward in this particular case to working very closely and collaborating with the Department of Health as well as the Office of Management and Budget to ensure that the legislation and the implementation and execution of the legislation is very successful. So thank you.
And thank you for all that you do. You may proceed, Ms. Udwani.
Yes. Thank you all for being here today and listening to us. I think this bill was so very important that even though I was feeling very unwell, I got myself up to come here today. It's just that important. It's going to improve the lives of Virgin Islanders significantly. And so thank you so much for allowing this bill to go through.
Thank you. Thank you all. And season's greetings to you. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Colleagues, we are now in block number 5. We have 2 resolutions before us in this block. And I just want to say to my colleagues, Senator Samuel Carrion and Senator DeGraff, that you owe me a Christmas gift for these resolutions being in this committee, because I care for you guys. As you know, this committee is the clearinghouse of all the bills, nominations, commissioners, commissions, and judges. And this is a Christmas gift to these 2 guys that we are still here. So the testifiers, I just want to say thank you for sticking it out. So I'll ask, who speaks to bill number 35-0410?
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed, Senator Carrion.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and your gift should be coming in the mail. Thank you. Today I'm introducing, well, let me start by saying good evening to my colleagues, good evening to the testifiers, and good evening to the viewing and listening audience. And thank you all for your patience today. Today I am introducing Bill 35-0410, a piece of legislation that pays tribute to an extraordinary individual whose impact on our community on St. Croix and the Virgin Islands is immeasurable. Bill number 35-0410 seeks to honor and commend Salvador Sal Sanperi for his decades of dedication, commitment, and contribution to our community by renaming a portion of King Cross Street from King Street North towards the boardwalk in his honor. Initially, we were considering naming the boardwalk after Mr. Sanperi. However, after learning that was previously named, we decided to identify another location to honor him appropriately. We have now identified the areas from King Street heading north to King Cross Street to the boardwalk, which is the road that leads down to Caravel to the boardwalk, which will be named the Salvador Sal Sanperi Lane. As such, an amendment will be offered today to reflect this adjustment. This particular area was considered mainly because every year thousands gathered for the family-friendly Christiansted Boat Parade, a long-standing tradition that Mr. Sanperi has played a pivotal role in organizing for over 25 years. Who is Mr. Sal Sanperi? Well, we will be here all night if I would say all the accolades and tributes to him. But let me sum it up this way. I've had the privilege of knowing Mr. Sanperi personally for a number of years and have been aware of his support towards various organizations. However, I was approached by several persons who have either served with Mr. Sanperi on the Boy Scout board, Rotary, or other nonprofit organizations who approached me regarding the possibility of honoring Sal for his contributions to the community. That is how this bill came into existence. Mr. Sal Sanperi's life is a testament of resilient service and vision. Since moving to the Virgin Islands in 1966, he has become an integral part of our community through his unwavering dedication to causes that assist and empower others. From organizing fundraisers for the Virgin Islands Special Olympic teams to spearheading the St. Croix Christmas Boat Parade, Sal, as we call him affectionately, has made it his mission to bring joy, opportunity, and pride to our people. Even after being diagnosed with macular degeneration and becoming legally blind, his perseverance and passion has never faltered. Through his effort, he has raised funds for numerous organizations, from the Boy Scouts of America to the Special Olympics, to Make-A-Wish Foundation, to the Virgin Islands Police Department, and so many other organizations over the years. He has also been instrumental in developing the infrastructure such as the Boy Scout Dream Camp, and in supporting public safety through initiatives like installation of surveillance cameras in Christiansted, and many times from his own personal business Olympic Car Rentals, providing vehicles for the police department. This bill is not merely about renaming a street. It's about ensuring that the legacy of Salvador Sanperi lives on as a source of inspiration for generations to come. It is in a recognition of a man who exemplifies what it means to be a community leader and a devoted family man and a selfless contributor to the betterment of our society. Colleagues, I urge your support for this legislation as it represents our collective gratitude and admiration for Sal's unparalleled contributions. Let us honor him by ensuring his name stands proudly in a place that embodies the community spirit he has so passionately nurtured. Again, an amendment will be offered to strike reference to the boardwalk and instead name the area heading north of Queen Cross Street to heading north on Queen Cross Street to the boardwalk, the Salvador Sanperi Lane. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Samuel Carrion. Who speaks to Bill number 35-0411?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you may proceed.
Likewise, Madam Chair, I'm going to bring over your gift. I ain't sending a mail. Thank you. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I am honored to be here. I'm not a committee member, but I'm honored to be here as a part of this committee to present, because I've seen the great volume of work that you have done, you and your committee members have done for the 35th legislature, and in regards to supporting the people. So I really am proud to be here to present this bill today. Bill number 35-0411, an act honoring and commending Georgia Francis for her community service and for her contributions to the youth of the Virgin Islands in the area of music, and renaming the portion of Rumor Drive beginning at Mandela Circle and continuing to the bottom of Dorothy, Dotsy, Lockhart, Elsco Drive, the Georgia Francis Drive. Ms. Francis, there is in her to excel always is not only the motto of the Charlotte High School, Mighty Chicken Hawks, but is also commitment to excellence that personifies Ms. Francis, to excel always. Her impact in this territory and the grasp that she has had on young, great Virgin Islanders. So it's not she just taught and passed on her skills. She impacted and impressed great Virgin Islanders. And when you take a young mind and you make those individuals great, some of the testifiers here, Mr. Dion Parson, he passed on his testimony to Ms. Dion Donadell because he was unable to stay all day. And incidentally, let me see, her son was on today in Block 1, the nomination, Mr. Tahmin.
Mr. Clarke.
Tahmin Clarke,
yeah,
is actually her son. I was told that he flew in and he left to go back out. It says, and he himself was even unaware that his mother was being honored. So again, it's unfortunate, but again, we're gonna move forward with it. Ms. Francis was a graduate of Fisk University and returned to the Virgin Islands and began her teaching career in 1977. You know, that's 2 years before I started the government. I started in the government in 79. So she's been around a while making this great impact. She started at Bertha C. Boshelter Junior High School and transitioned over to the Charlotte Amalia High School. You know, the impact that she has had, I'll go right to where she has had an influence on some great name people. When you think on Neville Peters, Dion Parson, Reuben Rogers, Rashawn Ross, Tabari Lake, local musical educators, Malvern V. Gomes, Akil A. Breedy, Dion R. Donadell, L.J. Bratwitt, to name a few. Those individuals named that I have called are great in their own right. And imagine who mentored them, taught them, supported them, taught them about life, not just their skill, how to harness it, and move it forward. I intend to name the Ruma Road, which is the road from Mandela Circle, which take you to the old foot of Rappoon Hill, which is now the Dorothy Lockhart Elsko Drive. So that road in between where the also Harris Court and the Kmart is the road that we're going to name after her. So I ask the support of my colleagues, even though I can't vote in this committee, to look favorably on someone who has impacted and make a great impact in this territory as a Virgin Islander. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Colleagues, we have these two resolutions in this block. I will give 4 minutes. 3 minutes, okay. I would just like to say that I don't know Miss Georgia Francis, but I was totally impressed today with her son, Mr. Clarke, who would no doubt be a part of the GERS board. So I must say she did something well, so she's a good person. So I'm sure that when next week when we vote in session, that she'll be passed from today to session. And I've had the honor of knowing Mr. Salvador Sal Perry in this community. I am so happy that Senator Carrion thought it was wise to name the boardwalk in honor of you. I think you are well deserving of this. You've done so much in this community, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all that you've done. Did I miss the boat parade? Next Saturday? Okay.
Saturday coming.
This Saturday. Okay, great. So colleagues, Senator Bolkes, you may proceed with your line of questioning. 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I'm not going to waste too much time because obviously we have before us two very, very great individuals who have dedicated a lot of their time and effort into our community. And
Madam Chair, excuse me, the testimonies.
Oh, I forget St. Thomas. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the testimony, we have testified. We have one here, and I guess on St. Croix, the testimonies.
You could tell it's been a long day.
Madam Chair, you're doing just fine.
It's been a long day.
It's a long day. You're doing just fine. Thank you.
I'm Senator Bolkes. You don't call me up? You ready to go too? Okay, sorry. Let's start on St. Thomas with that is Donadell, Ms. Donadell. If you can please state your name on the record, and then you can proceed with your testimony, and then we'll come back to St. Croix.
Good evening. My name is Dion Donadell. Greetings, Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, Chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, committee members, non-committee members, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Dion Donadell, and it's with great honor that I present testimony before this body today in support of Bill number 35-0411. This bill proposes renaming a portion of Ruma Drive beginning at Mandela Circle and continuing to the base of Dorothy Lockhart Elsko Drive to the Georgia Francis Drive. I'm here to offer context and justification for this recognition, drawing from my personal experiences, spanning my journey from a young girl to a mature woman. To many, she is known as G. Fran or Miss Francis, but to me, she began simply as Nenny Georgia.
It is often stated that when selecting godparents for your children, one should choose individuals who are trustworthy, deeply invested in your child's well-being, and capable of fostering their faith, growth, and development. They should be present throughout the child's life journey and beyond. With this standard in mind, I publicly thank Lillian Garfield for choosing such exceptional godparents for me. Nanny Georgia has been one of the best godparents one could ask for. As a young girl attending Lenadoba Elementary School, I began private lessons under her guidance in the 3rd grade. Every Saturday, I would go to the Herman A. Wallace Music Suite to watch her teach students of various ages and instruments. When determining my instrument of choice, I confidently chose the trumpet. When she asked why, I replied, I want to be heard. And I want to show the boys at my school that girls can play the trumpet just as well, if not better. She laughed and said, okay, but you must commit to your craft. At 9 years old, I didn't fully understand what craft meant, but I was eager to play the trumpet. She explained that daily practice for at least 15 minutes was essential. It seemed simple at first, but little did I know the challenges ahead. As I progressed to Alita Kankaran Junior High School, I continued taking private lessons while participating in the school band under the direction of Mr. Arthur Williams and the late Mr. Wang Harigan. Despite my hard work, I often felt unheard, particularly when not assigned to play the first parts in band. When I voiced my frustrations to Nanny Georgia, she patiently explained that directors assign roles based on the overall sound and balance of the band. Although I didn't fully grasp this at the time, I persevered and was selected to join the Virgin Islands Marching 100, an initiative spearheaded by my nanny. The Virgin Islands Marching 100 demanded significant commitment. Long hours of practice during the week and weekends became routine. This initiative brought together students from all 3 islands, spanning grades 7 through 12, for combined rehearsals, performances, and competitions. My nanny managed every aspect of this monumental endeavor, including organizing the purchasing of uniforms, chartering flights, arranging accommodations and transportation, coordinating meals, and planning activities. This was no small feat and required immense patience, resilience, and determination. It was at one of the many rehearsals that I received my first ball out. I remember going home and telling my mother, I am no longer calling her Nanny Georgia, it will just be Miss Francis. For those that participated in this venture, along with the many other trips that Miss Francis took her band students on, can attest to it being an awesome feeling. It was tough, but amazing all at the same time. One of the highlights of my experience with the Marching 100 was performing at the inauguration of President William J. Clinton. Despite the challenges, including marching in freezing weather behind horse manure, we accomplished our goals with pride. Beyond the parade, we competed against other schools and performed exceptionally well. This success was a testament to the dedication and leadership of Ms. Francis and the collaboration of the other high school band directors from the territory, including Mr. Stanford Jones, Mr. Levi Farrell, Mr. Joseph Crawford, and many more. As teaching is both a condition and accompaniment of discipline, that previous ball out that I spoke about was the beginning of many more. But I was finally here, a 9th grader at the Charlotte Amalie High School, and of course, I was in band. Even though I played with the VI Marching 100, do you know I still had to audition to get in? Like, seriously, did I not prove myself worthy? This goes to the professionalism and understanding that not just because you were there, does that mean you can be here. It is a privilege to be a part of the CAHS Marching Hawks, and you will earn it all. And here I was thinking I did already. From holding the banner for numerous parades when I was too young to be a part, to attending band jams way before my time, and just enduring the ball outs. My rights should have been solidified. It was that summer that I got my first job teaching at the Encore Summer Band Camp. This was the start of something great within me, even if I didn't realize it yet. Ms. Francis truly taught all year round. The Encore Summer Band Camp became a signature camp for enrichment in music and discipline. In school, memorizing the numerous marches and the other genres of music, taking those grueling playing tests in front of everyone, trying to offer explanations as to why you weren't prepared for the test or challenge, using words like I thought, in which she would quickly respond, tart. The only tart in here would be coconut, guava, and pineapple. In those moments, I think I speak for most when I say you wanted to answer right back, but you also knew your place. You just had to laugh, buckle down, and do your work. Or when she stopped you in your tracks with, you see, my thing is, or right now, this is not a dialogue, this is a monologue. Ms. Francis truly has a unique teaching style. Her influence extended to international stages, including performances and competitions in Washington, D.C., Florida, Louisiana, California, Canada, London, and Argentina. In 2009, as the director of the Virgin Islands Marching Sharks, we attended the inauguration of President Barack Obama. Although we were not selected to participate in the parade, we competed and performed admirably. By this time, I had transitioned from student to educator, serving as the band director of Ivana Uterican High School. While it was not my initial career plan, I aspired to be a physical therapist. It became clear that music education was my calling because my foundation was clearly laid by Ms. Francis, who to this day remains a mentor and inspiration, shaping my approach to teaching and leadership. Together, we launched the Rock City Classic Battle of the Bands, fostering healthy competition and camaraderie among students. Although I cannot claim to have officially outperformed her, I am proud of the legacy we built together. Currently, I am the Territorial Director of Music Education and Programs within the Virgin Islands Department of Education, a position I took after 11 years at Ivana Uterican High School with the blessing of my mentor and godmother, Miss Georgia Francis. Ms. Francis has undoubtedly, within this great profession of teaching, sparked so many lives to be productive citizens of our community and communities around the world. She has the ability to maintain an engaging classroom inside and outside, create value in real-world learning, exchanges of best practices, and lifelong love of learning and teaching. Her motto, "You discipline those you love," is a testament to her commitment with over 40 years of teaching. Ms. Georgia Francis is not only a musician and educator, but also a cultural bearer, a humanitarian, and a proud Virgin Islander. Her accomplishments are too numerous to list, but her integrity, discipline, and dedication remain evident in all she does. Beyond her professional achievements, she is also known for her culinary skills, particularly her lopihan with Johnny cakes, pâtés, and fried chicken. In closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to this body for recognizing the immense contributions of Miss Georgia Francis. Renaming this portion of Rumor Drive in her honor is a fitting tribute to a woman who has profoundly impacted the Virgin Islands community and beyond. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of this bill and to celebrate the legacy of my Nanny Georgia.
Thank you for your testimony you provided to us this evening. Now we'll come to St. Croix on bill number 35-0410. I will start with Mr. Robert Schuster. You may proceed with your testimony.
Should I say good evening or good night?
You could say good night so the people could see they are still late.
I've had to change my beginning from good morning to good afternoon to good night. Good night, Committee Chair Capehart, other esteemed senators, fellow testifiers, and the wire viewing and listening audience. I am Robert Schuster, a proud 9th-generation Crucian and a Vietnam vet. I was honored to be asked by a couple of senators to say something at the commendation of my friend Salvador Samperi. Mind you, I was not told whether to say something good or say something bad, but I was at my wit's end trying very, very hard to put these words together, and I just couldn't find anything very bad to say about Sal. You see, Sal showed up on St. Croix back in '61, young and enthusiastic, full of an adventurous spirit, and was captivated by the island's charm. Just ask his wife. She will not lie for him. Those who have had the privilege of knowing Sal truly appreciate his impact on our community. Sal has dedicated himself to every endeavor he undertakes, demonstrating remarkable resilience in the face of multiple personal adversities. His unwavering commitment has been instrumental in achieving numerous accomplishments. One of his most significant achievements was the redevelopment of the Wall Boy Scout Camp and its facilities, which transformed it into a model for other state organizations. Sal has consistently demonstrated his dedication to charitable causes, raising funds for various organizations, even including needy government agencies when necessary. His unwavering support has been instrumental in assisting the Virgin Islands Police Department with its myriad needs that help sustain its service to this community. However, Sal's most notable contribution is his annual participation in the Christiansted Christmas Boat Parade. His efforts ensure that the firework display that captivates St. Croix during the holiday season is a resounding success. This event draws thousands of Crucians and visitors alike, contributing to the island's vibrant Christmas atmosphere. Sal's contribution to the development and growth of St. Croix has been invaluable, and his legacy will continue to inspire future generations. If I were to enumerate all of his contributions to this community, it would warrant the composition of a new non-religious epistle, complete with chapter and verses. What I thought was going to be a chore did not stress my memory back, as it was so easy to compose these words. In all honesty, I couldn't find any one bad thing I could say about Sal. To Janine, his wife, you caught a good one so many, many years ago, and you managed to hold on. That says a lot because they did this all together. This convocation of individuals within these walls, only 2 days before the boat parade, to an individual who was instrumental in such an annual event is most deserving, and to witness Sal being recognized in such a manner is more than righteous. Anyone who dedicated 5.5 decades to St. Croix, more than half a century, speaks volumes about his commitment. Sal, you should feel especially proud that this occasion is a recognition from your peers, colleagues, and those whom you have so graciously assisted as a way of expressing gratitude for all that you have done. I also want to personally express my gratitude for your unselfish dedication to St. Croix. This act in this chamber serves as a testament to your commitment and dedication to our community. I hope this occasion also serves as an encouragement for others to take up the mantle and continue Sal's noble practice of raising funds for local needy causes. Sal, I know we have our own mutual senior moments and forget things now and then, but they are well earned, and I am not presently having a senior moment or a hallucination, but enjoying this. You need to be properly roasted. Un abrazo y bien hecho, mi amigo.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we'll go to Mr. John Harper for your testimony.
Good evening, Senator Capehart, other senators and the legislative staff, and the viewing public, and season's greetings. I have known Sal Samperi for 35 of the 39 years that I've lived in the Virgin Islands. Sal stands out to me as one of the most passionate and determined supporters of worthwhile causes that I have ever met. I'm sure that most of you know his history, and you've heard a lot of it tonight, but I'll go over a few highlights. Sal represented the USVI in the 1972 Olympic Games in shooting. His passion for this sport led him to be involved in the promotion of shooting in the Virgin Islands for several decades. Sal was a member of the VI Council of the Boy Scouts of America. As you've already heard this evening, he raised money to send dozens of Virgin Islanders youth to a national jamboree, affording these kids a lifetime opportunity and an opportunity that would not have been possible without Sal's energy and drive. As a board member of the VI Association for Independent Living, Sal was a dedicated fundraiser and organizer of an annual luncheon for recognition and fellowship. And of course, Sal has been the driving force behind the St. Croix Boat Parade for many years. What started as an enjoyable evening for some boat owners and spectators has grown into one of the highlight events of the St. Croix calendar, with one of the most spectacular fireworks displays ever seen in the Virgin Islands. The key to Sal's success in all of these activities is his relentless pursuit of sponsors and donors. He has an infectious passion to do whatever he can to improve the lives of others. As a manager of a St. Croix business for the last 20 years, I always found it impossible to say no to Sal, and it's evident from his success that others felt the same way. But it was not just his persistence. Sal recognized how important these organizations are to the St. Croix community. Sal was determined to do whatever he could to improve the lives of Virgin Islanders, whether it was Boy Scouts, those with disabilities, or simply families that look forward to the boat parade and fireworks. Sal has made it his mission to make a difference in our community. I'm so happy that the legislature is working to honor Sal Samperi. He's one of the most deserving members of our community that I know of. Recognizing Sal will not only let him know how much his life's work is appreciated, but will serve as an example to others. Thank you.
Thank you. How you gonna make me want to cry? Okay, so Nancy Torres, you may proceed with your testimony.
Hi, good evening. Testimony on Bill number 350410, an act honoring and commending Mr. Salvador Samperes for his dedication.
Pardona. State your name first and then proceed.
Okay. My name is Nancy Torres.
Okay.
So, Honorable Senator Diane T. Capar, chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary of the United States of Virgin Islands. It's an honor and a privilege to submit this testimony in support of Bill number 350410. I first met Sal in 2009 when I joined the Rotary Club Milail organization. From that time onward, I have had the privilege of witnessing firsthand his incredible spirit, bundles, energy, and unwavering commitment to our community. Sal's numerous contributions, many of which are detailed in the bill, speak volume about his dedication to St. Croix. His active involvement in a variety of organizations and committees has significantly enriched our island and its people. Beyond the achievement already outlined in the bill, what sets Sal apart in his extraordinary approach to life. Despite being legally blind, Sal lived with a determination and humor that inspire everyone around him. He is a person who doesn't just participate, he leads. I often say he's the only blind person I know who can tell you how to drive or teach you how to captain his boat. His keen instinct, sharp mind, and incredible understanding of his environment often leave those who know him in awe. Sal is also a role model for individuals with disabilities, showing what can be achieved with courage and perseverance. His infectious sense of humor and positivity make him a joy to be around. He has uncanny ability to make people laugh, share a joke, or offer a kind word no matter the situation. In particular, Sal's 25 years leadership as chairman of the annual boat parade is a shining example of his dedication. Held along the Christiansted Boardwalk every second Saturday of December, this event has grown into one of the island's most cherished family traditions, drawing residents and visitors alike. Sal's tireless effort ensured its success year after year, and naming the boardwalk in his honor is a fitting tribute to his incredible commitment. This honor goes beyond just naming a landmark. It is heartfelt thank you to a man who has given so much to St. Croix. Naming the Christiansted Boardwalk, Sal, is not just honor for us, for all of us to celebrate someone who represents the best of our community. This iconic location, a gathering place for residents and visitors alike, is the perfect tribute to a man whose contribution and legacy continue to inspire generations. Being legally blind, he accomplished things most of us can only dream of, always with a smile and a sense of humor that lights up any room. Naming the Christiansted Boardwalk after Sal is not just about honoring his past contribution, but also about celebrating his enduring legacy. It connects his name to a place that reflects the vibrant community he has helped foster. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. At this time, Mr. Sanperi, if you would like to say a few words, Ms. Torres, you would need to assist him.
Well, I got a little emotional there.
Yeah, I know. Say your name first, please.
Oh. Here? Right here.
Yes.
My name is Salvador Sal Sanperi. I came to this island in my 20s, and now I'm 86. It went fast.
Yeah.
Very fast. My beautiful wife of 65 years, married. She's been a pillar of strength for me and has helped me in many, many ways. You've all heard, yeah, I lost my eyesight, and I've been legally blind for 32 years. Luckily, my business is able to afford me an assistant, Hannah. She's been with me 7 years. I've had different assistants through the years. And with her, I've been able to do many things. Yes, the boat parade is a wonderful thing. Believe it or not, I don't find it hard to do. I don't know why. I know it's huge. There's, I don't know, over 100 people involved. I formed a committee of 8 people to take it over from me, so this will continue way after I'm dead. And we had a meeting last night. It was wonderful, very friendly. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful event. Yeah. I also did something that I thought I wasn't going to be able to do because I only had 3 weeks to do it, and that was the centennial on March 31st, 2017, 100 years that this island transferred. And talked to the police department and governor, senators, and that they didn't want me to do it. And I said, you know, next day is April 1st. It's April Fool. How are you all going to feel next day, you know, on April Fool, that we did nothing to celebrate 100 years? So they finally gave me the go-ahead. I talked to 6 large contributors that I always get, and I was able to raise $30,000 within 3 days. I ordered the fireworks right away, and I got boats, and we had a beautiful celebration. I bought 150 flags, 50 American, 50 Danish, and 50 VI, 3 big ones the same way, 10 by 12, that I had to hang by the mill. And it was a beautiful event. And we pulled it off, and we had a celebration here. It didn't happen anywhere else in the Virgin Islands. So that made me very proud that I was able to do that. But my proudest one, of course, is the Boy Scouts. Sending kids that have never been out of the island, been on a plane, seen snow, become Eagle Scouts after you get 26 badges, and then they get scholarships to go to colleges. About 30 kids have done that. It's changed their life.
Wow.
Anyway, I want to thank all of you and the other 5 or 6 testimonials that were sent, but very good friends of mine and that know me well for the 58 years I've been here. And I'm not finished yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you've done for our community. Yes, you had Jumbi Productions, Inc. Mr. Willard John provided a testimony for you. And also on the island of St. Thomas, I think Dion Parsons submitted a testimony on behalf of Miss Georgia Francis also. So colleagues, if you want to read those testimonies, please feel free to read those on the drive. I just want to say, Mr. Salvador Sal Sanperi, as I sit here, I'm thinking about something that you started, a tradition with close friends of mine, that we would rent a room and everyone would bring a dish to view the boats, the parades, and they bring their children, and this is where we would gather and have a family and friend event. And it has been traditional for us. And that is also for many other people. You would think that a parade was happening on the boat parade night, that you have to get there early because this is like a parade. So thank you for starting that tradition here on St. Croix. We appreciate you. Senator Bolquez, you may start with your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and wanted to express the heartfelt emotions, of honoring people who have done so much for our community, and I think it's a very important part of the process that we are a part of here at the Legislature of the Virgin Islands when it comes to our history. It's something that needs to be done, to honor individuals who have put so much effort, time, energy back into the community, and obviously Mr. St. and Ms. Francis are 2 individuals that we definitely want to honor. After hearing testimony, I didn't realize Mr. St. was also had a role in founding operations for the Center of Independent Living. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So you've been a very busy guy. You've been very busy. And your contributions to help individuals with disabilities. Could you just share a little bit about that with us, about how that started and how you got involved? And I didn't realize that you did all of that as well. So could you share a little bit about that with us?
Can you repeat that question for me one more time, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah, in short, I apologize. I in the testimony, I found out that you also had a role in the founding of the operations for the Center of Independent Living. So I wanted to learn about how that came about.
Yes, that with Felicia Brownlow, who was our director. She just retired last year, and we have a new lady named Monique Buke running it now in St. Thomas. I did my part for St. Croix with Russell and my father, who passed away about 2.5 years ago. And finally, after a lot of arm twisting, I was able to get a van here with a lift in the back to lift 3 wheelchairs, plus 4 more passengers. And it was very expensive, $85,000, but we have one here. They had it in St. Thomas for many years, but I said, we need equal. We need to have one here too. We still have not been able to replace Russell and my father, and I'm still hoping that soon we will get it. I got 2 more new members to join, a totally blind person that I've known for many years, and another lady, Corinne Plaskett. Maybe you'll know her. Corinne, great lady. And,
Yes, she was a former deputy for the election system of the Virgin Islands. Yes, I definitely know Ms. Plaskett.
And I was also able to do every year an event with more than 100 people for lunch. I raised the money. We did it at Gertrude's and the Palm also, celebrating this event for a group called MASH, which are all the volunteers that we have to help people who are blind, disabled, old, wheelchairs, or both. I was able to get 4 computers for blind people, send 1 to St. Thomas, donated canes with GPS on it, and now I'm ordering 1 with an AI on it and GPS, better. Scooters for people that couldn't walk. So I'm very proud to have been able to help disabled people. And I bring a group of about 30 of them to the boardwalk, to the boat parade every year. Mr. Rafael Llanos with the Lions Club, he helps me do that. They will be on top of the King Christian Hotel so they can view the event wonderfully with all the VIP people who've donated a lot of money for this event.
And I also understand too that you have been very active with the Boy Scouts as well. So you can share a little bit about that as well.
Well, the Boy Scouts, and one of the board members was Lieutenant Governor Greg Francis, that I believe he sent a testimonial out. I haven't read it. An old friend of mine and his wife, Cheryl. I'm sure you all remember him. He was a great lieutenant governor, a great person. And, you know, I used to go to people and say, you went to parks, you were sent to the events and all kinds of stuff, people with money, and I would say, somebody did this for you. How about doing it for the kids today? You know? And they gave me money. Yeah. I have raised more than $3 million in this island for charities, which is unbelievable. Mm-hmm. People will donate money if they know it goes for good causes, is well taken care of, and well accounted for. I've always done that. And with my business, it has been allowed me to have enough free time to do this. Sometimes I kind of not take good care of it as much as I should, but it warms my heart, and it warms a lot of people's hearts when they donate money to see that it goes to good purposes and is successful in many, many ways.
Time.
Very good, very good. And Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up.
You may conclude.
Thank you, and I wanted to express my support also for Ms. Francis, of course, over in the St. Thomas, St. John district, for all of her tutelage and support and encouragement and empowerment of so many students in the area of music and entertainment. And of course, we can see the fruits of her labor with all of the great musicians that she has educated or has been a part of their education and upbringing. I have never tasted Miss Francis's Johnny Cakes, but I'm definitely looking forward. If there's a possibility for me to get one, I want it. So, Madam Chair, I look forward to supporting both of the nominees at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. You jolted my memory because there's always a time when I would go to the White Cane Day that you would see Mr. Sanperi there representing for those who are visually impaired. So thank you for your advocacy in all kinds of ways in this community. At this time, we'll go to Senator Potter on the island of St. Thomas. Senator Potter, 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. I've always said that progressive communities honor, support, and respect and recognize those among us who have achieved excellence in their specific field of study, those who have given a lot and more and then some to the upkeep from the growth and development of our territory. And the two nominees who are before us today, or the two individuals who are before us today, are definitely well deserving of such a prestigious honor. I remember Miss Georgia Francis when I was a freshman in college in Tallahassee, Florida. My first cooked meal, this don't have anything to do with music, but my first cooked meal was given to me by Georgia Francis. I don't even know if she remembers this, you know. Georgia is an exceptional musician, an exceptional teacher, but an even greater and more exceptional human being. She really is. The fact that just about any and every person who has achieved something in music from the Virgin Islands have been influenced by Georgia Francis. You know, people like, of course, Miss Diane Donadell, who's here today, who gave a very passionate testimony. People like Neville Peter, Rashawn Ross, Deion Parsons, all of the greats were influenced by Miss Georgia Francis. She's passionate about what she does, passionate about music, but even more passionate about people. I have nothing but love and respect and reverence for Miss Georgia Francis. A little jealous of the mayor for coming up with the idea to honor Miss Francis. I'm definitely going to sign my name as a co-sponsor on this initiative. I didn't have the honor and privilege to meet, at least not as yet, Mr. Sal Sanperry, but by all accounts, I've heard about him, and by all accounts, he has made some tremendous contributions to the Virgin Islands. He is a Virgin Islander by choice. I suspect he has lived most of his life in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I wanted to ask him, he's definitely a community activist, a philanthropist, you know, a businessman. He has received just about every award that's possible to achieve here in the territory. And of course, the famous boat parade, he's the chair of that very, very special event. Rotary Father of the Year. I mean, I wanted to ask him what, in his view, what do you love the most about living in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Thank you.
Mr. Sanperry, you may proceed with your answer.
Thank you for the question. I came from Venezuela to Miami, and then from Miami I came to St. Croix. And I love the Caribbean. I love the water. And then slowly you start loving the people. The people are, of course, we're talking 1960s. There were no fences, no bars in your door, in your windows. There was hardly any crime. There was hardly any police. The people everybody was wonderful. You fall in love with them. And I was able to do something, because I did the same thing when I lived in Miami. I was a member for weightlifting, so I participated in weightlifting also. I keep forgetting how many things I've done. It's like another life. So when I came here, I said, I can organize things. So I helped build a couple of shooting clubs, shooting ranges, which I actually drove a bulldozer, now that I remember, to help, you know, people and the police. They use it. And I love the climate, but people here are very friendly, very open, you know. And doing things for people makes you happy. That's all I can say. And you feel relevant. I love that word. My wife told me you will always be relevant. And how to keep being relevant many years from now. And I like to say that this is the highest praise I've ever had. I've been made Father of the Year by all 3 Rotary clubs, and the highest award by the Boy Scouts, the Silver Beaver Award, Lifetime Achievement Award by the Governor and the Chamber of Commerce and the Congresswoman. I've been many awards, but this is really, to have my name on a wall, like on a street like that, wow, what a thing. I wish my mother and my father would have seen that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all that you do. And Madam Chair, if I may just ask one final question of Ms. Donadell, since she's here before us.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Donadell, can you share with us just quickly one thing about Ms. Georgia Francis that most people may not know? Something that you could share that she can get mad at you about. Most of us, I know you have
Most of them wouldn't know. Well, my mother is in the background saying stuff that she likes her bed. She does like her bed. She is a exceptional, well, was at one point in time exceptional basketball player. So in me learning more about her, she actually tried out for the U.S. Olympic team as well. So it was when she was at Fisk, I believe, and she got a scholarship, academic as well as for basketball. And for that, she still watches basketball. Like, she still plays just to do that. So I don't know how well I know about sports with her, but basketball is her thing, and eating mangoes. Yeah. You could tell I said that, eating mangoes.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much for the flexibility, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Potter, Vice Chair of Rules. I would now go to Senator Carla Joseph. Senator. Senator Joseph. Okay, we'll go to Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Salvador Sal, thank you for all you have done. Highly appreciated. You're a man of honor. You know, it's about time somebody actually bestow this upon you, but it's never too late. You're here to smell your flowers. I highly appreciate you. Thank you for all you have done for the people of the territory. And like we just say, you're one of us.
Gracias.
We're going to claim you. We're going to claim you. I hope you don't mind. So, Ms. Donadell, you know, one thing I like to put in perspective, like with Mr. Salvador, is the impact that you have had on your students over the years that you have been teaching. Now, your godmother, Ms. Georgia Francis, the impact that she has had, if you had to guesstimate how many children, you know, throw a number on hers and then throw a number on yours in comparison.
That's not fair.
I think it's fair.
For me to even match her,
no,
God don't have to give me like.
No, it's not a match. It's just to show the impact that she has had, and it inspired you so much that, hey, you have followed in those footsteps.
Okay, so she's clearly over the thousands of students that she has impacted. The beauty about her is that literally there's so much more students that's not in music that pay so much homage and respect to her for the discipline that she instilled and whatever your craft is to make sure you commit to it. And that's why a lot of Virgin Islanders abroad will always come back and look for her.
Right.
So I don't know how, I mean, I don't know how she did it, because that's one person that could yell, like really loud, really loud. But you know, at the same time, she was yelling at you because she cared about you. So that part about her, I have. I probably go a little more, but I have. And I appreciate that, because you truly do discipline those you love. And I think that's the biggest impact she's made on me, as well as the majority of her students that's now teaching here and abroad. I even like this, the name Wayne Walters, who's a superintendent someplace else. He's from here. He went to the music program, did music. So her impact is just monumental. And she's just amazing because she's still doing it. I don't know how, but she's still doing it.
The love of it. And in closing, Madam Chair, you know, it gave me goosebumps for these two particular individuals as to their contributions to the people of the territory, and to realize the impact that they have had, combined impact. We talking thousands of people for just these two individuals, Mr. Salvador and Ms. Francis. thousands of people that they have touched and inspired and made a difference in the territory. That's why I'm here to stand in full support of both individuals, even though I can't vote at this particular time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Now I'll go to Senator Samuel Carrion, bill sponsor also. You may proceed, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always an honor for me.
Madam Chair, I'm here.
Okay, I've already
I was
allowed.
having some technical issues.
Okay, if you can please yield to Senator Carrion, because I've already. It's Senator Carrion.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
You
want me to proceed? I could yield to the senator.
yield to her since she's virtual,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
we've been having individuals having connection issues. Please proceed. 3 minutes, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. You guys,
We are not able to see you, though.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
We can hear
Madam
you.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me? What I have on my camera? Okay. Can you see me now?
We cannot see you, but we can hear you. Can you turn off your camera then? Let's see if you get a better connectivity. While you deal with your technical issues, I will go to Senator Samuel Carrion in the essence of time. Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was saying that it's always an honor for me, and I think one of the things that I've really enjoy, if I could use that term, or have taken pleasure in, is participating in this body in moments like these when we have resolutions before us. We have individuals such as Ms. Francis and Mr. Sanperi before us that are being honored and recognized, because I think it's important to recognize our own. If we don't do it, then who will? And I know we get backlash many times from members of the community by saying, oh, they're just doing resolutions and resolutions and resolutions. But when you compare and look at bills that we pass compared to resolutions, of course, there's much more bills than resolutions. But that's the concept sometimes that you hear out in the community. But it's important to have a record and to ensure that it goes down in the archives of history. Individuals that have contributed and given so much to our community. And in these platforms, such as in this body, that we could have testifiers that can speak to the level of contribution and the inspiration that these individuals were, and the impact they've had on their lives, the impact they've had in the community, their generosity, their service, dedication, and commitment, because it speaks volume to the love they have for our territory, the love they have for our people. And that's an example and inspiration to all of us that are here. So it gives me great pride to be part of this body in moments like this and be able to contribute and hear and also share words. So I just want to express gratitude to Ms. Francis for the work that she has done, for the many lives that she has touched, and the inspiration that she has been to many individuals. I didn't have the opportunity to meet her personally, but just hearing today, her contributions really is inspiring. And I want to ask the testifier that is here present, if you could identify a word that would identify Ms. Francis, what would that be?
Articulate.
Okay.
I won't go to articulate. Articulate comes with a whole lot of passion. So
Yeah.
articulate.
Okay.
Very articulate.
Okay. And one thing that has impacted you about her that you have embraced and has become of your lifestyle because of her impact on your life.
I'm rough. She's rough. But
rough love.
Yeah, but she is very loving. And I have adapted it because I think that's the only way you get to know people and see where you can meet that child at and bring the best out of them. So I gonna get under tough love too, and I got that from her. So definitely.
And it's necessary and part of the formation. Yes, yes. And for our testifiers over on St. Croix, for Mr. Sal Perry, what would be a word that you would use? I think we have three that would
Time.
Amplify, identify who he is.
Dedicated. Dedicated.
Dedicated.
He took mine, so I'll say passionate. Took mine.
Passionate. Ms. Nancy Torres, I'm putting you on the spot. What word would you to identify Sal?
Well, when he's a happy person and he contagious everybody when he's around. So happiness.
See, so he's that happiness is contagious. That's beautiful. We need more of that. We need more of that. So thank you so much to each of the testifiers for being here. I think these honors are well deserved. And thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Carla Joseph.
I'm going to try again, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
It's frozen. It's frozen. It looks like it's frozen again. Okay. I just want to end most bill sponsors on recognizing these two pillars of our committee. Of course, graduated from the rival school by Vanny Dorican High School. Everyone know that the band at Charlotte Amalie High School was the band to be in, and in St. Thomas, St. John. And so I give great kudos to the bill sponsor and the minority leader for sponsoring this and assuring that this great lady is recognized for her hard work to teach music and to provide discipline in the art of music, and to have been there to steer a lot of young people in that direction. And they're making lucrative careers out of being a musician, bar none. We've even had some who have been inducted into the Hall of Fame under her tutelage and been recognized nationally. So really that is a very big and huge attributes to her and her commitment to education as a teacher. I also want to commend the bill sponsor, Senator Carrion, for sponsoring the legislation to honor and commend Mr. Salvador Samperi. I do really look at him as a hero because he turned something that really was not the best, losing his sight, into, which was a challenge, into something grand and helping others. So I definitely will be supporting both of these legislation. But before I go, I wanted to ask Ms. Nancy Torres, because you spoke so passionately. When you met Mr. Samperi many years ago, what inspired you? And you mentioned inspiration. What do you think as a takeaway that you could take away from his life and his career and what he has done for people who are disabled, those who, and organizing and even running his business? What one thing you want to take away and you could urge people to mimic and emulate about Mr. Samperi?
So for me, Mr. Samperes, one of the things that really caught my attention, having a cousin with his same, losing his side eyes away, his attitude and his passion about what he does, and he cares about the community. So I don't know if I learned so much from him and his life. He has an amazing life, and it's very inspirational for everyone.
Time.
Thank you. Thank you, Thank you so much, Ms. Torres. Madam Chair, just to ask that same one question to Ms. Dion Donadell, who I know her mother very well,
Please
and
proceed.
who was very passionate about, learning music. She would be there with the CAHS band boosters when she was younger, her mother. And I want to ask you that same question. What is one thing that you could take away from Miss Georgia Francis' life that you think you have copied and utilizing your career now as a teacher, music teacher at Charlotte Amalie High School?
I have taken away her commitment. She sees everything to the end, and even on the days that I struggle still, I call her, and I am still committed to making sure that I educate students through music. And now with my job capacity, I am making sure that my teachers are well equipped with all resources, therefore they can teach the students better. So that commitment I have taken seriously.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Madam Chair, thank you for the leeway. I have no further question. I will be supporting both bills.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Please don't go anywhere. Don't even disconnect. Don't move, because we would lose the quorum.
I am committed to this work, as you very well know. So you know I'm moving.
Thank you. We just don't want, after we spend all this time, we don't want to lose a quorum, okay? So please hold on. Thank you for your line of questioning. Colleagues, I think this concludes our line of questioning. And at this time, because we still have another block to go, Senator Bolkes, I don't know if you want to entertain amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment?
Amendment, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move amendment number 35-1110, an amendment to bill number 35-0410. Bill number 35-0410 is amended as follows. A, in section 1, strike Christiansted Boardwalk, the Salvador Sal San Pierre Boardwalk, and insert the area from King Street heading north on Queen Cross Street to the boardwalk, the Salvador Sal San Pierre Lane. B, in section 2, strike renaming the boardwalk and insert naming of the Salvador Sal San Pierre Lane. And C, in section 3, strike main entrance to the boardwalk and insert beginning and end of the lane. I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second. Did you have a second?
Yes. Amendment properly made by Senator Angel Bolkes and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Do I hear a motion, Senator Bolkes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move bill number 35-0410, an act honoring and commending Mr. Salvador San Pierre for his dedication and contribution to St. Croix by naming the Christiansted Boardwalk in his honor as amended, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Angel Borges and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. May I have roll call in Bill number 35-0410 as amended?
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr. Senator Borges, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0410, an act honoring and commending Mr. Salvador Sala Samperi for his dedication and contribution to St. Croix by naming the Christian Sid Boardwalk in his honor has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Borges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0411, an act honoring and commending Georgia Francis for her community service and for her contributions to the youth of the Virgin Islands in the area of music and renaming the portion of Rumor Drive beginning at Mandela Circle and continuing to the bottom of the Dorothy Dotsey Lockhart Elsco Drive, the Georgia Francis Drive, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Angel Borges and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Madam Clerk, roll call on Bill number 35-0411.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr.
Yea.
Senator Borges, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0411, an act in honoring and commending Georgia Francis for her community service and for her contributions to the youth of the Virgin Islands in the area of music and renaming the portion of Rummer Drive beginning at Mandela Circle and continuing to the bottom of the Dorothea Dotsey Lockhart Elsco Drive, the Georgia Francis Drive, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. There you go, guys. It is done. Mr. Samperi, yes. You have just passed the Committee of Rules and Judiciary in your honor, and also Miss Georgia Francis on the island of St. Thomas. I just want to say congratulations to you and thank you all for what you've done for this community. And at this time, I will give you guys some closing remarks. I know you've spent the whole day with us, but it is customary that I would give you closing remarks. So starting with you, Mr. Schuster, if you want to say a few words.
But I'd like to say thank you to the legislature for giving Sal this honor. He's well deserving.
Thank you. Mr. Harper.
I would like to thank Senator Carrion for introducing this bill and for the legislature for taking it on. Sal's an inspiration to a lot of people, and it's important that this be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Nancy Torres, who's always by Sal's side.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Samuel Carrion. Thank you, Honorable Diane Capar, and the whole legislation is well deserved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Sanperi?
Thank you, Senator Caput. Thank you, Senator Carrion. I'm very honored, and I want to thank you again. I just like to say one thing. There's a website called familyvacationist.com, vacation and an IST. If you go to that website, then you find places to go in the world to play tennis, to the beach, to play golf, and there's one of the places is where to go for Christmas vacation. And we're number 9 in the world, and you will see the picture of a boat called Reliance, illuminated with lights for the Christmas boat parade. That's a great honor. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Ms. Donadell on the island of St. Thomas, you may have some closing remarks.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Senator DeGraff and to you, Senator Caput, and your committee for allowing this to pass through. It is well deserving for my godmother to receive this because she's been doing it for a long time for love. She does it for love. And I feel honored that I'm here to assist with that process being coming to fruition. So thank you guys so much. That's it.
Thank you. Bill sponsors, I would allow you to have a hot minute to say some remarks on your bill. Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you for being so generous in allowing this bill to be heard in your committee. And I want to thank all my colleagues for their support. I want to thank the testifiers also for their patience, because I know they've been here for a long time. Thank you so much. It really shows your love and commitment to Sal. And to Sal, congratulations. I'm glad you could be able to enjoy this now, that you can smell the flowers and enjoy this recognition, this honor, because it's well deserved. Congratulations to you. Thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you may proceed with your closing remarks.
Madam Chair, thank you very much to you and your committee. Thank you very much. Highly appreciated. They stayed in the paint doing the people's job. Mr. Salvador, congratulations to you. Continue doing what you're doing. I think as long as the Lord gives you life, continue doing what you're doing because you're inspiration. To Ms. Donadell, on behalf of Ms. Georgia Francis, tell her also continue doing what she's doing. Congratulations. She's an inspiration and it's a blessing from the Lord. Madam Chair, again to you and your committee, thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes block number 5. Colleagues, we will take a quick recess. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary stands in a 1-minute recess.
feliz Navidad, prospero año.
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Colleagues, we are now in Block 6, and we have 6 bills. Do I hear amendment?
Amendment, Madam Chair.
Amendment, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to offer amendment number 35-756, an amendment to Bill number 35-0179. Bill number 35-0179 is amended in the following instances. A, Section 1, subsection A is amended by striking the existing language and inserting the following. Section 1221 is amended, 1, by striking lottery defined in the section heading and inserting definitions. 2, by inserting in this chapter after the section heading. 3, by designating the existing language as paragraph 1 by striking a lottery is and inserting lottery means, and by inserting numbers game, parlay after enterprise and...
Motion, Senator Potter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to waive the reading of the amendment.
Second.
Seconded.
So moved.
Motion made by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Bolkes and Senator Carla Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I so move.
Seconded.
I think I did say motion made by Senator Bolkes, seconded by Senator Carla Joseph and Bolkes. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Motion.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0179, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 61, relating to gambling violations, and Title 32 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, relating to the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission, to strengthen the enforcement tools against illegal gambling and lottery, as amended, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Seconded.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Angel Bolkes and seconded by Senator Potter and Senator Carla Joseph. May I have roll call and bill number 35-0179 as amended?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yea.
Senator Bolkes, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Ye. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0179, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 61, relating to gambling violations, entitled 32 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, relating to the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission to strengthen the enforcement tools against illegal gambling and lottery, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration.
Amendment?
Amendment, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move amendment number 35-1112, an amendment to Bill number 35-0295. Bill number 32-0295, Section 3 is amended as follows. A, designate the existing language as subsection A and insert the following language at the end of the subsection. The Commissioner shall promulgate regulations for the prescription drug monitoring program no later than 18 months after enactment, and B, insert the following subsection B in parentheses, the Department of Health shall conduct a public education campaign about the prescription drug monitoring program, including the proper use of the prescription drugs and patient safety. I so move.
Do I hear a
Second.
Second.
Amendment properly made by Senator Angel Bolkes and seconded by Senator Potter and Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Do I hear a motion?
Motion, Madam Chair.
Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0295, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 3, Chapter 29, requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Health to establish and administer the Virgin Islands prescription drug monitoring program to provide prescription drug monitoring and for other related purposes as amended, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second. Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Angel Bolkes and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Roll call on Bill number 35-0295 as amended.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yea.
Senator Bolkes, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0295, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 3, Chapter 29, requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Health to establish and administrate the Virgin Islands prescription drug monitoring program to provide prescription drug monitoring and for other related purposes has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration.
Amendment?
Amendment, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move amendment number 35-1111, amendment to Bill number 35-0408. Bill number 35-0408, Section 1, is amended in subsection A by striking management and in subsection C and D by striking management and inserting storage. I so move.
Do I hear a
Second.
Amendment properly made by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Senator Potter. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0408, an act requiring the Department of Health and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to develop and administer a territorial regulated medical waste management plan, including the requisite regulations as amended, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Angel Bolkes and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph and Senator Potter. May I have roll call and bill number 35-0408 as amended?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yea.
Senator Bolkes, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present and yeah.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Bill number 35-0408, an act requiring the Department of Health and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to develop and administer a territorial regulated medical waste management plan, including the requisite regulations, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body as amended for further consideration.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0409, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 32, Subchapter 1, to amend the definition of salvage vehicle purchaser or junk vehicle purchaser to include businesses that include junk and salvage vehicle businesses and insurance companies, and to require salvage vehicle purchasers to file a report with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles that documents the salvage vehicles obtained and sold during a given time period, and to require a penalty for failure to file the report, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Senator Potter and Senator Carla Joseph. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call and bill number 35-0409?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yea.
Senator Bolkes, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0409, an act to amend Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 32, Subchapter 1, to amend the definition of salvage vehicle purchaser or junk vehicle purchaser to include businesses that include junk and salvage vehicle businesses and insurance companies, and to require salvage vehicle purchasers to file a report with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles that documents the salvage vehicles obtained and sold during a given time period, and to require a penalty for failure to file the report, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0420, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5 by enacting the Virgin Islands Firearms Serial Number Regulation Act, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph and Senator Potter. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0420?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Bill number 35-0420, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5 by enacting the Virgin Islands Firearms Serial Number Regulation Act, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0425, an act to amend various sections of Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph and Senator Milton Potter. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0425?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for your last reading in this committee. Bill number 35-0425, an act to amend various sections of Title V Virgin Islands Code, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. This concludes the end of block number 6 in the 23rd meeting of Rules and Judiciary. As you all know, this is my last meeting of Rules and Judiciary, and at this time, I would love to say thank you to my colleagues who are members of this committee, non-committee members. I want to personally thank my staff. Joy, Alikisha Peterson Benison, who rocks, Carolyn Urgent, thank you. My immediate part-time staff, full-time staff, everyone who've worked with me during the 35th legislature. I want to even say thank you to the legislative staff. I want to say thank you to Sergeant of Arms. I want to say thank you to media. I want to say thank you to legal, the legal division. I want to say thank you all for all that you've done for me to make my job easy. The legislative reporters, who else? Everyone in central staff, because I don't want to get in trouble. I just want to say thank you. It has been a pleasure serving the people of St. Croix, serving the people of the Virgin Islands. Being a public servant is nothing other than what I do. This is just a job for me, so I want to say thank you. I want to say season's greetings to you and your family. May God bless the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is hereby adjourned.